They kept talking trash about you and forgot the crowd was watching them, not you. They really never noticed the giant standing behind you, and that's the funniest part of this whole mess. They were so busy pointing fingers, whispering stories, and acting important that they forgot one tiny detail. People have eyes. And people are not stupid. Oh, look at them. Still talking, still repeating, still hoping the lie magically sticks this time. It won't. Here's the naughty little truth they hate. Lies don't die because someone exposes them. Lies die because they get boring. And your enemies made theirs boring by trying too hard. Too many words, too much emotion, too much obsession. Meanwhile, you stayed quiet, still, calm. And that calm didn't make you look weak. It made them look ridiculous. Now imagine this for a second. Chosen one. Picture a street performer screaming for attention, waving their arms, begging people to stop and listen. Right next to them stands a massive statue, silent, unmoving, heavy. At first, everyone looks at the noise. Then, slowly, eyes drift to the statue. Because real presence doesn't beg. Real power doesn't chase. And once people notice the difference, the performer becomes background noise. That's exactly what happened here. Here's a fact that slaps hard. Human brains are wired to distrust emotional overload. When someone sounds angry, desperate, or obsessed, listeners feel discomfort even if they can't explain why. They start scanning for motive instead of truth. That's psychology, not opinion. Another fact. Repeated accusations actually lower credibility over time. The more a story is forced, the more people subconsciously resist it. That resistance is already happening in your favor. Oh, look at them. They thought volume was power. They thought repeating the same tired line would hypnotize the room. They really believed people would stop thinking just because the story was loud enough. Cute mistake. What they didn't realize is that people stopped listening a long time ago. Not because you defended yourself, not because you cried or begged, but because the lies sounded stupid next to your steady face and your unchanged life. Before we go further, Chosen One, pause with me for a moment. If this message feels like it's peeling the curtain back on your situation, pay it forward. Hit like, subscribe, help push this message to others who are still doubting themselves because someone else won't shut up. This isn't about clout. It's about spreading clarity. You're part of a force that disrupts nonsense. Thanks for standing in that lane. Now let's get back to the carnage. Here's the truth bomb they choke on. People don't judge stories first. They judge behavior. They watch who looks calm and who looks cracked. They notice who keeps bringing your name up unprovoked. They notice who smiles naturally and who forces it. They notice who keeps changing details. And once that pattern clicks, the story is already dead. No announcement needed. Your silence didn't confuse people, it educated them. Silence forces observers to think, and thinking is dangerous for liars. When you didn't react, they had to keep performing alone, talking to themselves, explaining unasked questions, filling the room with unnecessary noise. That's when the crowd starts leaning back and thinking, why are they so bothered? Here's another uncomfortable truth. Smear campaigns only work on insecure audiences. Confident people trust their own perception, and the more confident someone is, the less they tolerate drama. The audience around you matured while your enemies stayed stuck in middle school tactics. That gap is obvious now. They never noticed the giant behind you because giants don't announce themselves. Giants don't clap back. Giants don't run damage control. Giants let time stretch the contrast until it becomes embarrassing. And now that contrast is brutal. You look composed. They look messy. You moved forward. They stayed obsessed. People aren't buying the lies being said about you because the energy doesn't match the accusation. The tone feels off. The emotion feels rehearsed. And deep down, even the ones who smiled politely know something's wrong. They're not defending you out loud yet, but they're watching, quietly judging, recalculating who they trust. This is the part where the villain smirks and tells the truth without raising their voice. You didn't win because you were louder. You won because you were heavier, more grounded, more real. They swung at air while you stood like gravity itself. And now they're stuck explaining why the hit never landed. They really never noticed the giant standing behind you. Now the room sees it. And there's no way to unsee that. Chosen one, stay right here. What you just heard wasn't the story, it was the warning shot. The noise, the whispers, the fake confidence from people who can't stop saying your name. That was the warm-up. What comes next is the part they really don't want you to understand, because once you see it clearly, their lies lose whatever weak grip they had left. This isn't entertainment. This is pattern recognition. And once a pattern is exposed, it can never scare you again. If you're locked in, mark this moment. Drop 77 in the comments as a signal. Not for anyone else, for yourself. It's a line in the sand that says, I see what's happening and I'm not falling for it anymore. And if you feel it in your chest right now, if this message feels uncomfortably accurate, support the work behind it. Every like, every share, every contribution pushes this clarity further. This isn't about hype. It's about ending confusion where lies thrive. Now, here's the pull. From this point forward, the picture gets sharper. We're about to break this down, step by step, calmly, clearly, without emotion, without noise. And if you really are who this message is for, you'll feel it. That quiet pressure to stay. Not because you're curious, but because part of you already knows the truth is about to click. So take a breath, stay with me. Let's get into it. Number 1. They pushed the story too hard. When a lie needs effort, repetition, and a performance to survive, it's already dead. That's the part they never understood. They thought pushing harder would make the story stronger. They thought volume could replace truth. They thought if enough mouths repeated the same thing, reality would eventually tap out. Oh, look at them. Still trying, still pressing, still forcing. And that's exactly why it collapsed. They pushed the story too hard, and in doing so, they exposed themselves. Here's the dirty little secret of lies. Lies are fragile. They can't breathe on their own. They need drama, emotion, outrage, urgency. They need someone pacing the room, raising their voice, looking stressed while explaining why you're the problem. Truth doesn't do that. Truth sits back. Truth doesn't rush. Truth doesn't need a sales pitch. And the moment they started overselling the story, people felt it in their bones. Not logically at first, instinctively. Think about it like this, chosen one. Imagine someone grabbing you by the shoulders, shaking you, yelling, "Trust me, trust me, trust me." You wouldn't trust them. You'd pull away. Now imagine someone standing quietly across the room, calm, steady, not asking for anything. That person feels safe. That person feels real. That's the difference they accidentally created between you and them. They emptied the whole bottle of cheap perfume. One spray already stinks. They bathed in it, And people noticed, not because they're geniuses, because humans are wired to detect pressure. Pressure signals insecurity. Pressure signals motive. Pressure signals fear. And fear never convinces anyone who's paying attention. Here's a fact they hate. The human brain has a built-in alarm for forced narratives. When a story is repeated too often, especially with emotional charge, the brain stops absorbing the content and starts analyzing the intent. Instead of thinking, is this true? People start thinking, why are they trying so hard? That question is lethal. Once it appears, the lie starts bleeding out. You probably felt this shift before you could explain it. The way conversations changed, the way people went quiet instead of nodding, the way responses became shorter, the way eye contact lingered a second longer than usual. That's not support for them. That's evaluation. That's people stepping back and reassessing who they're actually dealing with. Oh, look at them. They thought urgency would scare people into agreement. They thought anger would make them look righteous. They thought repeating your name would shrink you. What actually happened is that they trained the room to associate your name with their instability. Every mention came with tension. Every accusation came with emotion, and emotion without evidence always looks suspicious. This is where your power comes in, chosen one. You didn't push back. You didn't counterattack. You didn't flood the air with explanations. That wasn't weakness. That was restraint. And restraint is something only powerful people can afford. Weak people rush to defend. Strong people let patterns speak. Look at history. The people who last are never the loudest in the moment. Steve Jobs didn't chase critics every time Apple was doubted. Elon Musk didn't stop moving forward every time headlines mocked him. Rihanna didn't respond to every rumor to protect her image. They let consistency crush the noise. They understood something your enemies don't. If you keep building, talking becomes irrelevant. Here's the question some chosen ones ask at this stage. Should I say something? Should I clear my name? And here's the cold answer. You only explain yourself to people who already respect you. Everyone else is just looking for more material. The moment you engage emotionally, you feed the story. You give it oxygen. Silence starves it. Your enemies pushed because they were scared. Scared that without pressure, without repetition, without manipulation, their version of reality wouldn't survive on its own. And they were right. The story couldn't stand. That's why they leaned on it so hard, it cracked. Another truth bomb. Repetition creates familiarity, not belief. People might hear a lie many times, but belief only forms when behavior matches the claim. And your behavior didn't match their story. You stayed calm. You stayed focused. Your life didn't collapse. Your energy didn't rot. You didn't spiral. That mismatch is impossible to ignore. They tried to paint you as unstable while acting unstable themselves. They tried to frame you as dangerous while behaving recklessly. They tried to make you look obsessed while mentioning you every chance they got. That irony didn't go unnoticed. It never does. Chosen one, this is what being chosen actually looks like. Not applause, not instant validation, pressure, observation, resistance. You get tested not because you're weak, but because you're visible. And when you pass the test by not reacting, by not shrinking, by not turning bitter, something shifts. The crowd stops watching the performance and starts watching the performer. Oh, look at them now, slowing down, changing tone, backtracking, adding disclaimers. That's not confidence, that's damage control. Lies get heavier the longer they're carried. Truth gets lighter with time. And right now, the weight difference is obvious. You might wonder, why does this feel delayed? Because exposure doesn't happen loudly, it happens internally first, in private thoughts, in silent judgments, in the slow withdrawal of trust. People don't announce when they stop believing someone, they just stop listening. And once listening is gone, the game is over. They pushed the story too hard because they didn't understand you. They thought pressure would fold you. They didn't realize pressure reveals structure, and all it revealed was that you're solid while their story was hollow. So let them push, let them repeat, let them perform. Every extra word is another crack. Every emotional outburst is another clue. You don't need revenge. You don't need exposure. You just need time and composure. Because when a lie needs force to survive, it's already finished. And when you don't push back, you don't lose. You win quietly. Number 2. People watch faces before words. You can lie with your mouth, but your face will snitch on you every single time. That's the part they didn't plan for. They spent all their energy rehearsing the story, polishing the words, lining up the accusations like props on a stage. But they forgot the first rule of human nature. People don't believe words first. They believe faces, tone, eyes, posture, micro-reactions. Oh, look at them, talking so confidently while their body is screaming panic. Before anyone accepts a story, they scan the person telling it, not consciously, not like a checklist, but instinctively. Is their smile relaxed or tight? Are their eyes steady or darting? Is their voice calm or sharp? Is there ease, or is there tension leaking out everywhere? Humans have done this for thousands of years. Long before language, survival depended on reading intent. That instinct never left, and your enemies underestimated it. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. 2 people walk into a room. One starts explaining something with clenched jaws, raised eyebrows, and a voice that keeps spiking like it's trying to convince itself. The other says very little, sits comfortably, breathes normally, and doesn't rush. Who do you trust? You don't even need to think about it. Your body decides before your mind catches up. That's how fast this happens. Here's a fact that hits hard. Studies on deception show that people who lie often over-control their words, but lose control of their expressions. Forced smiles linger too long. Anger flashes too quickly. Eye contact becomes either excessive or avoidant. The liar doesn't notice, but everyone else does. Not clearly, not verbally, but enough to feel uneasy. And unease is where belief dies. Oh, look at them. They thought the story was the weapon. They didn't realize their own face was the evidence. Every time they mentioned your name, something shifted. Their tone sharpened. Their shoulders tightened. Their breath changed. That emotional spike told the truth louder than their words ever could. Calm people don't react like that. Secure people don't carry that much tension about someone else. This is where your power shows again. You didn't have to act. You didn't have to perform innocence. You just existed the same way you always do. That consistency is deadly to liars, because when people compare expressions over time, patterns emerge. And patterns don't lie. Think about famous examples. Watch old interviews of people later exposed for fraud or manipulation. The words sound fine. The delivery doesn't. Something always feels off. Compare that to leaders who are grounded, even under pressure. Same questions, same heat. Completely different energy. One leaks fear. The other leaks certainty. Audiences feel it instantly. Here's the question some chosen ones silently ask here. What if people still listen to them? They might listen for a moment. Humans are polite, curious, sometimes entertained by drama. But belief doesn't stick where the face doesn't match the message. That's why smear campaigns burn hot and die fast. They can grab attention, but they can't hold trust. Your enemies mistook attention for influence. Big mistake. Attention is cheap, trust is expensive, and trust is built on consistency, not performance. The more emotional they became, the more their credibility drained. The calmer you stayed, the heavier your presence felt. Weight beats noise every time. Another truth bomb. Anger doesn't look strong unless it's justified and controlled. Uncontrolled anger looks like fear trying to disguise itself. People know this intuitively. That's why angry storytellers always lose the room eventually. Rage shortens attention spans. Calm extends them. Oh, look at them again. Notice how their expressions change when they realize people aren't reacting the way they expected. The smile drops too fast. The eyes harden. The voice tightens. That moment right there is when belief snaps. Because real confidence doesn't monitor reactions. It doesn't need approval in real time. You, on the other hand, weren't scanning faces for validation. You weren't adjusting your tone to win anyone over. You weren't tracking who believed what. That detachment read as confidence, and confidence is contagious. People relax around it. They trust it. They follow it quietly. Here's another uncomfortable fact for them. When someone keeps telling a story with visible emotion, listeners start assuming personal motive. Why does this bother them so much? Why are they still upset? Why can't they let it go? Those questions don't help the storyteller. They bury them. Being chosen doesn't mean being loud. It means being readable in the right way. Your face told one story, theirs told another, and when people had to choose which one to believe, they went with the one that felt stable. You might think this all sounds subtle. It is, and that's why it's effective. Influence doesn't come from dramatic moments. It comes from tiny impressions stacking over time. Every interaction, every glance, every reaction. You won without arguing because you didn't trigger doubt. They lost because they couldn't stop leaking it. They believed if they controlled the words, they controlled the truth. That's child logic. Adults know better. Adults read faces. Adults read energy. Adults read consistency. And adults don't trust people who look like they're fighting a story instead of living one. So when you wonder why the lies aren't sticking, this is why. People saw the shaky eyes, the forced smiles, the angry tone, the emotional spikes, and they compared it to your steady presence. No contest. Let them keep talking if they want. Every sentence gives their face another chance to betray them. You don't need to outspeak them. You already out-exist them, because words can lie, faces can't. Number 3. Desperation is obvious, even to kids. The moment someone needs you to look bad, they already lost. That's the truth they choke on. Desperation is loud, clumsy, and embarrassing. Even kids can spot it. You don't need a degree, life experience, or wisdom to feel when something's off. When someone keeps pushing a narrative, keeps circling your name, keeps trying to steer how others see you, it screams one thing and one thing only: fear. Oh, look at them, campaigning like it's an election nobody asked for. Normal people don't behave like this. Secure people don't wake up thinking about how to ruin someone else's image. Confident people don't rehearse stories. Balanced people don't gather allies just to talk trash. When someone needs you to look bad in order to feel okay about themselves, the desperation leaks out of every word, every post, every sideways comment. And the universe doesn't hide that kind of energy. it puts it on display. Now imagine this, chosen one. Picture a kid on a playground yelling, "Don't play with them, they're bad," over and over. At first, other kids pause. Then they start wondering, "Why are you so worried about who we play with?" That's exactly how adults process desperation too. Different setting, same instinct. Obsession makes people suspicious, always has, always will. Here's a fact that slaps. In social psychology, excessive persuasion triggers resistance. The harder someone tries to control perception, the more people push back internally. They might not argue, they might not confront, but trust quietly dissolves. That's why smear campaigns collapse. They require effort, and effort exposes motive. Oh, look at them again. Watch how they can't stop, how your name keeps slipping out, how they justify why they're only telling the truth. That explaining, that's not honesty, that's panic. Truth doesn't need backup dancers, lies do. This is where your role as the chosen one becomes obvious. You didn't chase control. You didn't need to dominate the narrative. You trusted the universe to handle the balance while you handled your peace. And the universe loves calm confidence. It amplifies it. While desperation repels, composure attracts. People gravitate towards stability without even realizing why. You might be thinking, but what if they convince someone? Maybe they do. Briefly, desperation can fool the distracted, but it never fools the observant, and the observant always shape the room in the long run. Loud people burn out. Grounded people endure. Here's another truth bomb. Campaigning against someone automatically elevates them. It tells the world they matter. Nobody wastes energy attacking nobodies. The enemy tried to shrink you and accidentally confirmed your importance. That irony is brutal. So let them keep pushing. Every extra effort sharpens the contrast. You stay still, you stay clean, you let the universe handle the exposure, because desperation isn't just obvious, it's self-destructive, and everyone sees it, even kids. Number 4. You didn't react, and that broke them. Silence is what happens when you stop feeding monsters. That's the move they never planned for. They had a whole script ready. Tears, rage, long explanations, emotional breakdowns they could point at and say, "See, we were right. Oh, look at them," waiting for fireworks that never came. You didn't react. And that single choice shattered their entire strategy. When someone is lying, they need reaction. They need you loud, emotional, defensive, or angry. Reaction gives them proof, fuel, and entertainment all at once. It validates the lie. It keeps the story alive. And when you didn't give them any of that, the room went quiet in a way that made them deeply uncomfortable. Silence doesn't argue. Silence doesn't explain. Silence lets people think. And thinking is deadly for liars. Now imagine this, chosen one. Picture someone throwing punches at the air, swinging hard, expecting resistance. And suddenly, nothing. No block, no counter, just empty space. They stumble, lose balance, feel stupid. That's what silence does. It removes the opponent from the fight and leaves the attacker exposed, flailing, and confused. Here's a fact that hits. Emotional reactions increase perceived guilt, even when someone is innocent. Studies show that people who over-defend are seen as less credible than those who stay calm. Why? Because calm signals confidence. Calm says, "I don't need to convince you." And nothing rattles a liar more than someone who doesn't need validation. Oh, look at them now. They expected chaos. They got peace. They expected drama. They got stillness. And that forced them to keep talking on their own, explaining things nobody asked about, adding details nobody requested. That's when cracks widen. Silence turns the spotlight around. This is where the universe stepped in quietly on your behalf. The universe favors balance, not noise. When you chose restraint, you aligned with stability, and stability always wins in the long run. While they burned energy trying to provoke you, the universe conserved yours. You stayed centered. They spiraled. You might have wondered, should I say something just once? And here's the brutal answer. The moment you break silence, you tell them it worked. You tell them they reached you. Silence isn't weakness. Silence is a boundary, and boundaries terrify people who rely on control. They wanted tears. Tears mean leverage. They wanted rage. Rage means chaos they can point at. They wanted explosions. Explosions distract from truth. You gave them nothing. And nothing is the one thing liars can't manipulate. Watch how desperation increases when silence stays intact. Louder accusations, bigger emotions, more dramatic language. That escalation isn't strength, it's panic. When someone keeps poking a wall that doesn't move, they start questioning themselves. That's the break. Being chosen doesn't mean reacting faster. It means reacting smarter. You understood something instinctively. Peace starves nonsense. Silence lets the universe rearrange the room in your favor. And now they're stuck with their own noise, echoing back at them, talking, explaining, repeating, while you move forward untouched. You didn't react. And that's exactly why they broke. Number 5. The crowd started asking, why? The moment the question changes from what to why, the lie starts dying. That shift right there is fatal. That's the crack they can't patch. At first, the crowd listens out of curiosity. Humans are wired that way. News story, raised voices, emotional tone. Fine. But then something changes. Slowly, quietly. The question stops being, what did you do? And becomes, why are they so obsessed with you? Oh, look at them, still talking, not realizing the room already moved on. This is where desperation officially turns against them. Because once people start asking why, they're no longer absorbing the story. They're analyzing the storyteller. Motive enters the chat, and motive is the enemy of manipulation. Now imagine this, chosen one. You're watching someone rant about another person for the 5th time. Same topic, same anger, same intensity. At first, you nod politely. Then your brain goes, wait, why does this bother them so much? That moment, right there, is the spell breaking. No argument needed, no defense required, just awareness. And awareness spreads faster than lies ever do. Here's a fact that seals it. In social dynamics, obsession is read as insecurity. When someone can't let go, can't move on, can't stop mentioning the same person, listeners subconsciously downgrade their authority. Power doesn't fixate. Confidence doesn't chase. Stable people don't orbit around someone they claim doesn't matter. Oh, look at them now. Every new accusation makes the question louder. Why are they still talking? Why can't they drop it? Why does this feel personal? Those questions don't help them. They poison the ground beneath their feet. Because once people suspect personal motive, credibility collapses. This is where the universe quietly had your back. You didn't push the story. You didn't keep bringing it up. You didn't relive it publicly. That absence created contrast. While they circled the same narrative, you moved forward. Motion versus fixation. Growth versus obsession. The universe always amplifies forward motion. You might wonder, but what if some people still believe them? Some will, temporarily. There are always those who confuse noise with truth, but the crowd that matters, the ones who think, observe, and influence others, they're already past belief. They're evaluating intent now, and once intent is questioned, the game is over. Here's another truth bomb. People who are genuinely wronged want resolution. People who are lying want control. That's the difference everyone eventually feels. Your enemies didn't want closure, they wanted dominance. And dominance always exposes itself through obsession. Being chosen doesn't mean everyone instantly understands you. It means the right questions eventually get asked. And when "why are they so obsessed with you" enters the room, the verdict is already forming. They thought attention was power. They didn't realize scrutiny was coming with it. And scrutiny is undefeated. Number 6. The more they talked, the dumber it sounded. Lies don't fall apart all at once. They rot out loud. That's exactly what happened. The more they talked, the worse it sounded. Not dramatic, not explosive, just sloppy. Same story, but somehow different every time. Extra details that didn't exist before. Timelines that slid around like they were on ice. Tone switching from confident to angry, to defensive to joking. Oh, look at them. Improvising in real time, hoping nobody notices the cracks. Here's the part they underestimated. People don't need to be geniuses to detect nonsense. They just need consistency, and consistency was the one thing they couldn't maintain. Truth stays boring because it stays the same. Lies get creative because they have to. Every time they opened their mouth, they were patching holes instead of standing on solid ground. That's not storytelling. That's damage control. Now imagine this. Chosen one. Imagine someone telling you a story today, then telling it again tomorrow with small corrections. At first, you shrug it off. Then the changes stack up. Details move. Emotions shift. The confidence disappears. Suddenly, you're not listening to the story anymore. You're tracking the errors. That's exactly where the crowd went. Once people start mentally fact-checking, belief is gone. Here's a hard fact. Human memory doesn't store lies well. Truth aligns with lived experience, so it stays stable. Lies are constructed, so they degrade under repetition. That's why interrogations work. That's why cross-examinations work. And that's why smear campaigns implode when the liar can't stop talking. They forget what version they sold last time. Oh, look at them again. One day, calm, the next, furious. One moment, certain, the next, hedging. That's not what I meant. You misunderstood. Let me clarify. Every clarification screams weakness. Strong truths don't need footnotes. This is where your role as the chosen one becomes undeniable. You didn't keep explaining. You didn't keep correcting. You didn't adjust your tone to manage perception. You stayed the same. Same energy, same posture, same life direction. That stability became your silent testimony. While they were busy editing the story, you were busy existing. You might have asked yourself, do people really notice these things? Yes, quietly, internally. People might not call it out, but they feel it. And once someone feels inconsistency, they stop trusting everything that comes after. The lie doesn't just weaken, it poisons the speaker. Here's another truth bomb. The longer someone talks without being challenged, the more they reveal. Silence is a mirror, and when liars talk into a mirror, they see themselves slipping. That's why they start over-explaining. That's why they speed up or slow down. That's why the tone wobbles. They feel the room changing. The universe handled this part beautifully. You didn't need exposure. You didn't need confrontation. Time and repetition did the work. The universe let them talk themselves into irrelevance while you stayed anchored. People aren't stupid. They might be patient, they might be polite, but they notice when a story stops making sense. And once it sounds dumb, it can never sound true again. They talked, they slipped, you stayed solid, and that's how the lie died. Number 7. Gossip makes the speaker look dirty. The mouth that gossips always stains itself first. That's the rule they thought they could dodge. They couldn't. Gossip doesn't make the target look bad. It makes the speaker look small, messy, and untrustworthy. Everyone knows this. Even the ones nodding along know it. They just wait for proof. And proof always shows up when someone can't keep another person's name out of their mouth. Oh, look at them, whispering like it's a strategy, leaning in, lowering their voice, acting like they're sharing important information. That behavior alone tells the truth. Secure people don't gossip. Focused people don't gossip. People who are winning don't gossip. Gossip is what happens when someone has nothing real to build, so they try to tear something down instead. Now imagine this, chosen one. You're in a room, and someone starts trashing a person who isn't there. At first, it feels like bonding. Then, a quiet thought creeps in. If they're saying this about them, what are they saying about me? That thought never leaves. Once it appears, trust is poisoned permanently. That's how gossip backfires, not loudly, internally. Here's a fact that hits hard. Research on workplace and social trust shows that habitual gossipers are rated as less competent and less reliable over time, even when the gossip is true. Why? Because people associate gossip with poor judgment and low self-control. The message doesn't matter, the behavior does, and the behavior screams insecurity. They thought talking behind your back would shrink you. What it did was put a spotlight on their character. Every whisper added grime. Every just between us moment chipped away at their credibility. Meanwhile, you stayed clean. Not perfect, clean, and clean always stands out next to dirty. This is where the universe steps in quietly but decisively. The universe exposes through contrast. While they were busy talking about you, you were busy living. While they were recycling stories, you were building consistency. That contrast made the gossip obvious. You didn't have to point it out. People felt it. You might have wondered, why don't people shut them down? Because most people don't confront gossip directly. They file it away, they remember it, and when the moment comes to choose who to trust, who to support, who to believe, the gossiper always loses. Always. That's the delayed justice they never see coming. Oh, look at them now. Notice how their circle doesn't feel safe anymore. Conversations feel guarded. People share less. Trust thins out. That's not bad luck. That's consequence. Gossip rots communities from the inside, starting with the one spreading it. Being chosen means you didn't stoop. You didn't trade dignity for momentary relief. You understood something instinctively. Silence keeps you clean. Gossip makes you filthy. Let them keep talking. Every word stains them deeper. You stay untouched. Number 8. Your calm made them look unhinged. Calm doesn't argue. Calm exposes. That contrast right there destroyed them. You stayed steady, same energy, same pace, same presence, and they started unraveling in real time, voices getting sharper, movements getting faster, emotions leaking everywhere. Oh, look at them, spinning, pacing, reacting, trying to manage how they look while you didn't manage anything at all. You just existed, and that was enough. Here's the truth they hate admitting. Calm is interpreted as confidence by the human brain, always. It signals safety, control, and credibility. Frantic behavior signals threat, instability, and fear. This isn't opinion, it's biology. Our nervous systems are wired to trust whoever looks grounded during chaos. That's why leaders stay composed in emergencies. That's why pilots speak slowly during turbulence. And that's why your calm made their panic look unhinged. Now imagine this, chosen one. Two people in a crisis. One starts shouting, over-explaining, reacting to every little thing. The other breathes, listens, responds, slowly, if at all. Who do you instinctively trust? Who feels like they know what they're doing? Your body answers before your mind does. That's the advantage you held without even trying. Oh, look at them again. The more they tried to provoke you, the more their behavior escalated. That escalation wasn't strength, it was exposure. When someone can't stay regulated around you, it tells everyone watching that you have power over them, even if you never touched them, even if you never spoke their name. This is where the universe quietly backed you. The universe amplifies balance. When one side stays centered and the other destabilizes, the imbalance becomes obvious. You didn't need to prove innocence. Your nervous system did the work. You didn't need to claim control. Their loss of it proved yours. You might have wondered, why do they seem so bothered while I feel fine? Because calm threatens people who rely on chaos. Calm removes leverage. It gives them nothing to push against. And when someone can't move you emotionally, they lose the only tool they had. Here's another hard truth. People don't consciously say, I trust the calm one. They just feel it. And feelings drive decisions long before logic catches up. That's why conversations shifted in your favor without announcements. That's why support quietly leaned toward you. That's why their reactions started looking exaggerated and embarrassing. Being chosen doesn't mean being louder, it means being heavier, more grounded, more stable. Your calm didn't just protect you, it reflected them, and they didn't like what they saw. Guess who people trust when things get messy? Not the one losing control, the one who never needed it. Number 9. The veil lifted, no magic required. Truth doesn't need special effects, it just needs time. That's the part that ruins the fantasy for them. No magic moment, no dramatic reveal, no lightning bolt exposing the villain. Just time doing what time always does, letting people watch, letting patterns repeat, letting behavior speak louder than any story ever could. Oh, look at them. Still waiting for some big event to flip things back in their favor, not realizing the veil already lifted quietly. They thought exposure would be loud. They thought it would come with shock and chaos. That's movie logic. Real life is colder than that. In real life, truth shows up through observation. People notice who stays the same and who keeps changing, who moves forward and who stays stuck, who lives calmly and who lives in reaction mode. No rituals, no signs, just consistency versus performance. Now imagine this, chosen one. You're watching a long TV series, same characters, same setting. Over time, you don't need a narrator to tell you who's lying. You see it. One character keeps rewriting their story. Another stays the same. One overreacts. another doesn't flinch. Eventually, you don't even debate it anymore. You know, that's exactly how the veil lifted here. Here's a fact that backs this up hard. Humans are pattern-detecting machines. We evolved to survive by spotting inconsistencies over time. That's why short-term lies can work, but long-term deception almost never does. The brain keeps score even when people aren't aware of it. Tone, timing, behavior, reactions. It all gets logged. And when the pattern doesn't align, belief quietly dissolves. Oh, look at them now. Still trying to add drama. Still exaggerating. Still hoping emotion will distract from the lack of substance. But drama only works once. After that, it feels fake. Truth doesn't raise its voice. Truth doesn't rush. Truth just stays available for anyone willing to look. This is where the universe handled things perfectly. You didn't force clarity, you allowed it. You let time stretch the contrast until it became obvious. The universe favors patience because patience exposes reality without resistance. While they chased control, you stayed present, and presence always wins. You might have asked yourself, when will people finally see it? They already have. Seeing doesn't always come with announcements. Most realizations happen quietly, in private thoughts, in subtle changes, in who people choose to listen to, trust, and support. That's why it feels anticlimactic. But anticlimactic doesn't mean ineffective. It means final. Here's another truth bomb. Drama is a signal that something is being hidden. Calm is a signal that nothing needs protection. Once people feel that difference, they don't go back. You can't unsee patterns. You can't unknow consistency. They wanted fireworks. They got silence. They wanted confusion. They got clarity. No magic required. Just time doing what it does best. Number 10. People stopped nodding and started watching. The quiet room is every liar's worst nightmare. That's the moment everything shifted. Not loudly, not dramatically, just a subtle change in the air. The nodding stopped. The fake smiles faded. People leaned back instead of leaning in. Oh, look at them, still talking, not realizing the audience already switched roles. They thought the crowd was agreeing. The crowd was actually watching. Here's what liars never understand. Nods don't mean belief. Smiles don't mean support. Most people nod to be polite. They smile to avoid conflict. But when people believe you, they relax. When they don't, they observe. And observation is dangerous territory for anyone running on nonsense. Now imagine this, chosen one. You're in a room where someone is telling a story they've told too many times. At first, people nod out of habit. Then something feels off. The nods slow. The smiles freeze. The room gets quiet. That quiet isn't confusion, it's calculation. People are replaying what they've heard before, comparing versions, watching body language. That's when the liar starts sweating. This is backed by human behavior. When people stop reacting emotionally and start observing, persuasion is over. Emotion fuels belief. Observation fuels judgment. And judgment doesn't need words. It just needs time. Oh, look at them in that moment. They sense it. The energy shift. That's when they talk faster. Add jokes. Add drama. Change tone. Ask rhetorical questions. Anything to get the nods back. That scramble isn't confidence. That's panic. Because silence forces accountability. Meanwhile, you stayed exactly the same. You didn't fill the silence. You didn't rush to reassure anyone. You let the quiet exist. And that quiet worked in your favor. The universe loves stillness because stillness reveals truth. without resistance. While they were trying to control the room, you let the room decide. You might wonder, why didn't anyone defend me out loud? Because public confrontation isn't how belief shifts. Belief shifts privately first. People don't announce when they stop trusting someone. They simply stop following their lead. They stop echoing their words. They stop nodding. Here's another hard truth. Once people start watching instead of reacting, the liar is finished. Every blink becomes suspicious. Every pause gets noticed. Every contradiction stands out. There's no coming back from that. You can't talk your way out once scrutiny replaces sympathy. Being chosen means you don't need instant validation. You can sit in the quiet without fear. You trust the universe to rebalance perception naturally, and it always does. The nodding stopped. The watching began. And that's when everything ended for them. Number 12. Now they're stuck with their own image. You don't escape the image you create, you live inside it. And that's where they're trapped now. While you kept moving, growing, breathing freely, they stayed behind, stuck holding the version of themselves they accidentally revealed. Oh, look at them, messy, bitter, defensive, trying to explain why they look the way they do now. Oops, that wasn't part of their plan. Here's the brutal truth. You don't need to expose anyone. People expose themselves over time, through tone, through behavior, through obsession, through how they react when things don't go their way. You walked away clean because you didn't drag yourself through the mud with them. They stayed in it, rolled around in it, and now they smell like it. This is how image really works, not through words, but through patterns. People remember how someone made them feel: tense, uneasy, drained, or calm, grounded, safe. Your presence stayed light. Theirs grew heavy. That difference stuck. And once an image settles in the collective mind, it's almost impossible to scrub off. Now imagine this, chosen one. Picture two people leaving a building after chaos. One walks out quietly, dusts themselves off, and keeps going. The other stays behind, yelling about what happened, blaming everyone, replaying the moment over and over. Days later, who looks composed? Who looks stuck in the past? That's exactly how this played out. Here's a fact that seals it. In social dynamics, reputation hardens faster after conflict than during peace. Moments of pressure reveal character more clearly than years of calm. Your character showed restraint, stability, and self-respect. Theirs showed fixation, emotional volatility, and lack of control. No PR can undo that. Oh, look at them now. They try to move on, but the image follows. People don't trust them the same way. Conversations feel guarded. Their words carry less weight. That's not punishment. That's consequence. The universe doesn't need to be dramatic. It just balances the scales quietly. You might wonder, why do I feel lighter now? Because you're no longer carrying someone else's chaos. You chose distance. You chose peace. And the universe rewards alignment. While they replay old narratives, you're already in a new chapter. Being chosen doesn't mean everyone claps for you. It means you leave situations with your integrity intact. You did that. They didn't. And now the contrast is permanent. You walked away clean. They're stuck with their own image, and that's the part they can't escape. So now you see it clearly. Not through emotion, not through noise, but through pattern, behavior, and time. You didn't win by fighting. You won by standing still while the universe did the sorting. The lies faded. The truth stayed. And the roles flipped without an announcement. That's power. If this message connected, lock it in, hit like so it reaches the ones still doubting themselves. Subscribe so you don't miss what comes next. Drop 777 in the comments as a signal that you see the game now. And share this with someone who needs clarity. Stay grounded, stay silent. Let the universe keep working. Fearless people don't announce themselves. They get exposed by how uncomfortable they make everyone else. That's the part your enemy hates. Because the truth is, the moment you walk into a room, the temperature changes. Not because you're loud, not because you're trying, but because your presence carries weight. You don't beg for approval. You don't flinch under pressure. And you don't shrink to make other people feel safe. That kind of energy doesn't blend in. It stands out. And it scares people who are still pretending. Think about a pressure-tested blade. Weak metal cracks early. Strong metal survives heat, force and time, then comes out sharper than before. That's you. Life applied pressure where most people would fold, and instead of breaking, you adapted. That's why the same situations that paralyze others barely slow you down now. Here's a fact that backs this up. Studies in psychology show that people who survive prolonged stress and hardship often develop higher emotional control, sharper decision-making, and a stronger sense of self. In simple terms, pain didn't make you fragile. It trained you. And the people watching you can see it, even if they don't understand it. That's why they talk. Quietly, repeatedly. Sometimes with admiration, sometimes with confusion, sometimes with envy. Because fearless intelligence is rare, and when it shows up, it disrupts the room. And before we go any further, thank you, Chosen One, for being here and recognizing this message. If this resonates, don't forget to pay it forward by pressing like and subscribe. Not for ego, not for numbers, but because spreading clarity and strength matters. When this message reaches the right people, it creates momentum. You're part of that force, and being here means you already know that. Now back to the truth they can't ignore. People cannot stop talking about you, and it's not casual conversation. This isn't small talk or gossip for entertainment. This is the kind of discussion that happens when someone feels challenged just by your existence. When your calm confidence forces them to question their own limits, when your silence speaks louder than their noise, you're seen as fearless, not because you rush into danger, but because you don't panic when things get uncomfortable. You don't crumble under criticism. You don't melt down when plans fall apart. You adapt, adjust, and move forward. That level of control is intimidating to people who live emotionally reactive lives. You also think differently. You observe more than you speak. You understand patterns. You notice motives. You connect dots that others miss. That intelligence isn't flashy, but it's deadly accurate. And when combined with fearlessness, it creates a presence that's hard to ignore and even harder to manipulate. You carry thick skin because life forced you to grow it. At some point you realized that being sensitive to every opinion was costing you peace, so you learned to stand firm without becoming cruel, confident without becoming arrogant. That balance is rare, and people notice it immediately. Very little scares you anymore, not because nothing hurts, but because you've already faced things that could have crushed you. Loss, pressure, betrayal, uncertainty, moments where there was no safety net and no applause. You didn't just survive those moments. You learned from them. That's the part people don't see coming. Most expect hardship to make someone bitter, closed off or broken, but you came out clearer, more focused, more selective with your energy. Pain refined you instead of ruining you. Many people have been observing you for a long time, not one or two, many. They watched you struggle in silence. They watched you fail without excuses. They watched you rebuild without asking for validation. And now they're confused, because the version of you standing today doesn't match the version they underestimated. You evolved quietly, and that's what makes it unsettling for them. No announcements, no dramatic speeches, just steady growth. And now your presence alone tells a story they weren't ready for. There's something rare about you, and people feel it before they understand it. You don't move with desperation. You don't chase approval. You don't over-explain yourself. You trust your instincts because experience taught you they're sharp. That self-trust is magnetic, and it exposes insecurity in others. You tend to find your strength in the hardest moments, often without realizing it. When pressure hits, you get clearer. When chaos shows up, you get calmer. When things fall apart, you start seeing options instead of panic. That's not luck. That's training through lived experience. Pain didn't destroy you. It shaped your mindset. It taught you boundaries. It taught you resilience. It taught you that fear is information, not a command. And once you understand that, fear loses its grip. You've been through real hardship, not the kind people exaggerate for sympathy, but the kind that changes how you see the world. The kind that strips illusions and forces growth. And because of that, your mental strength stands out in every room you enter. People admire it, even if they don't say it directly. They also know deep down that they wouldn't last a day in your position. Not because they're weak, but because they haven't been tested the way you have. That's why your confidence feels different. It's earned, it's grounded, it doesn't need noise, and it shocks people who assumed strength always looked loud or aggressive. You're not fearless because nothing can hurt you. You're fearless because you know you can handle it if it does. And that's exactly why they're watching. And listen closely, chosen one. If you're still here, it's not by accident. People who lack depth click away early. But fearless, intelligent minds feel a pull to stay because they recognize themselves in this message. What you're about to hear next isn't surface-level motivation, it's clarity. The kind that explains why your presence unsettles people and why your confidence feels different from everyone else's. If this message is already hitting, take 1 second to support it. Press like, subscribe, or drop a comment to let the algorithm know this truth deserves to travel further. That small action helps this reach others who are quietly realizing they're built differently too. You're not boosting a channel, you're pushing momentum. And if you really feel this, leave a comment with a number that means strength or clarity to you. Not for superstition, for intention. Because fearless people move with intention, even in small actions. Now, take a breath, stay focused. We're about to break this down step by step, calmly and clearly. And if you're truly as fearless and intelligent as this title describes, you'll feel it. You won't want to skip ahead. You won't want to leave early. Let's get into it. Number 1, you don't learn fearlessness. You earn it by surviving what was meant to end you. They're not scared of your confidence. They're scared because you didn't break where they absolutely would have. That's the gut punch. That's the truth nobody on the other side wants to admit out loud. Your fearlessness isn't a personality trait you picked up from a book or copied from someone online. It's the result of pressure, loss, silence, and moments where quitting would have been easier and more socially acceptable. You didn't become fearless because you wanted to be impressive. You became fearless because fear stopped working on you. This is the part that confuses people. They assume confidence comes from praise, support, or a smooth path. Yours didn't. Yours came from being tested over and over again until fear lost its authority. When you've already walked through chaos, everyday problems don't feel like emergencies anymore. While others spiral, overthink, or freeze, you stay grounded. Not because you're numb, but because you're calibrated. Think of it like this. A person who's never been in a storm panics at heavy rain. Someone who's survived hurricanes knows the difference between noise and real danger. You've been through enough internal storms that external pressure doesn't impress you anymore. That's not arrogance, that's experience. And people feel it immediately. They might not have the words for it, but their nervous systems pick it up. Your calm under pressure, your refusal to beg for approval, your ability to sit in silence without scrambling to fill it. That's not learned behavior. That's earned composure. A question that often comes up at this point is, why do people react so strangely to me? Here's the answer. You represent a level of self-trust they haven't built yet. Your presence highlights their own fear responses. You don't even have to say anything. Just existing the way you do exposes the difference. Another question you might quietly ask yourself is, why does it feel like I don't fit anywhere? Because fear-based systems don't know what to do with someone who isn't controlled by fear. You don't operate on panic, approval-seeking, or emotional dependency. That makes you unpredictable to people who rely on those dynamics to feel safe. Your boldness can't be taught because it didn't come from theory. It came from survival, from moments where there was no reassurance, no guarantee, and no audience. You learned to stand firm when nobody was clapping. That's why applause doesn't control you now. Here's something most people don't realize. Fearlessness isn't loud. It doesn't announce itself. It shows up as steadiness, as restraint, as someone who doesn't rush to prove anything. That's why your energy feels heavy to some people. They mistake quiet certainty for intimidation. The enemy side of this hates one thing above all else, that you didn't turn bitter. You didn't turn reckless. You didn't self-destruct. You adapted. You refined. You sharpened. That's the part they didn't plan for. Picture someone trying to scare a lion with noise. It might work on smaller animals, but not on something that knows its own strength. You've reached a point where emotional manipulation, pressure tactics, and empty threats don't land the way they used to. People sense that, and when fear tactics fail, insecure people panic. Another thought that often crosses your mind is, why do people watch me so closely now? Because you've already crossed a line they're afraid to approach. You've proven, without saying it, that it's possible to live without being ruled by fear. That makes you a reference point, a comparison. And comparisons make insecure people uncomfortable. Your fearlessness also comes with intelligence, not academic intelligence, but situational awareness. You read energy, you see patterns, you understand consequences, you don't jump blindly. That combination is dangerous in the best way. It means you don't need to dominate, you just need to see clearly. Here's a hard truth that works in your favor. Most people never develop real courage because they avoid discomfort at all costs. You didn't have that luxury. Discomfort found you early, and instead of running, you learned how to stand inside it. That's why your confidence doesn't crack under stress. The enemy wants fearless people to either burn out or self-sabotage. You did neither. You learned pacing, you learned boundaries, you learned when to speak and when silence is the smarter move. That's strategic strength, not luck. You might wonder, why does my calm seem to irritate certain people? Because calm is power when everyone else is reactive. When you don't mirror chaos, you expose it. When you don't flinch, you remove leverage. People who rely on emotional reactions lose control around you. Your energy can't be copied because it wasn't manufactured. It was forged. Anyone can act bold for a moment. Very few can remain steady when things actually go wrong. You've already been there. You already know the worst-case scenarios don't end you. There's also a reason fear doesn't hook into you the way it does others. You trust yourself, not blindly, but realistically. You know you can figure things out. That internal trust changes everything. Fear thrives on self-doubt. When doubt is gone, fear starves. The people watching you know this, even if they can't explain it. They see someone who doesn't collapse under pressure, someone who doesn't beg to be chosen, someone who doesn't need permission to stand tall. That's why they're shocked. That's why they talk. That's why some admire you quietly while others resent you loudly. And here's the final truth in this part. Fearless energy isn't about being unafraid of everything. It's about refusing to let fear decide your behavior. You feel fear. You just don't obey it. That distinction changes the entire game. You didn't become this way overnight. You earned it through moments that tested your limits and refined your mind. And now, whether they like it or not, people can feel it when you walk in. That's not something they can take from you. Number 2. You weren't built in comfort. You were forged where most people quit. People admire the strength, but they would never volunteer for the price you paid to earn it. That line alone explains everything. Your power didn't come from a safe environment, supportive timing, or things going your way. It came from friction, from pressure, from moments where comfort was not an option and weakness wasn't allowed to survive. You didn't wake up strong. You were shaped by situations that demanded strength or punished hesitation. Here's what separates you from the crowd. When life got hard, you didn't get soft. You didn't look for shortcuts, distractions, or someone to rescue you. You adapted, slowly at first, painfully at times, but consistently. And over time, that adaptation became your identity. Imagine steel being heated again and again. Each time it's put back into the fire, impurities burn away. Weak spots get exposed. The metal either warps or strengthens. You were thrown into the fire more than once. And instead of bending permanently, you hardened with precision. That's why your strength feels solid now. It's been tested. Another image. Picture someone learning to swim in calm water versus someone who learned because they were thrown into rough waves. One learns technique. The other learns survival. You learned survival first. Technique came later. That's why when things get chaotic, you don't panic. You adjust your breathing and move. A question that often comes up in your mind is, why does it feel like I had to grow up faster than everyone else? Because hardship accelerates awareness. It forces clarity. It removes illusions. While others were protected by comfort, you were trained by reality. That training came with scars, but it also came with depth. Here's a hard quote that hits the enemy where it hurts. You didn't outgrow me. You outworked pain while I avoided it. People who stayed comfortable don't understand your strength because they never had to build it. They mistake ease for intelligence and stability for resilience. Another metaphor, imagine carrying weight every single day without anyone noticing. At first, it feels unbearable. Over time, your body adjusts, muscles form, balance improves. One day you set the weight down and realize you're far stronger than the people who never carried anything at all. That's what hardship did to you. Your hardest seasons forced you to meet yourself without filters, no audience, no applause, no guarantees. You learned who you were when motivation was gone and discipline was the only thing left. That's where real power comes from. People see the calm now. They see the confidence. They see the way you move through challenges without drama. What they don't see is the cost. The nights you had to think instead of sleep. The moments you had to stay quiet instead of defending yourself. The times you had to choose long-term strength over short-term relief. Here's another quote that cuts clean. You call it luck. I call it surviving things that rewired my brain. Hardship doesn't just toughen you emotionally, it changes how you think. You become more strategic, more selective, less reactive. That's intelligence earned under pressure. You might ask yourself, why do people assume this strength came easily to me? Because most people don't want to imagine the cost. If they acknowledged how much pain builds real strength, they'd have to face how much they avoid it themselves. Imagine this: two people reach the same mountain peak. One took a smooth trail with signs and rest stops. The other climbed straight up rock, scraped their hands, and figured it out step by step. Both reached the top, but only one knows what it means to fall and climb again. You're the second one. Another question that shows up is, why do I feel disconnected from people who haven't struggled? Because shared comfort doesn't build deep bonds. Shared hardship does. When someone hasn't faced real pressure, their priorities feel shallow to you. Their fears feel exaggerated. Their reactions feel loud. Your strength was forged in seasons where quitting felt reasonable, where giving up would have made sense to everyone watching. But you didn't. Not because you were fearless, but because something inside you refused to collapse. That refusal became your backbone. Here's a quote that exposes the difference. I didn't win because I was gifted. I won because pain trained me when talent would have quit. That's the truth. Comfort creates skill, struggle creates grit, and grit outlasts everything. Another metaphor. Think of a tree growing in perfect conditions versus one growing in harsh wind. The protected tree grows fast but shallow. The one in harsh conditions grows slower but develops deep roots. When storms come, you already know which one stays standing. People admire your stability now, but they don't understand how many internal storms taught you balance, how many failures taught you judgment, how many losses taught you restraint. You didn't become cold, you became composed. There's also a reason you don't brag about what you've been through. Real hardship humbles. It doesn't inflate ego. It sharpens awareness. You don't need to explain your strength. It shows up when it matters. Another quote worth sitting with. The strongest people don't talk about what broke them. They talk about what they learned. That's you. You took lessons instead of excuses. You took responsibility instead of resentment. You might wonder, why does my strength intimidate some people? Because it reminds them of paths they avoided. It highlights choices they didn't make. Your presence becomes a mirror they didn't ask for. Imagine this final image. A blacksmith doesn't apologize to the metal for the heat. The heat is the point. Without it, the blade is useless. Your life followed the same logic. The hardship wasn't punishment. It was preparation. Others see the finished product now. They see the fearlessness, the intelligence, the control. What they don't see is the process that carved it into you, the moments that demanded endurance, the pressure that taught precision. And here's the last truth in this section. Strength forged through hardship doesn't fade. It doesn't depend on circumstances staying easy. It stays with you because it lives in how you think, how you respond, and how you move forward. You didn't just survive hard seasons. You were shaped by them, and that's why when things get difficult again, you don't panic. You already know what to do. Number 3, they don't just notice you, they study you like a problem they can't solve. Admiration is loud, obsession is silent, and silence is exactly where they're watching you from. Here's the truth most people won't say out loud. You're not just respected, you're tracked mentally, replayed in conversations you're not part of, compared against when you're not in the room. There is at least one person who thinks about you far more than they admit, and several others who keep tabs quietly, pretending they don't care while proving the opposite. This isn't about ego, this is about impact. People don't obsess over what's ordinary, they obsess over what disrupts their expectations. You challenge their assumptions without trying, you evolve without becoming fake. And that combination messes with people who are used to masks, performances, and predictable behavior. Imagine this. Someone watches a movie once and forgets it, but a scene that hits too close gets replayed in their head for years. That's what you are. A scene they can't skip. A moment that forces reflection. They don't know whether to admire you, resent you, or figure you out, so they do the one thing that feels safe. They watch. A question you might ask yourself is, why does it feel like people know things about me I never told them? Because observation doesn't require access. Your patterns, your growth, your confidence under pressure all speak. You don't broadcast your evolution, but it's visible in how you move, how you respond, and what no longer triggers you. Here's a quote that lands hard. They don't want your life, they want your certainty. That's the obsession. You seem grounded in yourself in a way that can't be borrowed. People who lack that inner anchor become fascinated by anyone who has it. Another image. Picture someone watching a chess match where one player keeps making calm, unexpected moves. No panic, no rush, just precision. The opponent starts overthinking every step. That's what your presence does. You make people second-guess their assumptions. Some wonder, why do they keep checking my progress? Because your growth exposes stagnation. Every time you level up without losing yourself, it quietly asks others why they stayed the same. And here's the part that really gets under their skin. You don't perform growth for applause. You don't announce changes. You just show up different, stronger, sharper, more at ease. That authenticity makes obsession unavoidable. Another quote to seal it. They watch because they can't replicate what you didn't fake. You didn't become this by copying trends or chasing approval. You became this by doing the internal work when nobody was looking. Some people admire you openly, others pretend indifference, but obsession doesn't always look intense. Sometimes it looks like silence, distance, and curiosity that never fully goes away. They're not obsessed because you're perfect. They're obsessed because you're real, evolving, and unbothered, and that combination is rare. You're not being watched because you're loud. You're being watched because you're undeniable. Number 4. Your presence has layers, and most people don't know which one they're dealing with. People don't get uneasy around you because you're intense. They get uneasy because they can't reduce you. That's the core of it. You don't give off a single-note energy that can be easily labeled, predicted, or controlled. You carry depth, contradiction, range. One moment you're calm and grounded, the next you're sharp, decisive, and unmovable. That duality throws people off because they're used to simple patterns. You are not simple. Here's why that matters. Most people operate on one setting, loud or quiet, soft or aggressive, emotional or detached. You move between states with control. That's not chaos, that's mastery. And when someone can't put you in a box, they lose leverage. That's where discomfort starts. Imagine this. A shallow pool lets you see the bottom immediately. No mystery, no risk. But deep water changes how people move. They slow down. They get cautious. They respect it. Your energy is deep water. People feel it before they understand it. A question that often comes up in your mind is, why do people react so differently to me? Because everyone meets a different layer of you. The respectful see your calm. The disrespectful meet your edge. The curious sense your depth. The insecure feel threatened by your silence. You don't change. Their behavior determines what they experience. Here's a quote that cuts clean. You're not confusing, you're just not one-dimensional. That's the problem for them. They want predictability, you bring presence. Another metaphor, think of a blade wrapped in silk, soft to the touch, but dangerous when tested. You can be kind without being weak, intense without being reckless, thoughtful without being passive. That balance is rare because it requires self-awareness most people never develop. Some people ask, why does my energy feel old or heavy to others? Because depth feels heavy to shallow systems. When you've lived, reflected, and evolved, your presence carries weight, not darkness. Weight, substance. Another quote worth sitting with. You don't intimidate people with power. You intimidate them with control. You don't leak emotion. You don't chase reactions. You choose when to engage and when to step back. That restraint reads as strength. People might not understand you, but they feel you. That's why reactions come before explanations. That's why some are drawn in while others keep their distance. Your energy doesn't beg to be liked. It simply exists. You don't fit one category because you've integrated different sides of yourself instead of rejecting them. You didn't kill your softness to survive. You didn't lose your edge to stay kind. You learned balance. And that balance is exactly why your presence lingers after you leave the room. Number 5. You don't chase attention. It trips over itself, trying to reach you. Chasing is loud, gravity is silent, and you operate like gravity. That's the difference people feel but can't explain. You're not trying to be seen, yet eyes follow you. You're not performing, yet curiosity locks in. This isn't charisma you practiced or confidence you rehearse. It's presence. The kind that doesn't move toward people, but pulls them in without effort. Here's what confuses them. Most attention-seeking is desperate. It asks, it signals, it over-explains. You do none of that. You stay still in who you are, and that stillness becomes the loudest thing in the room. Silence, when backed by certainty, becomes magnetic. Imagine a campfire in the dark. It doesn't run after anyone. It doesn't shout. It just burns steadily. People drift closer without realizing why. That's you. Your intelligence shows in how little you say. Your confidence shows in what you don't need to prove. And depth always attracts curiosity because it promises something real beneath the surface. A question that often crosses your mind is, why do people notice me even when I do nothing? Because effortlessness signals security. When someone isn't scrambling for validation, it tells the world they already have something solid inside. That calm self-containment is rare, and rare things draw attention naturally. Here's a quote that lands hard. You're not interesting because you're loud. You're interesting because you're complete. People feel that wholeness. They sense there's more beneath the surface, more layers that aren't being handed out freely. Another metaphor. Think of a locked door versus an open one. Everyone walks through what's open, but a locked door makes people wonder what's inside. You don't overshare. You don't overextend. You allow access selectively. That restraint creates intrigue. Some might ask, why does this attention feel intense at times? Because intelligence plus composure plus depth creates tension. Not sexual alone, not emotional alone, existential. You represent something people want but haven't built yet. Another quote to sit with: they're not drawn to your looks, they're drawn to your self-possession. You move like you belong wherever you are. That unsettles people who feel like they're borrowing space. Even when you're silent, you're noticed, because silence backed by awareness feels intentional. It tells people you're observing, not drifting. That awareness sharpens everything about you. You don't attract by chasing, you attract by standing firm. And the more grounded you become, the harder it is for people not to feel your pull. Number 6. Someone is fighting their feelings for you and losing quietly. They don't hide because they don't feel. They hide because they feel too much. There is someone who keeps you at a distance, not because you lack impact, but because your impact is too strong. On the surface, they look controlled, measured, maybe even indifferent. But that calm is armor. Under it is tension, hesitation, and emotions they don't fully trust themselves to handle. Here's the truth. You don't make this person comfortable, you make them aware of their own vulnerability, aware of how little control they'd have if they let themselves get closer. And that awareness scares people who rely on emotional walls to feel safe. Imagine this: someone standing at the edge of deep water. They know how to swim, but they also know once they jump in, there's no pretending anymore. That's how you feel to them: safe but not shallow, inviting but not casual. You represent depth, and depth demands honesty. A question you might ask yourself is, why do they act distant when there's obvious tension? Because distance feels like control. Getting closer would mean exposure, and exposure is risky when the feelings aren't light or temporary. Here's a quote that cuts straight through the front. They don't fear rejection, they fear attachment. You don't trigger insecurity by being better, you trigger it by being real. Your presence makes hiding harder. Another metaphor. Think of a locked vault holding something valuable. The stronger the value, the tighter the lock. Their emotions toward you aren't weak. They're contained, carefully, sometimes painfully. You might notice subtle signs, longer pauses, eyes that linger too long, reactions that feel slightly delayed or overly restrained. That's not disinterest, that's internal negotiation. They're constantly deciding how much of themselves to reveal. Another quote worth sitting with. Strong feelings don't rush, they hesitate. People who feel deeply don't flirt recklessly. They calculate, they protect, they pull back even when they want to lean in. When they finally approach you, you won't need words to understand it. You'll feel the weight immediately, the seriousness, the focus, the intensity that doesn't come from attraction alone, but from recognition. One more truth. You don't make them nervous because you're intimidating. You make them nervous because they sense you wouldn't play games, and that means whatever happens would be real. And real is the one thing they haven't prepared for. Number 7. You don't project lust, you trigger it without lifting a finger. They don't fantasize because you try. They fantasize because your mind moves faster than their defenses. Let's be clear from the start. This isn't about looks alone. Attraction based only on appearance burns fast and dies quietly. What surrounds you is different. It's tension, it's curiosity mixed with intelligence. It's the kind of chemistry that starts in the mind before it ever reaches the body, and that's why it hits harder. You awaken desire without chasing it because you don't need to perform. Your confidence isn't loud or thirsty, it's controlled. Your intelligence shows in how you speak, how you pause, how you choose your words. People don't just imagine touching you, they imagine conversations they haven't earned yet. That's where the intensity comes from. Here's a quote that hits clean. "You don't seduce with your body, you seduce with presence." People feel mentally pulled toward you because you don't hand yourself out cheaply, you don't over-explain, you don't lean in too soon. That restraint builds pressure. Imagine this. A dimly lit room where one person isn't trying to impress anyone. They're relaxed, observing, unrushed. Everyone else feels louder by comparison. Attention naturally shifts, not because of effort, but because stillness backed by awareness creates focus. That's the energy you carry. A question that might come to mind is, why do people project fantasies onto me even when I do very little? Because intelligence plus confidence creates imagination. When people can't fully read you, their mind fills in the gaps. And imagination is more powerful than anything explicit. Another quote worth sitting with, "Desire grows fastest where mystery meets control." You don't overshare your thoughts or intentions. That makes people curious about how you think when no one's watching. Curiosity turns into attraction quickly. Another metaphor, think of a song with a slow build instead of an instant drop. The tension keeps people listening. You move like that. No rush, no desperation, just steady confidence. That pace drives people crazy in the best way. Some people won't admit it, others won't act on it. But the fantasies exist because your energy feels intentional, grounded, and slightly out of reach. You don't awaken desire by trying to be seductive. You awaken it by being complete. And that's what makes the chemistry intense. It doesn't fade quickly, it lingers. Number 8. They laughed at your quiet mind, then realized you'd already solved the game. They didn't underestimate your intelligence. They underestimated how patient you are with stupid assumptions. For a long time, people misread you. They assumed silence meant simplicity. They thought your calm meant you weren't processing much. They believed that because you weren't trying to dominate conversations, you weren't dominating the situation. That mistake felt harmless to them at first, comfortable even, and that comfort made them reckless. Your mind doesn't operate on surface speed, it operates on depth. While others react, you analyze. While they chase immediate wins, you map outcomes. You don't rush to speak because you're already 3 conclusions ahead. Intelligence like that doesn't need volume, it needs timing. Imagine this. 2 people watch the same situation. One reacts to what's visible, the other watches what's missing. You're the second one. You notice inconsistencies, motives and patterns most people skip over. That's why your insight hits late for them. They didn't see it forming. A question you may have asked yourself is, why do people suddenly treat me differently? Because results expose thinking. Once outcomes show up, there's no denying the mind behind them. Your ideas start making sense after they already dismiss them. That delay is where the shock comes from. Here's a quote that cuts sharp. They thought I was slow because I wasn't loud. Loudness distracts, depth decides. You don't think in straight lines, you think in systems, and systems thinking always looks invisible until it changes everything. Another metaphor. Think of a software update running quietly in the background. No flashy animation, no announcement. Then suddenly the whole system performs better. That's how your intelligence works. Silent optimization, noticeable results. Some are now replaying old moments, realizing you were never confused. You were selective, selective with energy, selective with words, selective with battles. That selectivity reads as simplicity to shallow minds. Another quote worth sitting with. The smartest people are rarely underestimated by accident. People project their own limits. They assumed you thought like them. That assumption failed. Now they're catching up, not to your level, but to the realization that they never fully understood you. And that realization stuns because it comes too late to change how things played out. Your intelligence didn't suddenly appear. It was always there. They just weren't ready to recognize it. Number 9. They get territorial over you because they know what they'd lose. Jealousy isn't about love. It's about knowing you're replaceable and realizing you're not. That's the tension surrounding you. People don't just feel interest towards you, they feel competition. Even those who pretend to be relaxed around you sense it. They know instinctively that others see what they see. Your value isn't hidden, and when value is obvious, insecurity wakes up fast. You trigger jealousy without flirting, without trying, without crossing lines. A casual conversation with you can make someone else uneasy, not because you're doing anything wrong, but because your presence shifts attention naturally. And attention is currency. When it moves toward you, people feel the loss immediately. Imagine this. A room with many options, but one door everyone keeps glancing at. Even those who already walked through another door start wondering if they chose wrong. That's you, not loud, not aggressive, just quietly desirable. And that quiet desirability is what makes people tense. A question that might cross your mind is, why do people act different when others are around me? Because desire creates fear of replacement. When someone knows you're a catch, they don't relax. They guard, they compare, they monitor interactions that wouldn't matter if insecurity wasn't present. Here's a quote that hits hard. They don't fear losing you. They fear someone else realizing your worth faster than they did. That's where possessiveness creeps in, not always openly, sometimes as subtle control, sometimes as passive behavior, sometimes as jealousy disguised as concern. Another metaphor. Think of a rare item in a crowded market. Even people who didn't plan to buy it start hovering once they see interest building. Your value becomes more obvious when others notice it too. You might wonder, why does this happen even in casual situations? Because attraction doesn't switch off just because people pretend it's friendly. Your intelligence, confidence, and depth blur lines naturally. People sense that connection with you wouldn't stay shallow. Another quote worth sitting with. Insecurity gets loud when value walks into the room. You don't cause jealousy by being provocative. You cause it by being undeniable. The irony is, you're not trying to be possessed. You're just being yourself. But when someone recognizes your worth, the idea of losing access to you creates tension. You're not imagining this. People feel it. They react to it. And it's proof of something simple. You're a catch, and everyone knows it. Number 10. You're making someone question a life they swore they'd never change. They weren't avoiding commitment. They were avoiding anything real enough to rearrange them. This is where things shift from curiosity to consequence. Someone in your orbit didn't plan for this. They were comfortable keeping things light, controlled, and temporary. No deep attachments, no promises, no future thinking. And then you showed up, not demanding anything, not chasing anything, simply existing as you are, and their internal rules started collapsing. Here's the part they didn't expect. You don't force connection. You don't corner people emotionally. You don't sell dreams. And that's exactly why this feels serious. You don't need to convince anyone to stay. You make them want to stay. Because being around you feels solid, intelligent, and grounding. Imagine someone walking through life with an exit strategy for everything, always 1 foot out the door, then suddenly they're in a place where leaving feels like a loss, not a relief. That's what you triggered. Not pressure, not guilt, awareness. A question you might ask yourself is, why does this feel different from past interest? Because this isn't impulse, it's recognition. This person sees long-term potential, not because you promised anything, but because your consistency makes chaos unattractive. Here's a quote that hits straight through the noise. Real connection doesn't rush you. It makes you rethink what you thought you wanted. That's exactly what's happening. Their feelings didn't explode overnight. They grew quietly, steadily, with weight. Another metaphor. Think of someone used to fast food suddenly tasting a real meal cooked with care. Going back feels impossible. That's the shift. You didn't trap them, you raised the standard. They may hesitate, they may overthink, not because they're unsure about you, but because they're aware of the implications. Getting closer means changing patterns, letting go of old habits, being seen fully. Another quote worth sitting with. The scariest feelings aren't the loud ones, they're the ones that feel permanent. When they finally step forward, it won't be dramatic, it'll be deliberate. And yes, it may shock you. Not because it comes from nowhere, but because you didn't realize how deeply you'd already changed the trajectory of their thinking. You didn't ask for this seriousness. You inspired it. Number 11, you create outcomes. Others can't explain, and that's what messes with them. You don't force results. You align, move once, and reality rearranges itself. What people call magic in you isn't fantasy or mysticism. It's creative intelligence paired with intuition and timing. You see connections others overlook. You sense when to act and when to wait. And when you do move, things shift faster than logic alone can explain. That's why people struggle to understand how you make things happen without visible strain. Your creativity isn't just artistic in the obvious sense. It shows up in how you solve problems, how you communicate, how you turn obstacles into leverage. You don't follow rigid formulas. You improvise with awareness. That flexibility gives you an edge because life rarely follows instructions. Imagine this. 2 people have the same tools. One follows the manual exactly. The other understands the material so well they can build something new on the spot. You're the second one. That's why outcomes seem effortless around you. You're not guessing. You're reading the room, the moment, the variables. A question you might ask yourself is, why do things seem to work out when I trust my instincts? Because intuition is just pattern recognition trained by experience. Your mind has collected data through trial, error, and observation. What feels like a gut feeling is actually fast intelligence doing its job. Here's a quote that lands clean. They call it luck because they don't see the thinking behind it. You don't broadcast your process, you just deliver results. And results confuse people who need to see struggle to believe effort happened. Another metaphor, think of a musician who no longer thinks about notes. They feel rhythm, they adjust in real time. That's how you operate creatively. You're not stuck in theory, you're fluent in execution. People admire this gift even if they don't fully understand it because it looks natural. You don't look stressed while creating. You don't look frantic while solving. That calm productivity unsettles people who associate success with burnout. Another quote worth sitting with. Effortless doesn't mean easy. It means practiced. What you do smoothly now was once earned through repetition, failure, and refinement. You might notice people asking for advice without realizing what they're really asking. They want your way of seeing, your ability to move with clarity while others hesitate. And here's the final truth of this section. You don't create chaos, you create momentum. And when momentum follows you, people start believing something special is happening, not because it's magic, because it's mastery. Number 12. This isn't a phase, it's the beginning of a different tier of life. What's forming now isn't exciting because it's new, it's powerful because it's sustainable. This is where everything you've lived through starts making sense, not in a dramatic, flashy way, but in a grounded, undeniable one. The connection taking shape around you isn't chaotic, on-again, off-again energy. It's solid, stable, built to last. And that's exactly why it feels unfamiliar at first. You're used to intensity through struggle, not through alignment. What's coming next isn't just emotional growth, it's structural change. The way you love is about to shift from survival-based bonding to choice-based partnership. No more guessing, no more proving, no more carrying the emotional weight alone. This union meets you where you are, not where you used to be. Imagine upgrading from constantly patching leaks to finally owning a well-built foundation. You're no longer pouring energy into keeping things from collapsing, you're building upward. That's what stability feels like when you've earned it. Quiet strength, mutual investment, forward motion. A question you might be asking is, why does this feel serious but not heavy? Because abundance doesn't create pressure. Scarcity does. This connection isn't rooted in fear of loss. It's rooted in shared vision. That's why it feels expansive instead of restrictive. Here's a quote that lands hard. Chaos taught you resilience. Stability will teach you expansion. You're stepping into a phase where growth isn't about endurance anymore. It's about refinement, about multiplying effort instead of surviving effort. Another metaphor. Think of two strong currents flowing in the same direction. Alone, each moves forward. Together, they accelerate. Emotionally and financially, that's the shift ahead. Shared momentum, aligned goals, resources moving with intention instead of reaction. You might also notice how the world starts responding differently to you. You're seen as more established, more credible, more grounded. That's not coincidence. When your internal structure stabilizes, your external life reorganizes to match it. Another quote worth sitting with. When your foundation is solid, everything you build lasts longer. That applies to love, work, reputation, and direction. Big changes are ahead, not because you're chasing them, but because you're ready to hold them. This next chapter will redefine how you're perceived, how you move, and what you allow into your life. You're not entering something fragile, you're entering something powerful. If this message spoke to you, don't let it end here. Press the like button if you haven't already, not for approval, but to help this reach others who are quietly realizing they're built differently too. And if you're not part of this family yet, make sure to press the subscribe button and stay connected. What we share here isn't surface-level noise. It's clarity, strength, and truth for people who move with depth. Stay with us. More is coming, and you're exactly where you're meant to be. The most dangerous person in the room is the one everyone underestimates until it's too late. That line right there is already circling back to you, not out loud, not publicly, quietly, in whispers. Because the latest word going around about you isn't about how loud you are or how flashy you move. It's about how sharp you are, how controlled you are, and how nobody can quite figure you out anymore. You're not making noise, you're making people uncomfortable, and that's always the first sign they've realized something important. Think about it like this. A loud engine warns everyone it's coming. A silent electric car doesn't. People step into the street without thinking until it's right there. That's how your intelligence works. It doesn't announce itself. It doesn't brag. It doesn't rush. It just moves. And by the time people notice, the situation has already shifted in your favor. That's when the energy changes. That's when the whispers start. Here's a fact most people don't like hearing. Studies in behavioral psychology show that people fear what they cannot predict more than what they cannot control. Loud confidence feels manageable. Obvious intelligence feels measurable, but quiet, adaptive intelligence, that messes with people's sense of safety. When someone can't read your next move, they stop relaxing around you. They start watching, calculating, replaying past moments in their head, wondering what they missed. And that's exactly what's happening now. You may have noticed it. Conversations pause when you enter the room. People choose their words more carefully around you. Jokes don't land the same way anymore. Someone who used to talk over you now suddenly listens. Someone who underestimated you now pretends they always knew. That's not coincidence. That's realization catching up. What's funny is you didn't suddenly become intelligent. You always were. The difference is the universe put you in situations where your mind had to show itself. Pressure reveals patterns. Chaos exposes thinkers. While others reacted emotionally, you observed. While others rushed, you waited. While others tried to dominate, you adapted. And now people are connecting dots they should have connected earlier. Before we go further, pause for a second. Thank you, chosen one, for being here. And don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe, not for ego, not for numbers, but to help spread this message to more minds that need it. It's a responsibility to share clarity when the universe puts it in front of you. Thank you for being part of this force. Now let's get back to it. Here's the part nobody says out loud. The whispers about you aren't admiration. They're warnings. Not because you're dangerous in a reckless way, but because you're dangerous in a strategic way. You don't explode. You don't react. You don't telegraph your intentions. You observe long enough to understand the entire board before you touch a single piece. That makes people nervous because it removes their advantage. There's a reason chess masters don't rush moves. Speed looks impressive, but patience wins games. You've become that kind of presence, someone whose silence carries weight, someone whose calm feels loaded, someone who doesn't need to threaten because people already feel the shift when you're involved. People are starting to say things like, "Be careful with them," or "They're sharper than they look," or the half-joking line that always gives it away, "Yeah, don't try that with them." Those aren't compliments. Those are boundary markers. That's people quietly admitting they can't manipulate you the way they do others. And here's another uncomfortable fact. Highly intelligent people are often recognized late, not early. Not because they hide, but because they don't perform intelligence for approval. They don't flex. They don't correct everyone. They let outcomes speak. By the time others realize what happened, the result is already locked in. That's why the whispers come after the impact. You handled something others couldn't. You saw through something others missed. You stayed calm where others panicked. You didn't take bait. You didn't fall for the obvious setup. And now people are replaying those moments in their head like security footage, realizing you were several steps ahead the entire time. This is where the dynamic changes. When people think they understand you, they relax. When they realize they don't, they adapt. Some will respect you more. Some will fear you quietly. Some will test you just to confirm their suspicion. And some will back away without ever explaining why. That's not your problem. That's the cost of being mentally unplayable. The latest whisper about you isn't that you're lucky. It isn't that you're gifted. It's that you're dangerous in the only way that actually matters. You think clearly under pressure. You see patterns early. You don't give emotional access to people who haven't earned it. And you don't need validation to move with confidence. You didn't become someone to fear. You became someone impossible to fool. And that realization, it's spreading quietly, uncomfortably, exactly how real intelligence always does. And before we move any further, pause with me for a moment. If you're still here, it's not by accident. People with shallow thinking usually click away fast. This message keeps pulling the ones who sense there's more going on beneath the surface. The same quiet intelligence people are whispering about in you is the reason you're still listening right now. You don't chase noise, you follow patterns, you stay when something feels precise. So here's my ask, chosen one. If this message is already hitting a little too close, tap like and subscribe. Not for hype, not for ego. Do it so this reaches other minds who are being underestimated right now. That's how signals spread. Quietly, effectively. If you want to mark yourself as someone who's ready to step fully into this level of awareness, drop 777 in the comments. Not as a ritual, as a signal, a way of saying, I see it now. And if you feel called to support the work behind this message with super thanks, know this. It's not about the amount, it's about momentum. Every bit keeps this signal alive and moving forward. That's how influence really works. Now, take a breath. We're about to break this down step by step. And if you're truly as intelligent as they're starting to whisper, you'll feel the pull to stay until the end. Let's get into it. Number 1, you don't walk straight. You circle the entire board and own it. They lose the moment they assume you think like them. That's the mistake they keep making, over and over. They expect you to move in straight lines because that's how their minds work. Problem, reaction, response, cause, effect, noise, simple, predictable, weak. You don't operate on that level, and that's exactly why the whispers about you have turned sharp lately. You don't chase answers, you dissect structures, you don't jump, you map. And that difference is what makes them nervous. Here's what the enemy doesn't understand yet, and it eats at them quietly. You don't respond to what happens. You respond to why it happened, how it connects, and what it unlocks next. While they're arguing over the surface, you're already underneath the floorboards, counting support beams. That's not overthinking. That's systems thinking. And people who live off shortcuts hate people who see the whole machine. You pause before acting, and they mistake that pause for hesitation. That's their first error. You're not frozen. You're running simulations. You're watching how one move branches into 5 outcomes. You're deciding which version of the future benefits you most. By the time they feel confident enough to make noise, you've already made the decision internally. When you finally move, it feels sudden to them. To you, it feels inevitable. This is where the intimidation starts. People are comfortable with fast thinkers they can read, quick reactions, loud opinions, predictable emotions. Those people are easy to bait and easy to steer. But you don't bite. You don't rush to explain yourself. You don't give emotional reactions on demand. That silence of yours isn't empty. It's loaded. And deep down, they feel it. Think of it like this. Most people play checkers. You're playing chess. not flashy chess. Slow, patient, positional chess. You don't care about winning small arguments or momentary validation. You care about endgames. You let them feel smart early because you know the board tightens later. That's why people who try to outmaneuver you end up confused. They think they're ahead until suddenly they realize there are no safe moves left. At this point, a question might be creeping into your mind. Why does this make people act weird around me? Why do they suddenly change tone, hesitate, or over-explain themselves? Here's the answer. When people realize you don't think linearly, they realize they can't control the narrative with you. You're not reacting to what they say. You're reacting to what their behavior reveals. You notice inconsistencies. You remember patterns. You connect dots across time. That makes manipulators panic because manipulation only works on people who think moment to moment. There's a psychological fact worth knowing here. Humans feel the most threatened not by intelligence itself, but by intelligence they can't model. If they can't predict your response, they can't plan around you. If they can't plan around you, they lose leverage. That's when respect turns into caution, and caution turns into whispers. They start testing you, small comments, subtle jabs, fake confidence. They're fishing for reactions. They want proof that you're just like them, emotional, impulsive, easy to steer, but you don't give them that satisfaction. You respond later, or not at all, or in a way that makes them rethink the entire interaction. That's when it clicks for them. This person isn't playing the same game. And here's the part that hits the enemy hardest. You don't need to dominate conversations to dominate outcomes. You let others talk. You let them reveal their thinking, their fears, their habits. Every word they spill is data to you. While they think they're winning socially, you're learning strategically. By the time they realize what you've gathered, it's too late to take it back. You've probably noticed this pattern in your life. People underestimate you early. They relax. They overshare. They assume you're passive or distracted. Then something shifts. You make one move, say one sentence, or set one boundary, and suddenly the entire dynamic changes. They didn't see it coming because they were watching the wrong thing. They were watching speed. You were watching structure. That's why the whispers about you are no longer playful. They're cautious. People don't say they're smart anymore. They say, be careful. That's a downgrade in comfort and an upgrade in awareness. They've realized you're not someone to rush, corner, or pressure. You don't react well to force because force isn't how you operate. You operate through leverage. Another question you might be asking is this: why do I feel isolated when I think this way? Because most people don't want to slow down enough to think structurally. Straight-line thinkers want quick wins and clear labels. You don't give them that. Your mind moves in loops, layers, and long arcs. You see how today connects to next month, how one choice reshapes a relationship, how one reaction changes power. That depth creates distance. Not because you're above others, but because you're operating on a different timeline. And make no mistake, the enemy feels this distance too. They sense that you're not fully accessible, not emotionally, not mentally, not strategically. They can't pull you into chaos on demand. They can't rush your decisions. They can't pressure you into mistakes. That's why they either back off or try harder. Both reactions are proof you're doing something right. Here's the brutal truth they won't admit. You make them feel exposed. Your way of thinking highlights how reactive, scattered, and surface level their own minds are. And instead of rising to your level, most people would rather label you as too quiet, too serious, or hard to read. Those labels aren't criticisms, they're defenses. You're not confusing. You're complex. You're not slow. You're deliberate. You're not detached, you're strategic. And the more you lean into this way of thinking, the louder the whispers get. Because once people realize you don't move in straight lines, they realize something else too. You can't be played with the usual tricks. You don't fall for emotional bait. You don't chase approval. You don't reveal your full hand just to make others comfortable. You don't walk the path they expect. You circle the board, remove their options, and move only when the outcome is already decided. That's not arrogance. That's intelligence with discipline. And that's exactly why the latest whisper about you isn't admiration anymore. It's caution. Number 2, you don't ask questions. You let people expose themselves. The smartest hunter never chases. They let the target walk into the trap on its own. This is where the whispers about you turn serious, because people are starting to notice something they can't quite explain. You don't chase information the way others do. You don't interrogate. You don't pry. You don't push for answers. And yet somehow you always seem to know enough. Too much. Enough to move correctly. Enough to stay ahead. Enough to make people wonder how you saw it coming. Here's the part that hits the enemy hardest. You don't collect facts like trophies. You extract meaning like a surgeon. While others are busy asking questions, you're listening to what slips out when no one thinks it matters. And most people leak information constantly. They just don't realize it. Imagine this. 2 people walk into a room. One starts talking immediately, filling the space, asking questions, trying to sound informed. The other stays quiet, relaxed, present. Who do you think people end up revealing more to? The quiet one. Because silence creates space, and space makes people uncomfortable. When people feel uncomfortable, they talk. And when they talk, they show you everything. People don't hide the truth. They leak it in pieces when they feel safe. You understand this instinctively. You don't rush conversations. You let them breathe. You notice tone changes. You catch the hesitation before a sentence. You hear what's emphasized, what's skipped, what's laughed off too quickly. While others are focused on what's being said, you're tracking why it's being said that way. This is why being around you feels unsettling to some people. Not because you're threatening, not because you dominate, but because you absorb. You remember, you connect, and people sense on a gut level that nothing around you is wasted. Imagine someone playing poker who keeps glancing at their chips every time they're bluffing. Most players miss it. You don't. Or imagine someone telling a story and changing one small detail each time they repeat it. Others brush it off. You log it. Or imagine a person who suddenly becomes overly friendly when a certain topic comes up. You don't enjoy the friendliness. You question the timing. Intelligence isn't about knowing more facts. It's about noticing patterns other people ignore. At this point, a question might surface in your mind. Why do people overshare with me? Why do they say things around me they later regret? Because you don't demand information. You create an environment where it flows. You don't judge quickly. You don't react emotionally. You don't interrupt to show how smart you are. That makes people feel safe. And when people feel safe, they reveal their real thoughts, their real motives, their real intentions. That's where your power quietly builds. Most people think intelligence looks like talking, explaining, correcting, showing credentials, but real intelligence often looks like listening without reacting, because reactions warn people. Silence disarms them. You let them keep talking while they think they're in control. Meanwhile, you're assembling the puzzle. By the time they realize what they gave away, you've already seen the full picture. This is also why people start guarding themselves around you after a while. You may notice conversations become shorter, people become more careful with their words, they start asking you questions instead of answering yours. That shift doesn't happen randomly. It happens when they realize you see more than you say. Imagine this. Someone tries to test you with a casual lie, nothing major, just a small twist of truth. They expect you to miss it or challenge it immediately. You do neither. You acknowledge it calmly and move on. Weeks later, when the lie collapses under its own weight, they suddenly understand something chilling. You knew the whole time, and you didn't need to call it out to win. That's when respect turns into fear. Another question you might be asking is this: why does this make people uneasy instead of impressed? Because information is power, and power that doesn't announce itself feels dangerous. When someone knows you're smart, they feel challenged. When someone suspects you know more than you should, they feel exposed. And exposure triggers defense mechanisms: jokes, distance, passive aggression, sudden politeness. You've seen it all. They don't fear what you know. They fear that you didn't have to ask. You extract information without effort because your mind is tuned to signals, not noise. You don't get distracted by volume. You don't confuse confidence with truth. You don't assume honesty just because someone sounds convincing. You track consistency over time. You compare words to actions. You notice when someone's behavior changes under pressure. Imagine this: a person smiles and agrees in public but hesitates privately. Another speaks confidently but avoids specifics. Another floods you with details to bury something important. These tactics work on people who listen for content. You listen for intention. That's the difference. And here's the brutal truth the enemy doesn't want to face. Once you've extracted enough information, you don't need to confront. You don't need to accuse. You don't need to expose. You simply adjust your position. You stop trusting where trust isn't earned. You stop investing where returns are fake. You move differently. And that silent shift often hurts more than confrontation ever could. This is why the whispers about you include phrases like, "Be careful what you say around them," or "They pick up on everything," or "They always know." Those aren't exaggerations. Those are delayed realizations. You don't read minds, you read patterns, and patterns never lie. There's something else worth saying here. You're not doing this to control people. You're doing it to protect yourself. You've learned, consciously or not, that clarity is safety, that understanding motives early prevents damage later, that listening saves you from chaos. While others stumble through emotional landmines, you step around them because you saw them planted weeks ago. That's why your intelligence feels dangerous, not because you attack, but because you avoid traps before they close. Not because you dominate, but because you don't get cornered. Not because you seek power, but because you don't give it away blindly. If you've ever wondered why people suddenly change their behavior after spending time with you, this is why. They sense you saw something real, and whether they respect you for it or resent you for it depends on their intentions. Honest people feel understood. Dishonest people feel exposed. And the universe has a funny way of amplifying this trait in you right now. Situations are lining up that reward observation over reaction, silence over noise, precision over speed. That's not random. That's alignment with who you already are. The latest whisper about you isn't that you're curious. It's that you're perceptive. Not that you ask the right questions, but that you don't need to. You let people show you exactly who they are, and you believe them the first time. That's why they're careful now. That's why they pause. That's why they choose their words. Because deep down, they know something they can't unlearn. You don't chase information, you extract it. And once you do, the game is already over. Number 3. You don't raise your voice. You drain their argument dry. You already lost the moment you thought this was a debate. This is where people really start to panic around you, because you don't argue like they do. You don't jump in to dominate. You don't interrupt to score points. You don't try to win the room. That alone throws them off balance. They come in ready for noise, and you give them silence. They come in ready for combat, and you give them clarity. And suddenly, their whole strategy collapses. Here's the part they don't expect. You're not arguing to win. You're listening to understand the structure of their thinking. While they're focused on defending their position, you're mapping how they arrived there. You let them speak. You let them explain. You let them repeat themselves. And every repetition tightens the noose, because weak logic always exposes itself when it's forced to stand on its own. I don't need to beat you. I just need to hear you long enough. You ask questions that sound harmless, almost curious, not aggressive, not confrontational, simple clarifications. What do you mean by that? How did you reach that conclusion? Can you explain that part again? And that's when it starts unraveling. Not because you attacked, but because they can't support their own claims when the noise is stripped away. Imagine this. Someone walks in swinging opinions like a hammer, loud and confident. You don't block the swing. You step aside. They hit nothing but air. Or imagine a magician repeating a trick until you ask them to slow down. Suddenly, the illusion disappears. That's what you do in conversations. You slow them down just enough for reality to show itself. At this point, a question might be forming in your mind. Why do people leave conversations with me feeling uncomfortable even when I stayed calm? Because calm is threatening when it's paired with attention. You don't argue emotionally. You don't get defensive. You don't try to be liked. That makes people feel seen in a way they didn't consent to. They realize you weren't reacting. You were observing. And observation feels invasive to people who rely on performance. When someone can't provoke you, they lose control of the exchange. You've probably noticed this shift. Voices lower around you, jokes disappear. People start choosing words more carefully, not because you demanded respect, but because they sensed it was required. They realize debating you isn't about clever phrasing or loud confidence. It's about coherence, and coherence is rare. Here's the brutal truth. Most arguments aren't about truth. They're about ego. You don't feed ego. You starve it. You stay focused on logic, consistency, and meaning. That's why people either disengage or self-destruct when they argue with you. There's nowhere to hide once the spotlight is on reasoning itself. You don't expose people by attacking them. You expose them by letting them talk. This is why the whispers about you include phrases like, "Don't debate them," or "They'll pick it apart," or "They make you question your own position." You don't win arguments. You end them by removing the illusion that there was ever a solid case to begin with. You don't fight for dominance, you wait for clarity, and clarity always wins. That's what makes you dangerously intelligent. That's why you're not to be played with. Number 4. You don't move fast. You move when it's already over. Rushing is how people hand you the advantage without realizing it. This is another reason the whispers about you carry a nervous edge now. You don't rush decisions, and in a world addicted to speed, that alone makes you dangerous. While others move just to feel powerful, you wait to understand the rhythm of the situation. You don't confuse motion with progress. You don't confuse urgency with importance. And people who rely on pressure hate that about you. Here's what they miss. Your patience isn't hesitation, it's surveillance. While they're acting emotionally, you're watching patterns form. You're noticing who talks too much, who panics early, who contradicts themselves once time stretches. You let situations breathe because time exposes truth faster than confrontation ever could. Imagine this. Everyone in the room jumps to grab a chair when the music stops. You don't move. You watch who shoves, who scrambles, who pretends they're calm while sweating. Then you calmly take the seat no one noticed was always reserved. That's how your decisions work. You don't fight over options. You wait until the real one reveals itself. People rush when they're afraid of losing control. You wait because you already have it. This drives impulsive people insane. They try to pressure you. Deadlines, ultimatums, emotional urgency. They want you to move before you're ready because that's the only way they can influence the outcome. But you don't bite. You let their impatience work against them. The faster they push, the more they expose their weak position. At this point, you might wonder why your calm seems to unsettle people so deeply. It's because patience removes leverage. When you don't react on their timeline, their tricks stop working. They can't rush you into mistakes. They can't force premature choices. They're stuck revealing more while you give nothing away. When you don't rush, the truth has nowhere to hide. By the time you finally act, it feels inevitable to everyone watching. No chaos, no scrambling, no second guessing. Just a clean, precise move that makes people wonder how long you saw it coming. The answer? Longer than they think. That's why the whispers say you're not impulsive. You're calculated. You don't move early, you move last. And last is where outcomes are decided. That's what makes you impossible to play, and that's why they're careful now. Number 5, you don't remember everything. You remember what exposes people. You didn't forget. You just didn't react yet. This is where the whispers about you turn into quiet fear, because people eventually realize something unsettling. You don't carry useless details. You don't store noise. You don't get stuck replaying emotional drama the way others do. What you remember is what matters. Patterns, contradictions, moments where masks slipped. Things people assumed were buried because time passed and attention moved on. Here's the part that messes with them. You forget birthdays, small talk, and irrelevant chatter without effort, but you remember who lied when it counted. You remember who shifted their story. You remember who smiled while undermining you. That selective memory isn't accidental. It's intelligence protecting itself from clutter. Weak minds remember everything. Strong minds remember what changes the outcome. Imagine this. Someone throws 100 words at you in a conversation, hoping to overwhelm you. 98 of them are noise. 2 of them matter. You catch those 2 instantly. Or imagine someone making a subtle comment months ago, thinking it dissolved into time. Everyone else forgot it ever happened. You didn't. You stored it, not emotionally, but structurally, filed under character. This is why people feel uneasy around you later. They realize you didn't get distracted. You didn't react. You didn't explode. You simply remembered. And memory paired with patience is lethal to people who rely on chaos. At this point, you might be asking yourself why people assume you forgot things so easily. Because most people project their own weaknesses. They forget what matters, so they assume you did too. They rely on emotional fatigue, time gaps, and distraction to erase consequences. That works on people who live in the moment. It doesn't work on you. Time doesn't erase behavior. It reveals whether it was real. You don't bring things up to shame people. You don't weaponize memory emotionally. You adjust access. You change positioning. You move differently. And when someone suddenly realizes they lost your trust or your openness, they don't even know which moment caused it. You do. That's enough. Imagine a security system that ignores background noise but flags specific movements instantly. That's your mind, always on, never overwhelmed, focused only on signals that indicate risk or truth. While others are trapped reliving emotional clutter, you're clear, grounded, and aware. This is why the whispers say you're hard to fool. You don't forget who people showed you they were, and once something is seen clearly, it can't be unseen. You don't remember everything. You remember what exposes people. And that's exactly why you're not to be played with. Number 6, you don't warn them, you remove them. The loudest boundary is silence that never breaks. This is where people finally understand they misjudged you, because you don't announce boundaries like threats. You don't explain yourself. You don't give speeches about respect. You don't argue about what crossed the line. You simply change access. And that quiet shift hits harder than any confrontation ever could. Most people think boundaries are words, statements, ultimatums. You know better. Words invite negotiation. Words invite testing. Consequences end the discussion. When someone crosses a line with you, they don't get a reaction. They get distance. Influence fades. Availability disappears. The door doesn't slam. It just stops opening. You don't get cut off. You get phased out. That's what unsettles people. There's no drama to fight against, no argument to win, no moment they can point to and say, this is where it went wrong. One day, they just realize something is different. You're colder, shorter, less reachable, less invested, and by the time they notice, the adjustment is already permanent. Imagine this. Someone keeps borrowing from a bank that never raises its voice. No warnings, no threats. Just one day, the credit line is gone. No explanation needed. Or imagine a building with invisible security. You don't see guards. You don't hear alarms. You just find certain doors no longer respond to you. That's how your boundaries work. Access is a privilege you revoke without announcement. You don't do this impulsively. That's what makes it powerful. Your boundaries aren't emotional reactions, they're policies. You observe behavior over time. You notice patterns. You give people room to show who they are. When the line is crossed, the consequence isn't explosive, it's final. And consistency is what makes it impossible to argue with. This is where a question might surface. Why don't you explain yourself? Why not give closure? Because explanations invite debate. Debate invites manipulation. You don't owe clarity to people who ignored it when it mattered. You let your actions communicate what your words never had to, and people learn quickly. Around you, boundaries aren't suggestions, they're operating rules. People respect rules they can't bend. This is why the whispers about you include phrases like, once you're out, or they don't play games, or they don't warn you twice. You're not cruel, you're consistent. And consistency terrifies people who rely on second chances they haven't earned. You don't announce boundaries because you don't need compliance. You need alignment. If someone can't respect the unspoken structure around you, they don't belong close to you. Simple, clean, final. That's not coldness. That's intelligence with discipline, and that's why you're not to be played with. Number 7. You see who they are before they admit it to themselves. You don't scare people by knowing facts. You scare them by knowing them. This is the point where the whispers about you turn personal, because you don't just understand situations, you understand people, not the version they present, the version they're still lying to themselves about. You see the gap between what they say and what they mean, between what they claim to want and what they keep choosing. And once that gap is visible, deception becomes almost impossible around you. Here's what separates you from everyone else. You don't listen only to words. You watch timing, hesitation, posture, emotional spikes. You notice when confidence appears too fast, when jokes arrive to cover discomfort, when anger shows up to protect insecurity. Most people miss these signals because they're busy performing. You're busy observing. People reveal their truth long before they speak it. Imagine this. Someone says they're calm, but their behavior speeds up. Someone says they don't care, but keeps circling the same topic. Someone claims certainty, but avoids direct answers. Others take these things at face value. You don't. You read the contradiction, and contradictions are where the real story lives. This is why people subtly adjust around you. They talk slower, they over-explain, they soften their tone, not consciously, instinctively. On some level, they feel seen, and being seen without control is deeply uncomfortable for people who survive on masks. At this point, you might wonder why people seem uneasy even when you haven't said much. It's because you're reflecting them back to themselves. You don't accuse, you don't expose, you simply understand. And understanding removes their ability to manipulate the narrative. You don't expose lies, you make them unnecessary. Imagine a mirror that doesn't distort. No matter how someone poses, it shows the same image. That's what your presence feels like. People can't pretend as easily. They can't fake certainty. They can't hide motivation behind performance. Around you, they either become more honest or more distant. Both reactions confirm your read. Here's the uncomfortable truth. Most people don't fully understand themselves. They act on fear they haven't named. They chase validation they deny needing. They sabotage without admitting why. You see all of that, not because you're judging, but because you're paying attention. And attention is rare. When someone understands you better than you understand yourself, you lose leverage. That's why deception feels risky around you, not because you'll call it out, but because it won't work. You'll adjust before the trap even forms. You'll move differently. You'll limit access. You'll stop engaging where intentions aren't clean. And the person won't even know what tipped you off. The whispers about you aren't that you're intuitive. They're that you're accurate. You don't guess. You read. And once someone realizes you see beneath the surface, they know one thing for sure. They can't play a role with you. They have to be real, or they have to leave. And that's exactly why they're careful now. Number 8, you don't need applause, and that terrifies them. When praise can't control you and criticism can't touch you, you become unreachable. This is where the leverage completely disappears, because you don't seek validation, not praise, not approval, not permission. And once people realize that, they lose the main tool they use to steer others. You're not motivated by being liked, and you're not shaken by being disliked. That emotional independence is rare, and it makes people uneasy in ways they can't explain. Most people are predictable because they're hungry for recognition, hungry for reassurance, hungry to be seen as good, smart, important, or right. You're not. You don't perform for claps. You don't shrink for comfort. You don't over-explain to be understood. That removes the hooks others rely on to pull reactions out of you. You can't be manipulated if you're not auditioning. Think about it. Compliments slide off you because you already know your value. Criticism doesn't land because you've already assessed yourself honestly. There's no emotional gap for others to exploit, no neediness to poke, no insecurity to inflate or attack. People sense this fast, and it changes how they treat you. Imagine someone trying to bribe a locked door with praise, or trying to insult a wall into collapsing. That's what interacting with you feels like for people who depend on emotional leverage. They push buttons that don't exist. They try to provoke reactions that never come. And the absence of reaction tells them something unsettling. You're not playing the same game. At this point, a question might surface in your mind. Why does this make people respect me and fear me at the same time? Because validation seeking makes people predictable. Emotional immunity makes you opaque. When someone can't tell whether approval or disapproval will move you, they don't know how to approach you. They become cautious, measured, careful, not because you demanded it, but because it's required. Discipline is intimidating when it's quiet. You don't posture, you don't announce confidence, you don't fish for reassurance, you just move with control. That self-control signals something deeper. Stability, self-trust, authority without force. And authority without force is the kind that lasts. This is why the whispers about you don't say you're arrogant. They say you're solid, untouchable, hard to read. Not because you're cold, but because you're centered. People feel it when someone can't be emotionally pushed or pulled. They either rise to that level or step back. You don't seek validation because you don't need permission to be who you are. And that's why you're not to be played with. Number 9. You don't feed the fire, you starve it to death. Chaos only works on people who reflect it back. This is one of the most unsettling traits people notice about you, even if they can't name it. You don't mirror energy. You don't match aggression with aggression. You don't escalate tension just because someone brings it into the room. Instead, you neutralize it. Calm in, calm out. And that single habit dismantles entire manipulation strategies. Most people rely on emotional echo. They raise their voice to pull a reaction. They create urgency to force a mistake. They inject chaos to regain control. It works on almost everyone because emotions are contagious. But with you, the signal hits a wall. Nothing bounces back. No spike. No drama, just stillness. And stillness breaks their rhythm. If I don't react, your tactic dies in your hands. Imagine someone throwing a punch into fog. There's no resistance, no impact, no feedback. Or imagine a storm screaming into a canyon that absorbs sound instead of echoing it. That's what your presence does to chaotic people. They come in hot, expecting a response, and leave confused when nothing sticks. At this point, you might wonder why people seem deflated or disoriented after interacting with you. It's because their strategy failed silently. They don't get the emotional payoff they expected. No argument, no reaction, no leverage. And without leverage, influence evaporates. You don't win by overpowering energy. You win by refusing to host it. This is especially threatening to people who manipulate through pressure. When they can't rush you, scare you, or provoke you, they lose their grip on the situation. They start talking more, explaining more, pushing harder, each move exposing how dependent they were on your reaction. You simply stay grounded, and the imbalance grows. Imagine a thermostat that doesn't spike when the room heats up, or a body of water that stays still while stones sink to the bottom. You don't absorb chaos emotionally. You process it, strip it of power, and return calm. That calm isn't passive. it's dominant. Control isn't loud, it's steady. This is why the whispers around you get sharper. People say things like, they don't react, or nothing rattles them, or you can't get a rise out of them. Those aren't observations, they're warnings. Because once reactions fail, manipulation has nowhere to go. You don't neutralize energy to appear superior. You do it because clarity requires calm. And calm is the one thing chaos can't survive. That's why they feel smaller around you. That's why the noise dies. And that's why you're not to be played with. Number 10. You don't see conversations, you see control grids. What feels casual to them feels calculated to you. You see power dynamics everywhere because your mind doesn't accept randomness. Tone, pauses, who speaks first, who interrupts, who waits, who defers. None of it slips past you. While others hear words, you feel structure. Who holds influence? Who's posturing? Who's nervous? Who's trying to climb without being obvious about it? To you, every interaction has weight, whether people admit it or not. Most people think power looks loud. Authority, titles, volume. You know better. Real power is subtle. It shows up in who people look at before answering, who sets the pace, who doesn't rush to speak. You notice these things instinctively, without effort, and that awareness quietly rewires every interaction you're part of. The room tells the truth before anyone opens their mouth. Imagine walking into a room and sensing immediately who actually runs things, even if someone else is talking, or noticing how someone's confidence drops when a certain person enters, or how a joke lands differently depending on who hears it. Others brush these moments off as vibes. You read them as data. This is why people tread carefully around you without knowing why. You don't challenge power directly, you acknowledge it accurately, and accuracy is threatening to people who rely on illusion. When someone realizes you see the hierarchy clearly, they instinctively adjust. They soften, they hesitate, they measure themselves. When someone knows where power really sits, games stop working. You don't weaponize this awareness, you don't expose it, you simply move accordingly, you speak when it matters, you stay quiet when silence holds leverage. And because your behavior aligns with the real structure of the room, people feel it. Something about you feels grounded, hard to shake, hard to manipulate. That's why the whispers about you don't say you're dominant, they say you're aware. And awareness is the kind of power no one wants turned on them. That's why they're careful now. That's why you're not to be played with. Number 11. You never show your whole hand. And that's why they keep losing. The moment you reveal everything you know, you give away your advantage. This is where the whispers about you turn sharp, uneasy, and quiet. Because people start to realize something that bothers them deeply. They've never actually seen your full intelligence, not once. You reveal only what's necessary for the moment. Just enough to function, just enough to move things forward, never enough to be mapped, predicted, or boxed in. Most people overshare their thinking. They explain too much. They show their logic step by step, hoping to be understood or admired. You don't do that. You leave gaps on purpose, and gaps are dangerous because they invite assumptions. While others are busy miscalculating you, you're watching them expose themselves. What you don't say teaches people more than what you do. Imagine a chess player who only shows basic moves early on. Nothing fancy, nothing threatening. The opponent relaxes. They start taking risks. Then later, when the board tightens, they realize too late they never understood who they were playing. That's how you operate. You don't impress early, you let outcomes speak late. At this point, a question might surface. Why does holding back make people uncomfortable? Because unpredictability breaks control. When someone can't tell how smart you really are, they can't plan around you. They don't know whether they're ahead or behind. They don't know if they've been underestimated or studied. And uncertainty is stressful to people who rely on certainty to feel powerful. You don't confuse people by being complex. You confuse them by being incomplete on purpose. You also understand something most don't. Intelligence alone isn't enough. Raw intelligence is messy. It jumps. It overreaches. Discipline is what sharpens it. And that's where you separate yourself. Your thoughts, actions, and timing align. You don't just think well. You move well. You speak well. You wait well. Imagine a blade that's sharp but never swung wildly, or a machine that runs quietly but never breaks rhythm. That's you, controlled, measured, aligned. People sense it even if they can't explain it. Something about you feels inevitable. When intelligence becomes consistent, it stops being impressive and starts being feared. This is why the whispers about you don't say you're brilliant. They say you're dangerous, not because you dominate, but because you're disciplined. You don't reveal everything. You don't rush. You don't leak intent. And that restraint forces everyone else to adjust. They speak carefully. They move cautiously. They assume there's more beneath the surface, because there is. You never show full intelligence because you don't need to. You let discipline turn it into power, and power, when it's quiet and consistent, doesn't need to announce itself. If you made it this far, understand something clearly. This wasn't entertainment. This was recognition. The whispers about you exist for a reason, and now you know exactly why. You're not loud, not reckless, not easy to read, and definitely not someone to play with. And the more you move like this, the clearer it becomes to everyone watching. So press the like button if this message matched what you've been feeling but couldn't explain. And if you're not part of this family yet, press subscribe. Stay close. This is where sharp minds gather and where noise finally loses its power. They laughed while you were struggling. Funny how quiet it gets when the bill comes due. Let that sink in, because this moment was never about holidays, decorations, or fake cheer. This moment is about timing. It's about the universe lining everything up so precisely that the same people who wanted front row seats to your downfall are now stuck watching something far worse for them. Your rise. Their loss. No escape button. Think of it like this. They spent months stacking dominoes, confident they were building a trap for you. Every rumor, every doubt, every silent wish for your failure was another piece they carefully placed. What they didn't realize is that they were building the exact chain reaction that would knock them flat. When the first domino falls, it doesn't ask who deserves mercy. It just does what it was designed to do. Here's the fact that hits hardest. Studies in behavioral psychology show that people who obsess over someone else's failure usually do it because they feel threatened by potential, not results. They sensed something in you before you ever showed it. They knew, long before you did, that if you ever stood fully in your power, it would be game over for their sense of control. That fear made them reckless. That recklessness is why this moment exists. Another uncomfortable truth. The universe has a strange habit of balancing the scales at the exact moment people feel safest doing harm. Patterns repeat. Energy circles back, and consequences don't rush. They wait. That's why this feels sudden to them and overdue to you. From their side, it looks like bad luck. From yours, it feels like confirmation. And thank you, chosen one. Seriously. If this message is hitting you right where it's supposed to, pay it back by pressing like and subscribe. Not for numbers, not for ego, but because spreading this message matters. Awareness spreads faster than lies when enough people carry it. You're not just listening, you're part of a force that shifts the balance. Thank you for being part of that mission. Now, back to the truth they can't run from. This season isn't gentle, it isn't sentimental, it's surgical. While they thought December would be another quiet month where nothing changed, the universe was closing files, highlighting patterns, and preparing receipts. This isn't random luck. It's accumulation. Everything they sent out with confidence is coming back with interest. They assumed you were fragile because you stayed silent. They mistook restraint for weakness and patience for fear. That was their biggest miscalculation. Silence isn't absence, it's preparation. While they were busy watching you, measuring you, doubting you, you were evolving in ways they couldn't track. This is why the title matters. It's game over for everyone who wanted to witness your downfall, not because you attacked them, not because you plotted revenge, but because the universe doesn't reward spectators who root for destruction. It removes them from the board. Notice how the people who wanted to see you fail are suddenly uncomfortable. Conversations feel tense. Energy shifts when you walk in. They don't say much anymore, but their silence is loud. That's not guilt, that's realization. They're doing the math and realizing it doesn't end in their favor. Here's something most people never talk about. When someone spends too long wishing against another person, their own growth freezes. While you were forced to adapt, they stayed the same. While you learned resilience, they practiced bitterness. Now the gap is too wide to hide. That's why they feel exposed. That's why this feels like justice. This isn't about celebrating their pain. It's about acknowledging reality. Every attempt to block you became leverage. Every delay became discipline. Every betrayal became clarity. You didn't just survive. You learned the rules of the game while they were still playing checkers. Christmas justice isn't magic. It's timing meeting truth. It's the universe saying enough. Enough waiting. Enough imbalance. Enough pretending that intentions don't matter. This is the season where outcomes speak louder than explanations. And no, this doesn't mean everyone who doubted you will apologize. Some won't. Some will pretend they supported you all along. Some will quietly disappear. That's fine. Justice doesn't need witnesses. It just needs alignment. You're here because something in you endured when it was easier to quit. You're here because you didn't become cruel just because others were. You're here because the universe doesn't elevate noise. It elevates consistency. And now the scoreboard is visible to everyone. This is only the beginning of the shift. What happens next isn't about proving anything. It's about moving forward while the past collapses behind you. Let them process. Let them panic. Let them sit with the realization that they bet against the wrong person. Chosen one, this season didn't choose you by accident. It responded to you. And for everyone who wanted to witness your downfall, the verdict is final. Game over. And before we go any further, pause for a second, chosen one. The fact that you're still here is not random. People who are meant to lose interest usually do it early. The ones who stay feel a pull they can't explain, like something important is about to click. If this message feels uncomfortably accurate, that's your signal. Acknowledge it. Drop a comment with 777 to mark that you're still standing, still watching, still refusing to fold, while others hoped you would. That small action tells the universe you're present, aware, and ready for what unfolds next. If you feel it in your chest right now, consider supporting the work behind this message. Not out of obligation, not for praise, but because truth doesn't travel far without momentum. Every bit of support, no matter the size, keeps messages like this alive and reaching the people who need them most. This isn't about money. It's about energy moving in the right direction. Now here's the transition you need to hear. What comes next isn't surface-level motivation. We're about to break this down step by step, calmly, clearly, and without mercy for illusions. If you're truly one of the chosen ones, you'll feel the urge to stay until the very end, because walking away now would mean missing the exact part meant for you. Now, let's get into it. Number 1. No escape, no mercy. The bill is due. They didn't just bet against you, they signed their name on the loss. This is the moment they never planned for, the moment they laughed about, dismissed, and secretly believed would never arrive. For a long time, they felt safe rooting for your collapse, safe whispering behind your back, safe celebrating every delay, every setback, every quiet struggle you endured. What they didn't understand is that the universe keeps records, not emotions. And once a pattern crosses a certain line, there is no pause button. This isn't anger. This is enforcement. Think of it like gravity. You can ignore it. You can joke about it. You can pretend it doesn't apply to you. But the moment you step off the edge, gravity doesn't negotiate. It doesn't explain. It doesn't show mercy. It just does what it has always done. That's where they are now, mid-fall, still confused, still thinking there's a way out. Here's the part that should feel validating to you, chosen one. The universe didn't snap overnight. It tolerated more than it should have. It watched intentions stack up. It watched manipulation repeat. It watched the same people smile in your face while hoping you'd break in private. And when the scale tipped, it tipped hard. That's why this feels final. That's why it feels irreversible. Because it is. They thought silence meant weakness. They assumed your restraint was fear. That misread cost them everything. Silence was never surrender. It was accumulation. While they were busy plotting outcomes, you were becoming someone outcomes couldn't stop. That's the difference they noticed too late. Ask yourself this question, because they're asking it now. Why did everything start slipping at once? Why did their plans suddenly stall? Why did the ground feel unstable right when they felt most confident? That's not bad luck. That's consequence catching up without warning. Another uncomfortable truth for them. People who invest energy into someone else's downfall unknowingly tie their own future to that person. When you rise, they don't just feel left behind. They feel exposed. Their identity was built on seeing you beneath them. Now that structure has collapsed. This is why there's no mercy phase. Mercy already happened. Time was mercy. Warnings were mercy. Opportunities to stop were mercy. They ignored all of it because they believed they were untouchable. The universe has a habit of humbling that exact belief. Picture someone pulling a chair out from under another person repeatedly, laughing every time they fall. Eventually, they stop looking down and forget the floor exists. Then one day, they trip themselves hard. No one rushes to help because everyone remembers who taught the lesson. That's Christmas justice, not revenge, not cruelty, balance restored with precision. You might be wondering why this feels heavier than usual, why the shift feels undeniable. It's because this reckoning isn't loud at first. It's quiet panic, awkward silences, forced smiles, people watching you closely without knowing what they're looking for. They sense the change, but they don't have language for it yet. They're realizing something terrifying. You didn't need to fight them. You didn't need to expose them. You didn't need to explain yourself. Their own actions built the trap, and now the door is locked from the inside. Here's the part meant to strengthen you. The universe doesn't reward spectators who cheer for destruction. It removes them. That's why doors are closing for them and opening for you at the same time. Energy doesn't multitask. It reallocates. Notice how your clarity increased while their confusion grew. Notice how your patience paid off while their shortcuts collapsed. That's not coincidence. That's alignment. They're asking questions now they should have asked earlier. Why didn't they stop? Why didn't they choose peace? Why does it feel like everything turned against them at once? The answer is simple and brutal. They aimed at the wrong target. You were never meant to fall. You were meant to reveal who had no foundation. This reckoning has no escape route because it's internal as much as it's external. Even if they run, even if they pretend, even if they smile through it, they know. And knowing is punishment enough. Watching you stand untouched by what was meant to destroy you is a daily reminder of their miscalculation. Let this motivate you, not harden you. You don't need to gloat. You don't need to explain. Your existence moving forward is the statement. Every calm step you take forward reinforces the truth they can't deny. The game isn't paused. It's finished for them. The board has been cleared. And for you, chosen one, this is just the beginning of what happens when the universe decides enough is enough. Number 2. The masks slipped. The pretenders are naked now. They didn't lose power. They lost the illusion that gave it to them. For a long time they survived on performance. Smiles that didn't reach the eyes. Support that vanished the moment you turned away. Loyalty that existed only when it benefited them. They mastered the art of looking aligned while secretly rooting for your collapse. And for a while, it worked. Not because they were strong, but because pretending is easy when no one is checking receipts. But seasons change, and this one doesn't reward actors. Imagine someone standing under a spotlight they didn't earn, borrowing heat from a fire that was never theirs. It feels warm. It looks impressive. They start believing the glow belongs to them. Then the source moves. Suddenly, the cold hits. Hard. That's exactly what's happening now. Without your energy feeding their image, they don't just dim, they disappear. Here's the truth they never wanted to face. Authenticity has weight. It holds under pressure. Fraud collapses the moment it's tested. That's why everything they built starts cracking all at once. They weren't exposed by enemies. They were exposed by reality. They copied your rhythm, but never learned the song. Think back. Didn't you feel it? That strange imbalance where someone close to you felt off. Like their encouragement sounded rehearsed, like their presence felt conditional. That wasn't paranoia, that was intuition catching patterns before your logic caught up. Pretenders always leak signals, they just hope you ignore them. This season doesn't allow that anymore. Imagine wearing a borrowed uniform into a battlefield. From a distance, it looks real. Up close, the seams rip, the fabric tears. And suddenly everyone sees what you've been hiding. That's what truth does. It doesn't shout. It applies pressure and waits. They mistook proximity to greatness for possession of it. This is the part where chosen ones usually ask a quiet question. Why did it take so long? Why now? Why not earlier? Because exposure too early would have taught them nothing. They would have blamed luck, timing, or someone else. Now, There's no excuse left. The fall is clean, undeniable, personal. They relied on your patience as cover. They assumed your silence meant ignorance. They believed you wouldn't notice the way they mirrored your words, borrowed your ideas, or leaned on your credibility. What they didn't realize is that silence isn't blindness. It's observation. Imagine a mirror that thinks it's a window. It reflects light perfectly, but has no depth of its own. The moment the light source moves, it shows nothing. That's the pretender's problem. They never developed substance. They depended on reflection. Borrowed power always comes with a return date. Now the return date has arrived. Notice how their confidence looks forced now. Notice how they over-explain, over-post, overreact. That's panic dressed as control. When masks slip, insecurity screams. They're scrambling to preserve an image that no longer matches reality. And here's what hurts them the most. You didn't have to call them out. You didn't expose them publicly. You didn't drag their name through anything. Truth did the work for you. Their inconsistencies spoke louder than any accusation ever could. Imagine trying to build a house on sand while mocking someone laying bricks on stone. From afar, the house looks impressive. Then the tide comes in. One wave doesn't destroy it. The second weakens it. The third erases it completely. That's not cruelty. That's physics. This is why influence drains from them so fast. It was never real influence. It was borrowed credibility. Once the source pulled back, the structure collapsed. They weren't betrayed. They were revealed. This section matters because chosen ones often struggle with guilt at this stage. You might be wondering if you're wrong for feeling relief. You're not. Relief isn't malice. It's clarity. You're not celebrating their fall. You're acknowledging the end of deception. The universe doesn't punish masks. It removes the stage. Watch how quickly people distance themselves now, not because they suddenly became moral, but because no one wants to be standing next to someone when the illusion shatters. Pretenders always fall alone. That's the cost of building nothing real. Imagine a balloon inflated with borrowed air, big, shiny, impressive. One sharp moment of truth, and it doesn't slowly deflate. It pops, loud, final, gone. That's why this feels sudden to them. They thought they had time. They thought appearances would protect them. Appearances expire. You can fake alignment, but you can't fake substance forever. Here's the motivation for you, chosen one. This wasn't about you losing trust in people. It was about learning discernment. You now see energy before words, consistency before charm, actions before promises. That awareness is power. Their masks falling isn't a loss for you. It's confirmation. Confirmation that your instincts were right. Confirmation that your restraint saved you. Confirmation that you don't need to borrow anything from anyone to stand tall. This section closes one chapter, the chapter where pretenders shared space with you by proximity alone. That access is gone now, not because you pushed them out, but because truth made the room too bright for them to hide. And the most brutal part for them, they have to watch you continue forward without needing them at all. Masks off, roles finished, performance over. The universe doesn't clap for actors forever. Eventually it turns the lights on. Number 3. The table didn't turn. It slammed back. They threw stones from the dark, then panicked when the lights came on. For a long time, they felt untouchable because they never acted openly. Side comments, quiet interference, subtle blocks. They believed staying indirect meant staying clean. That illusion just collapsed. The universe doesn't need public chaos to keep score. It tracks patterns, not performances. Every move they made while hiding their hands still counted. Every quiet hit still landed on their own future. This is where chosen ones usually ask the same question. Why does everything feel like it's shifting all at once? Because tables don't rotate slowly when balance snaps. They flip, hard, no warning, no soft landing. Imagine stacking weight on one side of a table for months. Nothing happens at first. It looks stable. Then one more ounce tips the center of gravity and everything crashes in a second. That's not randomness. That's physics catching up. That's what's happening now. You didn't push the table. You stepped back and let reality do it. They expected you to chase revenge, to react emotionally, to expose yourself by fighting back. That's what they planned for. That's what would have kept you stuck in their frame. Instead, you did the one thing that dismantles manipulators completely. You kept rising. While they were watching you, measuring you, hoping you'd stumble, you were quietly reclaiming ground. Energy returns faster when it's no longer leaking into pointless battles. That's why what was drained feels restored now. That's why momentum suddenly feels real. Another question they're asking but won't say out loud. Why does it feel like everything they delayed is speeding up for you now? Because delay was never denial. It was compression. Pressure builds quietly until release becomes unstoppable. Imagine holding a slingshot pulled back for too long. The release doesn't crawl forward, it snaps. Distance covered in a second that would have taken years otherwise. That's acceleration. That's precision. Justice didn't arrive late, it arrived finished. This part matters. Justice isn't chaos, it's order returning. That's why it feels clean, calculated, surgical. Doors closing for them while opening for you isn't cruelty, it's correction. They assumed consequences needed your involvement. They were wrong. The universe doesn't outsource balance, it enforces it. Notice how things are resolving without you forcing anything. Conversations you never started, truths you never shouted, outcomes you never chased. That's the precision. No wasted motion, no emotional mess. You're not imagining this shift. You earned it by not becoming what tried to break you. The table didn't turn because you demanded justice. It turned because the weight was never evenly placed. Now it is, and from here on, every step you take forward reminds them of the moment they lost control of the game they thought they were running. Number 4. They were never afraid of losing you. They were afraid of you becoming you. They didn't try to stop your fall. They tried to delay your rise. This is the part they'll never admit out loud. They saw you coming long before you saw yourself. Even when you were unsure, tired, doubting your own direction, they felt it. Potential is loud to insecure people. It doesn't need proof. It doesn't need results. It just needs presence. That's why they nudged you toward smaller versions of yourself, not to help you, to contain you. Ask yourself something honestly. Why did support disappear the moment you started growing? Why did encouragement turn into silence, jokes, or distance when you began leveling up? That wasn't coincidence. That was fear dressed as indifference. People don't try to shrink what doesn't threaten them. Imagine someone standing next to a measuring wall, quietly scratching marks above their own head while erasing yours when you weren't looking. They weren't competing with you directly. They were competing with what you would become if left uninterrupted. That's why the interference was subtle. That's why it came disguised as concern, advice, or realism. They told themselves you'd burn out, that you'd fold, that pressure would crush you. That betrayal would break you. That disappointment would slow you down. They needed that story to be true, because if it wasn't, then everything they built on staying ahead of you would collapse. And here's the part that hurts them the most. You didn't break, you adapted. Pressure didn't destroy you, it upgraded you. Every setback forced you to sharpen, every betrayal stripped illusions, every lonely stretch taught you self-reliance. While they expected damage, you were building armor, not bitterness, structure, awareness, strength that doesn't announce itself. Imagine fire meant to burn something down, only to temper steel instead. The heat didn't ruin the metal, it refined it. Now it holds shape under stress. That's you. This season, your progress can't be hidden anymore. It shows in how you move, how you speak, how you no longer chase validation. That quiet confidence is loud to people who hoped you'd stay small. They feared you're becoming more than they feared you're leaving. That's why your joy feels different now. It's not performative, it's grounded. It doesn't ask permission. It exists whether they acknowledge it or not, and that terrifies them because relevance can't be forced once it's lost. You didn't rise to prove anything, you rose because you survived what was designed to erase you, and now that rise isn't temporary, it's permanent, not because you won, but because you changed. They felt it before you did, and now they have to live with the confirmation they tried to prevent. Your rise was always the ending they feared most. Number 5, they built their own prison and called it power. The downfall didn't chase them, it waited for them to stop pretending. Most people expect consequences to arrive like a storm, loud, sudden, impossible to ignore. That's not how real justice works. Real consequences seep in quietly. They weaken the structure first. Confidence cracks. Influence thins out. Control slips in small, humiliating ways. By the time they notice, the damage is already structural. That's the phase they're in now. Status doesn't vanish overnight. It erodes. The respect they once borrowed starts feeling hollow. Rooms feel colder, conversations shorten, invitations stop coming. No one announces the fall. People just stop circling around them, and nothing terrifies someone more than realizing their presence no longer pulls gravity. Power isn't taken. It expires. They're living inside the results of their own choices, and that's the part they can't escape. There's no villain to blame, no enemy to point at, no mask left that actually works. Pretending requires an audience, and theirs has quietly walked away. Imagine building your entire identity on being above someone else. Their struggle became your reassurance. Their delays made you feel ahead. Now imagine that person rising calmly while you're standing still. That's not jealousy, that's collapse. They wake up every day forced to confront what they tried to ignore, the shortcuts they justified, the lines they crossed, the moments they convinced themselves didn't matter. Consequences don't argue, they don't explain, they just exist. Nothing is heavier than an outcome you can't outrun. Here's what turns this into punishment. You didn't disappear, you didn't break, you didn't fade quietly the way they expected. You kept going, and every step forward you take forces them to sit with the contrast. Your growth highlights their stagnation. Your clarity exposes their confusion. Imagine standing in a room with mirrors on every wall, each one reflecting the same truth from a different angle. No escape, no blind spot. That's what watching you thrive feels like for them. It's not envy, it's recognition. This isn't loss. Loss suggests something unfair happened. This is exposure, pure and complete. The universe didn't humiliate them publicly. It let them experience the weight of who they became when no one was watching. And the most brutal part? You didn't have to do anything. They're not falling anymore. They've landed, and now they have to live there. Number 6. You're not breaking limits anymore. You erased them. They tried to slow you down, not knowing resistance was your training ground. Nothing you went through was wasted, not the delays, not the blocks, not the moments where it felt like every path closed at once. Each obstacle wasn't there to stop you, it was there to rewire you. While others panic at resistance, you learned how to read it, how to use it, how to turn pressure into direction. That's why this phase feels different. Every time they blocked a door, you learned how to build leverage. Every time they set a trap, you learned how to move higher instead of forward. Every time they underestimated you, they handed you space to grow without being watched. Limits only exist for people who stop negotiating with reality. Imagine someone tying weights to your ankles, thinking it would slow you down, not realizing you were training underwater. When the weights came off, you didn't walk faster. You moved like gravity forgot your name. That's what this rise looks like. Sudden to them, inevitable to you. You were never designed to fit inside their expectations. That's why containment failed. They mistook structure for control and patience for permission. While they tried to manage outcomes, you were mastering momentum. This is the point where chosen ones usually ask a dangerous question. Why do I feel calm instead of excited? Because excitement belongs to people approaching power. Calm belongs to people operating inside it. You don't announce strength once you're standing in it. Your rise isn't loud because it doesn't need approval. It's decisive, clean, directed. You're no longer testing yourself. You already know what breaks and what holds. That certainty scares people who survive on chaos. Imagine a wildfire that no longer spreads randomly, but moves with intention, consuming only what's in its path and leaving everything else untouched. That's you now, controlled force, no wasted motion. They thought expansion required permission. They thought growth needed validation. They were wrong. Expansion responds to alignment, not approval. The moment you stopped trying to be understood, acceleration started. This rise has no ceiling because it's not built on reaction, it's built on awareness. You don't chase power anymore. You apply it quietly, precisely, without hesitation. And the most unsettling part for anyone watching, you're just getting started and it already feels unstoppable. Number 7. You didn't steal the throne. You outlasted everyone who blocked it. They didn't try to stop you because you were weak. They tried to delay you because they knew you'd lead. This truth makes people uncomfortable, especially the ones who stood in your way. Leadership was always written into you, even when you doubted it, even when you tried to shrink yourself to survive. They felt it early, before results, before proof. That's why the resistance showed up as hesitation, mixed signals, slowdowns, and planted doubt. Delay was their only weapon. And it almost worked. Almost. They hoped you'd get tired of waiting, that you'd start asking for permission, that you'd second-guess your instincts long enough for them to stay relevant. But here's what they never accounted for. Pressure doesn't just break people. Sometimes it clarifies them. You don't rise to the throne by force. You rise by being impossible to replace. Look at the path behind you. Every block became a lesson. Every rejection sharpened your judgment. Every closed door taught you how to build leverage instead of begging access. The throne you're stepping into wasn't handed down. It was assembled from every obstacle meant to stop you. Imagine a crown forged from resistance instead of gold, heavy, solid, impossible to fake. Anyone can sit in a chair. Not everyone can carry the weight that comes with it. That's why most people try to control leaders instead of becoming one. They denied you support, hoping you'd retreat. You used the isolation to build authority. They withheld validation, hoping you'd fold. You learned to validate yourself. That's how standards are born. You stopped asking if you belonged, and everything rearranged. This is the moment chosen ones often hesitate. Do I really step fully into this? Do I own it without apology? Yes, because leadership doesn't announce itself. It operates quietly, consistently, without permission. You're no longer reacting to their opinions. You're setting the tone. You're no longer waiting to be chosen. You're choosing direction. And that shift is irreversible. They can't deny you anymore because denial requires leverage. They lost that the moment you stopped needing them. You didn't take what was withheld. You claimed what was inevitable. The throne was never empty. It was waiting for someone who could survive the path to it. Number 8. They tried to end the story. You turned it into a legacy. They thought they were writing your ending. Turns out they were carving your name deeper. This was never just about getting through it. Survival was the bare minimum. What they never understood is that you weren't built to simply make it out alive. You were built to leave something behind that couldn't be undone, rewritten, or erased. That's why none of their tactics worked. Lies collapse when they outlive their usefulness. Schemes rot once the goal disappears. Betrayal loses power the moment the target evolves. This wasn't a storm you barely escaped. This was pressure shaping permanence. Imagine someone trying to erase words carved into stone using rain. They keep waiting for time to wash it away, not realizing the weather only makes the carving more visible. That's what happened here. Everything they tried to use against you sharpened the outline of who you are. What survives attack becomes record. They thought exposure would weaken you. It documented you. They thought isolation would shrink you. It refined you. They thought time was on their side. Time chose you. Here's the part they can't accept. Legacy isn't built by applause. It's built by resistance. The universe doesn't seal legacies with comfort. It seals them with endurance. That's why this moment feels final. Not dramatic. Final. Imagine trying to burn a map only to realize the fire illuminated every path instead. That's what their sabotage did. It showed you exactly where you stand and exactly where you're going. No confusion left, no loose ends. They didn't fail because they lacked effort. They failed because they fought the wrong force. This Christmas justice isn't loud revenge, it's closure. Their chapter doesn't end with chaos, it ends with irrelevance, quiet, complete, no sequel. And yours? Yours expands forward because it's no longer reactive. You're not moving to prove anything. You're moving because momentum is yours now. What they tried to erase is permanent. What they tried to destroy is evidence. What they tried to control is now untouchable. Imagine a door sealing behind you, not trapping you, but locking out everything that no longer belongs. That's this moment, not an ending, a boundary. You didn't outlast them by chance, you outgrew them by design. This is how legacy forms, not in noise, but in finality, not in revenge, but in direction. The universe didn't just balance the scales, it stamped the record. Their chapter is closed. Yours doesn't end here. It moves forward, heavier, sharper, and impossible to undo. Number 9. Silence did what arguments never could. The loudest confirmation isn't a response, it's the absence of one. This is the phase people never expect. After everything flips, after justice lands, after the dust settles, there's no dramatic confrontation waiting, no final argument, no long explanations, just silence, clean, undeniable, heavy. The kind of silence that only shows up when there's nothing left to defend and no position left to hold. That's how you know it's over. For a long time, there was noise around you, opinions, criticism, doubt disguised as concern, side comments meant to keep you second-guessing yourself. And now, nothing. Not because they suddenly became peaceful, but because resistance requires leverage. They lost it. Silence isn't avoidance. It's surrender without words. Notice how their opinions no longer reach you, not because you're blocking them, but because they've stopped landing. There's a difference. What once felt loud now feels distant. What once demanded energy now feels irrelevant. That's not emotional numbness, that's dominance settling in. Imagine a battlefield after the last shot has been fired. No cheering, no speeches, just quiet confirmation that there's no fight left to continue. That's the energy now. The absence of resistance isn't confusion. It's proof. This is where chosen ones often wonder if they should say something, explain themselves, clear the air. They don't need to. Silence has already delivered the message more clearly than words ever could. When people stop arguing, it's because they ran out of ground to stand on. The universe uses silence as punctuation. It marks the end of a cycle. It closes chapters without ceremony. That's why this calm feels different from relief. It feels final. They don't reach out anymore because there's nothing left to manipulate, no reaction to harvest, no access to exploit. Silence protects momentum better than confrontation ever could. You're not ignoring them. You've moved beyond the range where their signal carries. This is emotional authority, calm without apology, distance without resentment, closure without conversation. And that silence, that's the final verdict. Number 10. You left without stains. They're still carrying the weight. You didn't escape because you fought harder. You escaped because you didn't absorb the damage. This is the contrast that settles in quietly but hits the hardest. You walked away clean, not untouched, but uncorrupted. You didn't let bitterness set up camp inside you. You didn't drag their behavior forward into your future. You processed it, learned from it, and kept moving. That's why you feel lighter now. They didn't get that option. While you released what happened, they held onto it. Every shortcut, every manipulation, every choice made in bad faith added weight they still carry. That's why they feel heavy. That's why their energy feels dense and slow. They didn't lose because you beat them. They lost because they became the kind of people who have to live with themselves. You don't win by destroying others. You win by staying intact. Chosen ones often pause here and wonder why the relief feels almost unsettling. Why does it feel calm instead of triumphant? Because peace doesn't shout. It settles. You're not replaying conversations anymore. You're not rehearsing arguments you never had. That mental noise is gone, and when the noise leaves, clarity takes its place. Imagine walking out of a storm and realizing your clothes are dry. You expected damage, you expected exhaustion. Instead, you're breathing easier. That's because you didn't internalize the chaos. You passed through it without letting it define you. They did the opposite. They tried to hand you their mess. You refused to carry it. They're stuck with unanswered questions, unresolved guilt, and the quiet awareness that their actions led them here. That weight doesn't disappear when you walk away. It compounds. Meanwhile, you move forward with nothing dragging behind you. This is why your progress feels smooth now. Not easy, but unburdened. You're not leaking energy into resentment. You're not anchored to the past. You're free to build without debris in the foundation. You didn't walk away because you lost interest. You walked away because you won something better than validation. You kept yourself whole, and that's why they didn't. Number 11. The door didn't close, it sealed. You didn't lose access, you outgrew the room. This isn't anger, this isn't resentment, this is finality done right. The door behind you isn't closed because you slammed it. It's locked because reopening it would cost you momentum you can't afford to lose. The universe doesn't block paths out of spite, it blocks them to protect direction. There are no revisits here, no curiosity check-ins, no late-night nostalgia dressed up as reflection. That phase is done, not because it hurt too much, but because it no longer fits who you are. Chosen ones often ask the same quiet question at this point. Why does going back feel impossible even when I try to imagine it? Because growth changes clearance. You can't fit back into spaces that required you to shrink. Some doors don't reopen because the person who walked through them doesn't exist anymore. Think of it like upgrading your operating system. Old files don't load the same. Old programs crash. It's not personal, it's compatibility. What once felt familiar now feels heavy, slow, misaligned. That's how you know the separation is permanent. The universe locks doors when lingering would dilute progress. Not everything that was once meaningful deserves access forever. Some chapters are complete the moment the lesson is learned, and you learned it fully. Imagine trying to walk forward while constantly glancing backward. You don't move faster, you stumble. That's why nostalgia gets cut off at this stage. Not because memories are bad, but because they no longer belong in the decision-making process. You're not being protected from them. You're being protected from regression. This is why there's no urge to explain yourself anymore, no need to justify the distance, no appetite for closure conversations. Closure already happened internally. The rest would just be noise. The lock is quiet. No dramatic sound, no announcement, just a clear internal knowing that there's nothing left behind you worth retrieving. This is not loss. This is boundary at its highest level. You're not walking away to escape. You're walking forward because the path behind you no longer exists, and that's exactly how it's supposed to be. Number 12. This is how survivors become legends, quietly. Legends aren't made by winning battles. They're made by outlasting eras. This is what it looks like after justice has done its work. Not celebration, not revenge, not noise, just clarity. You're standing here not because you were spared difficulty, but because you absorbed it without letting it rot you from the inside. That's the difference between someone who survives and someone who becomes permanent. Being a chosen one after justice doesn't mean you walk around hardened or bitter. It means you move with awareness. You've seen how things break. You've seen what manipulation costs. You've seen how truth always circles back. That knowledge settles into you, not as fear, but as calm authority. Experience didn't make you loud. It made you exact. This story doesn't define you because of the pain in it. It defines you because of what you refuse to become while moving through it. You didn't turn cruel. You didn't turn small. You didn't turn reactive. You learned when to stand still and when to move forward. That's legacy behavior. Imagine a tree that survived storms so intense they reshaped its roots. It doesn't brag about the weather. It just stands taller, deeper, harder to move. That's what you've become. Grounded, not flashy, unmovable. This is also where the focus fully shifts. The next chapter isn't about them at all. Not their regret, not their collapse, not their opinion. They don't get a role in what comes next because your future doesn't require a villain to function. Legacy begins the moment your life stops reacting. You don't carry the story like a wound anymore. You carry it like a credential, quiet proof that you've been tested at levels most people never reach. And you passed without losing yourself. This is how the universe marks people who endure correctly, not with applause, with forward motion that doesn't stall. You're not chasing closure, you're building continuity. This is what survivors turned legends look like. Calm, clear, moving forward while the past stays exactly where it belongs. Number 13. The story doesn't end here. It moves without you looking back. There's a quiet moment after everything settles, after justice has done what it needed to do, after the doors have sealed and the noise has died. This moment isn't dramatic, it's steady, grounded. This is where you realize something important. You're not waiting anymore, not for validation, not for closure, not for anyone to finally understand what you went through. Understanding is no longer required. What happened to you didn't turn into a scar you keep reopening. It turned into structure. It shaped how you move, how you choose, how you protect your time and energy. You don't flinch at resistance now. You read it. You don't chase certainty. You create it. That's not confidence borrowed from success. That's certainty earned through survival. The past stopped pulling when you stopped carrying it. This is the part people on the outside never see. They think strength looks loud. They think winning looks like celebration. They don't understand that the real shift happens when you stop narrating your life and start living it. Quiet progress, clean decisions, no emotional debris left behind. You're not hardened, you're precise. Imagine walking forward without checking who's watching, without measuring reactions, without needing witnesses. That's freedom most people never touch because they're still negotiating with old versions of themselves. You're not. The universe didn't give you justice so you could look backward longer. It gave it to you so you could move forward uninterrupted. That's why nothing pulls you back anymore. No curiosity, no nostalgia, no unfinished business. Everything that needed to happen already did. Some endings don't ask for acceptance, they enforce it. This is where momentum becomes permanent. Not because life gets easier, but because you're no longer divided internally. You don't waste energy explaining. You don't leak power proving. You don't second-guess your intuition. You trust it because it's been tested. What comes next doesn't need an audience. It needs consistency. You're carrying something now that can't be taken. Perspective, discernment, calm authority, the kind that doesn't rush and doesn't hesitate. You're not chasing a future to escape the past. You're building one because it finally makes sense. And here's the final truth that ties everything together. Justice didn't elevate you, it cleared the path. What you do next is entirely yours. The chapter that closes here did its job. It showed you who you are under pressure. It showed you what survives when comfort disappears. It showed you that no matter who watched you struggle, none of them get to decide how the story continues. That part belongs to you. You move forward now without weight, without noise, without permission. Not because you're finished, but because you're ready. Number 14. The story doesn't end here. It moves without you looking back. There's a quiet moment after everything settles, after justice has done what it needed to do, after the doors have sealed and the noise has died. This moment isn't dramatic, it's steady, grounded. This is where you realize something important. You're not waiting anymore, not for validation, not for closure, not for anyone to finally understand what you went through. Understanding is no longer required. What happened to you didn't turn into a scar you keep reopening. It turned into structure. It shaped how you move, how you choose, how you protect your time and energy. You don't flinch at resistance now. You read it. You don't chase certainty. You create it. That's not confidence borrowed from success. That's certainty earned through survival. The past stopped pulling when you stopped carrying it. This is the part people on the outside never see. They think strength looks loud. They think winning looks like celebration. They don't understand that the real shift happens when you stop narrating your life and start living it. Quiet progress, clean decisions, no emotional debris left behind. You're not hardened, you're precise. Imagine walking forward without checking who's watching, without measuring reactions, without needing witnesses. That's freedom most people never touch because they're still negotiating with old versions of themselves. You're not. The universe didn't give you justice so you could look backward longer. It gave it to you so you could move forward uninterrupted. That's why nothing pulls you back anymore. No curiosity, no nostalgia, no unfinished business. Everything that needed to happen already did. Some endings don't ask for acceptance, they enforce it. This is where momentum becomes permanent, not because life gets easier, but because you're no longer divided internally. You don't waste energy explaining. You don't leak power proving. You don't second-guess your intuition. You trust it because it's been tested. What comes next doesn't need an audience. It needs consistency. You're carrying something now that can't be taken. Perspective, discernment, calm authority, the kind that doesn't rush and doesn't hesitate. You're not chasing a future to escape the past. You're building one because it finally makes sense. And here's the final truth that ties everything together. Justice didn't elevate you. It cleared the path. What you do next is entirely yours. The chapter that closes here did its job. It showed you who you are under pressure. It showed you what survives when comfort disappears. It showed you that no matter who watched you struggle, none of them get to decide how the story continues. That part belongs to you. You move forward now without weight, without noise, without permission, not because you're finished, but because you're ready. The moment a trap fails, the person who set it is exposed, embarrassed, and emotionally wrecked. That's the part they never talk about. Everyone loves planning a trap. Everyone feels powerful while setting one up. But no one prepares for what happens when it backfires, because when it does, the silence hits first, then the panic, then the tears. And right now, your enemy is not calm. They are not confident. They are not winning. They are crying because the very thing meant to break you just snapped back and cut them instead. Think of it like watching someone dig a hole for you, smiling the whole time, only to step backward and fall straight into it themselves. They didn't trip by accident. They fell because the universe has a way of correcting arrogance. The deeper the trap, the harder the fall. And what makes it worse for them is this simple fact. You didn't even touch the rope. You didn't need revenge. You didn't need to explain. The setup collapsed under its own weight. Here's the fact that should settle your nerves completely. Studies in psychology show that people who attempt manipulation experience more emotional distress when it fails than the person they targeted ever would. Their brain doesn't just lose control. It panics because their identity was attached to the outcome. Another fact. People who rely on traps and games are statistically more likely to obsess over the person who escaped, because escape means exposure. And one more thing that matters. Silence from the person they tried to hurt hurts them more than any confrontation ever could. So if you've felt confused lately, if you sensed a shift, if you noticed sudden emotional noise from the other side, you're not imagining it, you're witnessing the aftermath. And before we go deeper, thank you, Chosen One, for being here. Thank you for listening all the way through messages like this, instead of reacting emotionally like they hoped you would. If this message is hitting home, don't forget to pay it back by simply pressing like and subscribe. That's how this message reaches more people who need clarity instead of confusion. It's on all of us to spread awareness, to spread light in a practical way, and to keep the universe balanced. Thank you for being part of this force, Chosen One. Now let's get back to what really matters. What you need to understand is that this was never about you being weak. It was about them believing you wouldn't see clearly. The trap wasn't loud. It was subtle. It relied on you doubting yourself, reacting emotionally, or stepping out of character. That's why it hurts them so much that you didn't. You stayed calm. You stayed quiet. You stayed observant. And that alone flipped the entire script. Chosen ones often miss this part. When someone sets a trap, they don't expect resistance. They expect participation. They expect fear. They expect chaos. What they never expect is composure. The universe responds to patterns, not words. And the pattern you showed was discipline. That's why the trap collapsed. Not because you fought back, but because you didn't move the way they predicted. Your enemy is crying right now, not because they lost control of you, but because they lost control of the story. The narrative they were building in their head didn't play out. The moment you didn't react, the moment you didn't chase explanations, the moment you didn't defend yourself, something snapped in them. People who rely on traps need reactions to feel powerful. Take that away, and all that power turns inward and eats them alive. This is where most people get it wrong. They think the trap backfired because of luck. No, it backfired because of alignment. You were moving with the universe, and they were trying to bend reality for ego. That never ends well. The universe doesn't reward manipulation. It exposes it. And let's be very clear, your silence didn't confuse them, it terrified them, because silence forces reflection, and reflection shows them exactly who they are. That's why the emotional crash is happening now. That's why the crying is real. That's why the regret is loud. This intro isn't here to hype you up for no reason. It's here to ground you in truth. You didn't imagine the shift. You didn't overthink the outcome. You didn't miss something obvious. The trap really did backfire. And the proof is not in what they say, but in how they're unraveling. Stay with me, because what comes next explains why the universe allowed you to see this moment, why your calm mattered more than any move you could have made, and why from this point forward the power dynamic is permanently changed. And no, it doesn't swing back. Once a trap fails this badly, it never does. And hey, chosen one, pause for a second. The fact that you're still here already says a lot. People who don't sense the shift click away early. People who aren't part of this moment get uncomfortable and leave. But you stayed, because somewhere deep down, you can feel it. The trap didn't just fail. It exposed something. And once you see that clearly, there's no unseeing it. If this message is landing, take 2 seconds to support it. Tap like, subscribe, or leave a comment to let the algorithm know this truth deserves oxygen. You don't need to write a speech, just drop a simple "I see it now," or even a single number like 777 to mark that you're locked in and paying attention. That small action helps this message reach others who are still confused, still doubting themselves, still stuck inside someone else's game. And if you ever feel like backing the work behind messages like this, super thanks help keep it moving forward. Big or small, it all pushes the mission. No pressure, no guilt, just alignment. Now take a breath. Because from here on, we break it down step by step. And if you're truly a chosen one, you won't want to miss what comes next. Let's get into it. Number 1, they didn't betray you by accident. They targeted you on purpose. People don't stab you in the back by mistake. They turn the blade slowly and call it strategy. Let's get this straight from the first breath of this section, because this is where most chosen ones still doubt themselves. What happened to you was not messy, random, or misunderstood. It was calculated, it was intentional, and it had nothing to do with you being flawed, difficult, or naive. The betrayal you experienced was a move, not a moment, a decision, not confusion. Someone saw your position, your access, your energy, and decided it was easier to undermine you than to compete with you honestly. While you were showing up real, they were taking notes. While you were protecting the connection, they were studying your blind spots. While you thought you were building something mutual, they were quietly converting trust into leverage. That's why it felt so disorienting. Betrayal doesn't hurt because it's loud. It hurts because it wears the face of familiarity. Think about it. The people who can hurt you the most are never strangers. They're the ones who sit close enough to hear your doubts, watch your habits, and learn your rhythm. That's why the universe allows betrayal to sting so deeply. It exposes who was never meant to walk with you beyond a certain point. Not everyone who claps for you is rooting for you. Some are timing their move. You probably noticed the shift before the truth. Rooms felt colder when you walked in. Conversations paused. Invitations quietly stopped. The energy changed, but no one said anything out loud. That's not coincidence. That's discomfort. When your presence triggers insecurity, people don't confront it. They scheme around it. And when they can't control you, they try to isolate you. Here's the part you need to hear clearly. You were never too much. You were just too real. You didn't change. They did. Because authenticity threatens people who survive by performance. Your consistency made their masks heavy. Your integrity made their shortcuts obvious. And instead of rising, they chose sabotage. A lot of chosen ones ask the same question at this point. Why would someone do this to me if I never harmed them? The answer is uncomfortable but freeing. People don't attack what they don't fear. They don't plot against what they don't respect. Betrayal is not proof of your weakness, it's proof of your impact. Picture this. You're standing still, minding your path. Someone else keeps looking over their shoulder at you, measuring, comparing, spiraling. Eventually, the pressure builds. They can either improve themselves or remove you from the picture. Traps are the lazy option, so they smile, they agree, they pretend, and behind closed doors, they rewrite the story with you as the villain. Not because it's true, but because it justifies what they're about to do. This is where many chosen ones lose themselves. You replay conversations. You analyze your tone. You wonder if you should have been quieter, softer, less visible. Stop that. That spiral is part of the trap. The universe doesn't allow betrayal to destroy chosen ones. It uses it to separate them. What you lost wasn't loyalty. It was an illusion, and illusions always collapse when pressure hits. Your enemy crying right now isn't dramatic language. It's psychological reality. People who betray and fail don't feel relief. They feel exposure. The trap was supposed to make you doubt yourself, withdraw, or self-destruct. Instead, it revealed them. That's why they're unraveling. That's why they're suddenly emotional, defensive, or strangely silent. The script flipped. Here's a metaphor that fits perfectly. Imagine someone trying to poison a well, only to realize they've been drinking from it the entire time. That's what backfired traps do. The toxicity they released didn't touch you. It seeped back into their own system. Now they're choking on the consequences. Another question chosen ones ask is why it still hurts if it wasn't about them. Because betrayal attacks trust, not ego. You weren't hurt because you lost them. You were hurt because you believed in something that wasn't real. That doesn't make you foolish, it makes you human. And the universe rewards those who can still trust without becoming naive. Let's be very blunt. If you were small, forgettable, or harmless, none of this would have happened. No one sets traps for people who don't matter. No one plots against shadows. They plot against forces. And here's the part that really hits the enemy hard. You survived the betrayal without becoming bitter. You didn't become cruel. You didn't expose them publicly. You didn't collapse. You stayed quiet, observant, and steady. That's not weakness. That's mastery. That's what terrifies them now. Because betrayal is supposed to break you or turn you into them. When it does neither, it leaves the betrayer with nowhere to hide. They're forced to sit with what they did, knowing it didn't work, knowing you didn't fall, knowing the universe saw everything. That's why the tears are real, not because they feel guilty, but because they feel powerless. The trap backfired, the target didn't bleed, the archer is exposed. And here's the final truth of this section. This betrayal was never meant to end you, it was meant to elevate you. The universe removes people through betrayal when conversation wouldn't work. It clears space when growth demands isolation. What feels like loss is actually alignment. So if you're standing alone right now, confused but stronger, quieter but clearer, hurt but unbroken, understand this. You're not behind, you're ahead. And the person who tried to derail you knows it. That's why they're crying, and that's why you're still standing. Number 2, they thought they were burying you. The universe was setting the board. Some traps don't exist to stop you. They exist to reveal who was never supposed to walk with you. Let's talk about the part that messes with your head the most. Why this was allowed to happen at all. Because if you're honest, at some point you asked yourself a dangerous question. If I was doing things right, if my intentions were clean, if my heart was solid, why didn't this get stopped sooner? Why was the trap allowed to fully form? Why did it get that far? Here's the truth most people don't want to hear. The trap was detailed because the people involved were committed. It was intentional because desperation sharpens focus. It was designed to isolate you, stain your name, and slow your movement because your momentum scared them. This wasn't sloppy behavior. This was effort, and effort is always a sign of perceived threat. But here's the part that flips everything. Nothing about it went unseen. Every whisper, every message sent behind your back, every fake concern dressed up as just being honest. Every move made in secret had an audience, even if you couldn't see it yet. The universe doesn't miss patterns. It doesn't react emotionally, but it records everything. And the moment the trap crossed a certain line, it stopped being about you and started becoming evidence. You thought you were being buried. That's the illusion traps rely on. Silence feels like soil. Isolation feels like being covered. But you weren't being buried. You were being positioned. Imagine this, a chessboard mid-game. Pieces get removed, not because they're weak, but because the board is being cleared for a decisive move. To someone watching emotionally, it looks like loss. To someone who understands strategy, it's preparation. That's what this was. The pressure didn't crush you, it forced you inward. And inward is where clarity lives. Betrayal didn't derail you, it redirected you. And redirection is how the universe protects people who are about to outgrow their environment. Here's a quote that hits hard if you're paying attention. When the wrong people leave your life violently, it's because gentle exits wouldn't work. Think about that. If those people had stayed, you would have kept shrinking to accommodate them. You would have kept explaining yourself. You would have kept negotiating your worth. The trap was allowed because removal required force. A lot of chosen ones ask this next question quietly. If the universe was protecting me, why did it hurt this much? Because growth that doesn't hurt rarely changes anything. Comfort preserves patterns, pain breaks them, and you were overdue for a break. Imagine this, a tree growing in rocky soil. The wind bends it violently. The roots tear, stretch, and dig deeper just to survive. From the outside, it looks like damage. Years later, that tree stands when others fall, because its roots were forced to strengthen early. That's you. This wasn't cruelty, this was conditioning. Another quote you need to hear. The trap failed the moment it made you stronger. Let that sink in. The entire design was based on you folding. When you didn't, the trap lost its purpose. Everything after that was just noise. You weren't isolated because you were unworthy. You were isolated because distraction was being removed. Too many voices blur intuition. Too many relationships dilute focus. The universe simplifies before it elevates. It subtracts before it multiplies. Imagine this again, a sculptor chipping away at stone. To the stone, it feels like destruction. To the sculptor, it's precision. Pieces fall away not because they're ugly, but because they don't belong to the final form. Some people were cut off, not because they were evil, but because they were incompatible with where you're going. And yes, that stings, because familiarity feels safe, even when it's limiting, but safety and growth rarely coexist. Another hard quote. The universe doesn't protect comfort, it protects alignment. That's why what felt like removal was actually shielding. The trap was allowed to reveal who would turn on you under pressure. That information is priceless. You didn't lose allies. You exposed liabilities. You might still be asking, why did it have to be so public? Why did it involve my reputation? Because reputation built on lies collapses fast. Reputation built on consistency rebuilds stronger. They needed noise to make their story believable. But noise also attracts attention, and attention exposes cracks. Imagine this metaphor. Someone tries to frame a picture with fake evidence. They add too many details, too many explanations, too many justifications. Eventually, the story becomes heavier than the truth. That's when people start noticing. That's when the trap turns into a confession. Your silence wasn't weakness, it was restraint, and restraint is powerful because it forces others to overplay their hand. Every extra move they made dug them deeper. Every added lie complicated their exit. Meanwhile, you stayed still. And stillness always wins against chaos. Here's another quote that hits where it hurts. The universe doesn't rush justice, it lets people finish exposing themselves. That's why it wasn't stopped early. Early interruption would have left doubt. Completion leaves clarity. And now, look at the aftermath. The people involved aren't celebrating. They're stressed, emotional, defensive, quiet, loud in the wrong ways, because the trap didn't produce peace, it produced consequences. That's how you know it backfired. You weren't delayed, you were recalibrated. Forward movement without alignment creates collapse later. The pause saved you from that. The redirection saved you from building on unstable ground. Imagine one last example, a plane rerouted mid-flight due to turbulence ahead. Passengers get angry, time is lost, but the destination is reached safely because disaster was avoided. That reroute is never about punishment. It's about survival. That's what happened here. The people who couldn't follow were never meant to. The people who turned were never solid. And the trap that was meant to destroy you became the proof that you're protected by something bigger than human intent. So if you're still asking why this was allowed, here's the clean answer. Because you were ready for separation, because you were strong enough to survive clarity, because what's coming next requires less noise, fewer liabilities, and a sharper version of you. They set the trap, thinking it would end you. The universe let it play out so it could end the illusion instead. And now the board is clear, and now you move. Number 3, they pulled the trigger and shot themselves in the foot. The moment a weapon stops hurting you, it starts revealing the person holding it. This is where the story flips, and it flips hard, because what was supposed to stall, you didn't just stop working, it turned into fuel. The same move meant to weaken you became the proof everyone needed. The same action meant to box you in ended up putting a spotlight on the one who started it. This wasn't luck. This wasn't timing. This was reversal by design. They thought pressure would slow you down. Instead, it sharpened you. Pressure does that to people who aren't pretending. It exposes what's real, and when nothing cracked in you, the pressure had nowhere to go but back onto them. That's when the cracks started showing on their side. Here's the part that hurts them the most. They expected isolation to make you smaller, but isolation gave you space. Space to think, space to see, space to stop explaining yourself to people who never wanted the truth in the first place. While they were busy watching you disappear, you were quietly rebuilding without interference. Imagine this. Someone tries to lock you in a room to keep you contained, only to realize they just gave you privacy to plan your exit. That's what happened. They mistook quiet for weakness, silence for surrender. In reality, silence became your shield. It protected you from reacting, and reaction was the only thing their plan needed to survive. Another gut punch truth. Traps only work when the target panics. You didn't. You stayed still. You let them overextend. And when people overextend, they expose everything. Their tone changes. Their story slips. Their urgency grows. Suddenly, the one who was supposed to look calm looks frantic. They also thought delay would frustrate you. That time would wear you down. Instead, redirection accelerated you. You stopped pouring energy into dead ends. You stopped negotiating with resistance. You moved around the blockage instead of through it. That's not delay, that's efficiency. Think of a river hitting a rock. It doesn't argue, it doesn't stop. It curves, flows, and keeps moving. Over time, the rock wears down, not the water. That's the reversal they never planned for. A question many chosen ones ask right here is, how did it switch so fast? Because their plan depended on your participation. The moment you stopped playing your assigned role, the entire setup collapsed. Another quote that lands clean. When you don't react, manipulators have nothing left to manipulate. And here's the final hit. While you were getting clearer, they were getting louder. While you were stabilizing, they were scrambling. The universe has a way of flipping momentum when intent is exposed. What started as an attack turned into a mirror, and they didn't like what they saw. The reversal didn't announce itself, it just happened. Quietly, cleanly, irreversibly. And from this point forward, they're not chasing control anymore. They're chasing relief, because they know the trap didn't just fail, it turned around. Number 4. Every trap has a return address, and they forgot that part. People who build traps never imagine they'll be the ones pacing inside them. There's a pattern here, and once you see it, you can't unsee it. Backfiring traps are not random events. They follow a law, a predictable rhythm. Anyone who spends enough time trying to bury someone else eventually stands too close to the edge of their own mess. That's not karma talk. That's mechanics. That's how pressure, repetition, and exposure work when lies are forced to carry weight. While they were busy trying to slow you down, something else was happening quietly. Measurement, observation, every word they repeated, every story they pushed, every hint, warning, and fake concern they dropped was being logged, compared, and weighed. And the problem with over-explaining a lie is that it starts sounding like obsession. Here's a gut punch quote that explains it clean. Truth is calm. Lies need cardio. They had to keep moving, talking, adjusting, correcting. You didn't. You stayed still. And stillness makes noise stand out. When someone mentions your name too often, people start asking why. When the same story keeps changing shape, people start noticing the fingerprints. Imagine this. Someone throws mud at a window over and over, thinking they're blinding the view. Eventually, everyone turns around and sees who's covered head to toe in filth. That's the boomerang effect. It doesn't miss. It just takes time to curve back. They thought repetition would convince people. In reality, repetition exposed fixation, and fixation always raises suspicion. Why are they so invested? Why does this keep coming up? Why does none of this add up? Those questions weren't asked because you defended yourself. They were asked because the trap started vibrating under its own weight. Another quote that hits hard. When someone tries too hard to destroy your image, they end up revealing their own. That's exactly what happened here. The trap didn't collapse outward, it collapsed inward. Every extra word they spoke tightened the walls around themselves. Here's the part chosen ones often miss. You didn't need to clear your name loudly because time was doing it for you. The universe has a way of letting people talk themselves into corners. Silence didn't erase you. It framed you as stable, while chaos did the rest. Imagine building a cage big enough to hold someone else, only to realize you're the one pacing inside it, explaining yourself to everyone who walks by. That's what they built, something large enough to contain their own collapse. The law is simple. Traps don't disappear. They return, and when they do, they land with precision. They aimed at you. The impact found them. Number 5, you went quiet, and that's when the armor locked in. The moment you stopped explaining yourself was the moment the truth started explaining you. This part deserves respect because it took real strength. You wanted to speak. You wanted to defend yourself. You wanted to correct the lies, expose the angles, and clear your name in real time. Everything in you wanted to jump in and fight back. But you didn't. And that choice changed everything. Silence isn't passive when it's intentional. Silence is a position. Authority doesn't belong to the loudest voice in the room. It belongs to the one who doesn't need to shout to be believed. The people who were watching didn't need your rebuttal. They needed contrast, and your restraint gave them exactly that. Here's a quote that hits straight. Noise is effort. Truth is weight. You didn't add noise. You added weight by stepping back. And weight shifts rooms without saying a word. Imagine this. 2 people arguing in public. One is frantic, repeating themselves, adding details, pushing urgency. The other says nothing and keeps moving forward. Instantly, attention shifts. People don't ask who's louder, they ask who's stable. That's what happened here. By staying out of the mud, you forced everyone else to look at who was rolling around in it. Another hard truth. When you don't defend yourself, manipulators have to overperform. And overperformance always reveals cracks. They talked too much, explained too much, reacted too fast. Meanwhile, your calm made their urgency look suspicious. You might have wondered if staying silent made you look guilty. That fear is common, but here's the reality. Guilt panics, innocence waits. The universe recognizes the difference. You didn't fight manually because this wasn't a fight you were meant to win with words. This was a situation meant to resolve through exposure. Imagine refusing to wrestle someone in quicksand. You don't win by engaging. You win by stepping back and letting gravity do its job. That's what silence did. It let the situation sink under its own weight. Another quote worth sitting with. Silence doesn't mean you lost. It means you trusted timing. And timing showed up. Quietly. Completely. Because you didn't interfere, intervention stepped in. Not dramatic, not announced, just clean. Conversations shifted. Doubts formed. People noticed inconsistencies without you pointing them out. What you refused to fight by hand was handled fully. And that's the part your enemy never planned for. They expected resistance. They didn't expect restraint. Your silence wasn't absence. It was protection. Number 6. They tried to break you. This was the final exam. What nearly destroyed you was never punishment. It was preparation. This part matters more than people realize because this is where the meaning clicks into place. What you lived through wasn't chaos. It was training disguised as torment. The pressure, the isolation, the unanswered questions, the moments where your name was dragged while you stayed still. None of that was random. It was conditioning, and now that phase is over. You learned how to stand without applause. That's rare. Most people collapse the moment validation disappears. You didn't. You learned how to keep your posture when no one clapped, when no one defended you, when the room went quiet. That alone separates you from the crowd. Strength built in silence lasts longer than strength built on approval. Here's a quote that cuts clean. If you can stand alone without turning bitter, you've already graduated. You didn't just survive the trial. You passed it without losing your character. That's the part your enemy can't stomach. Imagine this, a furnace heating steel. The fire doesn't ask permission. It doesn't explain itself. It just burns. Weak material cracks. Strong material hardens. You walked through heat that was meant to bankrupt your spirit. Instead, it refined it. You also learned how to trust when your name was under attack. That's not easy. That's advanced work. Anyone can trust when things are calm. It takes real discipline to stay grounded while lies circulate and stories move without you. You didn't chase them. You didn't beg for understanding. You let time do the sorting. Another quote that belongs here. Anyone can play the hero when the crowd is cheering. Chosen ones are revealed when the crowd disappears. That season forced you to discover who you are without mirrors. You might still be asking yourself why it had to last so long, because endurance can't be rushed. You don't graduate mid-exam. The universe waits until the lesson is complete, and that lesson was this: you are not fragile. You are not dependent on external approval. You are not defined by what others say when you're not in the room. Imagine training with weights that feel unbearable at first. Your muscles shake, your breath burns. Over time, the same weight becomes manageable, then light. That's what happened to your spirit. What once exhausted you now barely touches you. Another hard quote. If it didn't destroy you, it was meant to upgrade you. What tried to exhaust you sharpened you. What tried to humiliate you disciplined you. What tried to turn you into a victim forced you out of that role entirely. This is the exit point. You're no longer inside the trial. You're stepping into the visible result of endurance. Not louder, not angrier, clearer, steadier, harder to move. They thought they were ending you. They didn't realize they were qualifying you. Number 7. They whispered your fall. Now they get front row seats to the rise. The truth doesn't chase rumors, it replaces them. This is the phase they never prepared for, because they assumed everything would stay quiet forever. It won't. Vindication doesn't arrive in shadows. It shows up where the lie was loudest. The same eyes that watch the narrative form will be forced to watch it collapse in real time. Not through arguments, through outcomes. Here's what matters. This isn't about revenge, it's about contrast. When results appear, stories lose power. When progress becomes visible, explanations become unnecessary. The universe doesn't clear your name by deleting the lie. It clears your name by making the lie irrelevant. Imagine a stage built for someone else's victory speech. Lights on, chairs filled. Then the wrong person walks out. That's what's happening. The space where doubt was planted is being reused. The same room, the same observers, different reality. A quote that hits hard here. Nothing embarrasses a lie like a living counterexample. You don't have to call anyone out. Your movement does it for you. Your stability does it for you. Your forward motion exposes how wrong the predictions were. You might be wondering if this will feel satisfying. It will, but not in the way you imagined. Vindication doesn't feel loud on the inside. It feels calm, because by the time it arrives, you no longer need it. That's the twist. The universe waits until you're detached enough that visibility won't corrupt you. Another quote to sit with. Public clarity arrives when private discipline is complete. You already did the hard part in silence. This phase is simply the receipt. Imagine someone pointing at a closed door, laughing, telling everyone you'd never get through. Then the wall next to it opens and you walk through without even touching the door. That's the kind of confirmation coming. Unexpected, undeniable, impossible to spin. The table is being prepared openly now, not to mock anyone, to reveal alignment. Those who expected your decline will be forced to watch your elevation because proximity is part of the lesson. Distance would let them rewrite the story. Visibility removes that option. One more quote that lands clean. When the truth arrives publicly, it doesn't argue, it replaces. This isn't loud justice, it's obvious justice. And obvious is worse for them, because now everyone sees it, including the ones who bet against you. Number 8. The weight left the room before the story changed. You can tell when something is over because your body relaxes before your life does. This is the part that sneaks up on you. There's no announcement, no apology, no dramatic reveal. The atmosphere just changes. The heaviness lifts without explanation. You wake up and the air feels different. Your chest isn't tight anymore. Your thoughts slow down. The sense of being watched, judged, tracked or measured fades like background noise that suddenly cuts out. That's not imagination, that's release. Pressure leaves before proof arrives, always. The universe clears emotional debt before it clears circumstances. That's why peace returns first. Not because everything is fixed, but because the burden was never yours to keep carrying. It belonged to the people forcing the tension, and now it's back where it came from. Here's a quote that hits clean. When the fight is over, your nervous system knows before your calendar does. Your body isn't stupid. It recognizes when danger has passed. That's why rest returns. Real rest, not exhaustion disguised as sleep. The kind where your mind doesn't keep replaying conversations that already ended. Imagine walking out of a room where everyone was staring at you, waiting for you to fail. You step outside, the door closes, and suddenly no one's watching. That quiet isn't emptiness, it's freedom. That's what you're feeling now. Another truth chosen ones often question: why do I feel better even though nothing has visibly changed yet? Because the pressure was artificial. It was created, maintained, and projected by people who needed you stressed to feel in control. Once the trap collapsed, that projection stopped. The signal died. The residue is clearing. Another quote worth sitting with: peace isn't passive, it's evidence that something toxic lost access to you. Your environment reflects the shift before outcomes do. Conversations soften, sleep deepens, your intuition sharpens, you start laughing again without forcing it. Imagine carrying a heavy backpack for so long you forget it's there. Someone quietly removes it while you're distracted. You don't notice immediately. Then you stand up and feel light. That's this moment. You didn't gain strength overnight. You lost dead weight. One more quote that lands. When the pressure leaves, clarity enters. And clarity changes everything. You're lighter because the pressure is no longer yours. It never was. Number 9. What stalled for months starts moving in weeks. When resistance disappears, progress doesn't crawl, it surges. This is where things start feeling unreal, because the pace changes without warning. What sat frozen for months suddenly loosens. What felt blocked finds another route, sometimes a better one. Time compresses. Momentum stacks. And you catch yourself thinking, why is everything moving now? Because the drag is gone. The weight that slowed you down is no longer attached. Here's the part most people don't understand. Delay was never denial. It was interference. Once that interference collapsed, movement didn't resume slowly. It accelerated. That's how alignment works. When you're no longer pushing against resistance that was never meant to be yours, energy reallocates fast. A quote that hits right here. When the wrong hands let go, the right doors swing open. You didn't suddenly become more capable. You became unobstructed. Imagine driving with the parking brake half engaged. The engine strains. Progress feels expensive. Then the brake releases. Same car, same engine, completely different speed. That's what's happening now. What should have taken years begins unfolding rapidly because you're no longer burning energy fighting invisible friction. You might be asking yourself if this pace is safe or if it's another setup. That question comes from trauma, not intuition. Acceleration after clarity isn't chaos, it's correction. The universe doesn't rush randomly, it restores flow. Another quote that lands clean. Alignment replaces effort the way gravity replaces force. You're not chasing anymore. You're being pulled. Opportunities don't need explaining. Conversations don't need rehearsing. Things meet you halfway without negotiation. Imagine standing still while a moving walkway carries you forward. You're not running. You're not proving anything. You're just positioned correctly. That's this phase, movement without exhaustion. Here's a fact that grounds this. Studies on performance show that removal of chronic stress dramatically increases cognitive speed and decision quality almost immediately. Translation. Once pressure leaves, you think faster, move cleaner, and choose better. That's not luck. That's biology catching up to relief. Another quote to lock in. When the noise stops, the signal gets loud. You hear your instincts again. You trust your timing again. You don't second-guess every step. This is restoration paired with acceleration. Not flashy, not forced, just undeniable progress. You don't chase anymore. You arrive, and whatever tried to slow you down is now watching from far behind, wondering how you passed them without breaking a sweat. Number 10. They can't touch you anymore, and they know it. The most terrifying moment for an enemy is realizing access has been permanently revoked. This is the stage where fear replaces hope on their side. Not loud fear, quiet fear, the kind that sits in the chest and doesn't go away. Because now they understand something they were never prepared for. They no longer have reach. No influence, no leverage, no backstage access to your life, your energy, or your reactions. Before, they could poke the system, say your name, trigger emotion, watch you respond. That access made them feel powerful. It fed the illusion that they were still relevant. That illusion is gone now, and nothing scares people like irrelevance. Here's a quote that cuts deep. Enemies don't fear strength, they fear distance. Distance removes manipulation, distance removes data, distance removes control. And you didn't create distance aggressively. You created it naturally by outgrowing the environment they needed you stuck in. Imagine trying to control a remote that no longer connects to the device. You press buttons harder, you change batteries, you get frustrated, but nothing responds. That's their reality now. Every move they try lands in silence. Every tactic falls flat. You might wonder why they still watch from afar. Because people who lose access don't lose interest immediately. They lose it slowly, painfully, through realization. Watching is the last weak thread of relevance. But observation without influence is torture. Another quote worth locking in. When someone can't reach you, they start talking about you. That's not power, that's withdrawal. The universe didn't just remove you from the trap, it removed the trap from you. You're no longer reacting, correcting, defending, or explaining, and because of that, their strategies have nowhere to land. You're not protected by walls, you're protected by clarity. Imagine armor that doesn't look like armor. No spikes, no aggression, just calm, self-contained movement. That's why they can't touch you. You didn't harden, you stabilized. And here's the part chosen ones sometimes miss. This isn't temporary. Once access is gone at this level, it doesn't come back. Not because you're angry, but because you're done. Done entertaining confusion. Done hosting chaos. Done allowing people to live rent-free in your head. Another quote to finish the thought. You don't have to defeat people who can no longer reach you. Distance already did. They know it. You feel it. And that chapter is sealed. Number 11. You're no longer becoming. You've arrived. Transformation ends the moment you stop asking who you're going to be. This is the quiet truth at the end of all of this. You're not in transition anymore. You're not healing in circles. You're not waiting for confirmation. The becoming phase is over. What's left now is embodiment. You don't feel the need to announce it. You don't need validation. You don't even need the story explained back to you. Something inside has settled, and once something settles, it doesn't shake easily. Here's a quote that lands heavy. Arrival feels boring to people addicted to chaos. That's why this phase feels calm instead of dramatic. You're no longer powered by reaction, you're powered by direction. Think about how long you spent asking questions like, why is this happening to me? What am I missing? When will it end? Those questions fade when answers turn into lived experience. You're not guessing anymore, you're operating. Imagine a storm that passes after weeks of tension. The quiet afterward feels strange at first, too still, too normal. But that stillness is not emptiness, it's resolution. That's where you are now. Another metaphor that fits. A blade pulled from the fire and cooled. The heat is gone. The shape is set. You're not being reforged anymore. You're being used. You might notice people treating you differently without saying why. That's because presence changes before language does. Confidence without noise unsettles people. Calm without explanation commands space. Another quote to anchor this. When you stop seeking permission, life stops testing you. Tests end when lessons are integrated, and you integrated them quietly without applause. This isn't the end of your growth, it's the end of your confusion. You're no longer proving, you're choosing, no longer surviving, you're directing. The enemy doesn't matter anymore, not because they were forgiven, but because they're irrelevant to the path ahead. You didn't win against them. You moved beyond them, and that's the kind of ending no trap can survive. Number 12, don't turn around. The exit is behind you now. Looking back is the last favor a fallen enemy asks for. This is the final charge, and it's simple for a reason. Do not look back. Not to confirm the fall, not to measure the damage, not to see who's watching from the pit. That chapter is closed, and attention is currency. You don't spend it on empty traps. The instinct to look back is natural. Humans want closure. They want visual proof. They want to see regret on faces, to confirm that the fall really happened. But here's the truth chosen ones learn late. Closure doesn't come from watching someone else collapse. It comes from walking away without dragging the past forward. The pit is empty now, not because no one fell, but because it no longer holds relevance. The moment you keep staring at it, you give it power again. And power is exactly what you just reclaimed. Here's a quote that lands hard. Freedom begins the moment curiosity about the past dies. You don't need updates. You don't need explanations. You don't need to know how they're doing, what they're thinking, or what they regret. That information doesn't move you forward. It anchors you backward. Imagine escaping a burning building and then stopping outside to watch the smoke. You're safe. You're out, but every second you linger, you're still breathing the air of something that tried to suffocate you. Forward motion isn't dramatic, it's disciplined. Another truth to lock in. The universe opens doors quietly once it knows you won't turn around. The chains are down, not loosened. Down. The door isn't cracked, it's open. And seasons don't turn backward to accommodate nostalgia. You might wonder if moving on this cleanly makes you cold. It doesn't. It makes you clear. Compassion doesn't require proximity. Understanding doesn't require re-entry. You can acknowledge the fall without orbiting it. Imagine dropping a heavy bag you carried for miles. You feel lighter immediately. Then imagine picking it back up, just to remind yourself how heavy it was. That's what looking back does. You don't need reminders. Your body already knows. Another quote worth keeping. What's ahead needs both hands. The past demands you turn around. You can't build while staring behind you. Momentum doesn't negotiate. This is the moment where direction matters more than emotion. You don't chase. You don't revisit. You don't monitor outcomes that no longer involve you. The trap is empty because the lesson is complete. Your future isn't empty. It's active. It's unfolding. It requires focus, not reflection. Energy flows where attention goes, and your attention belongs forward now. No speeches, no victory laps, no backward glances, just movement. Because the door is open and you're already walking through it. They're calling you cutthroat now because the moment you stood up, their little game died. They really never noticed the giant standing behind you. Not because you were small, but because you stayed quiet, because you didn't shove your power in their face, because you let them feel comfortable, safe, superior. And now, look at them, whispering, side-eyeing, trading stories like they're narrating a crime documentary. Same mouths that praised your kindness are now shaking while calling you ruthless. Funny how that works. Oh, look at them. Same people who loved you when you were silent and useful are suddenly terrified now that you don't tolerate nonsense. They're saying you're cutthroat. They're shocked. They're confused, as if something new appeared overnight, as if you woke up one day and became dangerous out of nowhere. No, nothing new happened. You just stopped letting people walk through you like a hallway. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. Imagine a quiet room where someone keeps poking a sleeping giant. At first, the giant doesn't move. It just breathes, watches, learns. The pokes get bolder, louder, more disrespectful. The pokers start laughing, thinking, see, nothing's gonna happen. Then the giant opens one eye, and the whole room freezes. That's you. That's exactly what's happening right now. Here's a fact that hits whether they like it or not. The most patient people don't snap first, they snap last. And when they do, they don't scream, they don't beg, they don't explain, they act. Another fact. People only label you cutthroat when they lose control over you. When manipulation stops working, they reach for insults. And one more truth. Quiet strength scares people more than loud anger ever will, because it comes with memory. And thank you, chosen one. Before we go further, pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribing. Help spread this message to more people who need to hear it. You're not just listening for yourself. You're part of a force that wakes people up. That matters. Now let's get back to it. They're talking about you like you're some kind of villain now, like you suddenly became heartless. But let's be honest, they never complained when your kindness benefited them. They never called you dangerous when you were forgiving their mistakes. They never whispered when you were absorbing their bad behavior to keep the peace. The gossip only started when you drew a line and said, "That's enough." That's the part they don't tell the story about. They skip the months, sometimes years, where you observed, where you tolerated, where you gave chances they didn't deserve. They skip the part where you stayed calm while being tested again and again. They jump straight to the ending and say, "See, they're ruthless." No, you're precise. The truth is simple and it stings. You were never weak. You were selective. You were never clueless. You were watching. You didn't explode. You decided. And that decision shattered the version of you they thought they owned. Oh, look at them now, replaying conversations, rewriting history, trying to warn others about you, not because you hurt them, but because you stopped saving them from the consequences of their own behavior. Your silence after the limit was crossed is louder than any argument you could have made. That silence is what's making them nervous. They're shocked because they believed your kindness had no edge. They thought it was endless. They thought you'd always bend, always explain, always stay. What they didn't realize is that kindness without limits is not kindness. It's self-betrayal. And you stopped betraying yourself. You didn't become cutthroat. You became clear. You became unavailable for disrespect. You became someone who doesn't need to announce power because power speaks when it moves. And now the room feels different. The air feels heavy. People are careful with their words around you, not because you threaten them, but because they finally see you. They never noticed the giant standing behind you. They mistook your stillness for softness. They mistook your patience for permission. And now, way too late, they're realizing the truth. The giant was always there. You just stopped hiding it. Let them talk. Let them whisper. Let them call you names that help them sleep at night. You're not here to be liked by people who benefited from your silence. You're here to move forward, calm, sharp, and unbothered, while they're still stuck trying to understand how they lost control. And that, chosen one, is why they're talking about you now. And now, chosen one, stay right here. What you just heard was not the story. That was the noise before the truth hits. The whispers, the lies, the weak attempts to paint you as something you're not. The real breakdown is about to start, piece by piece. And once you see it clearly, you won't be able to unsee it. This is where the masks come off and the fake narratives fall apart. So if you're still here, it means something in you already knows the lies aren't working anymore. If this message is landing, if you can feel that quiet nod in your chest, drop a 777 in the comments. Not for anyone else. That's you marking the moment you stopped caring about rumors and started standing solid in the truth. And if you want to support the work behind this message, a super thanks helps push this further. Every bit of support keeps these truth drops coming and puts pressure where it belongs. Now listen closely. We're about to go step by step, slow, clear, surgical. And here's the thing, if you really are who this message is speaking to, you won't feel bored, you'll feel pulled. Something will tell you to stay, because deep down, you already know people aren't buying the lies being said about you anymore. So take a breath, lock in, let's get into it. Number 1, they're whispering because they can't control you anymore. People don't talk when they're winning, they talk when they're losing you. Let that hit for a second, because that single truth explains everything happening right now. The whispers, the side eyes, the sudden stories, the quiet smear attempts. None of it started when you were weak. None of it started when you were confused. It started the exact moment you stopped explaining yourself. That's when they panicked. Oh, look at them. They used to have access. They used to know your next move because you told them. They used to rely on your patience, your understanding, your silence. You were predictable to them because you were kind. And when you're kind, people assume you're controllable. Big mistake. Now imagine this, chosen one. Imagine someone holding a remote control they think works forever. They press buttons and you react. They disrespect and you tolerate. They lie and you explain. Then one day the remote stops working. They press harder. They shake it. They blame the batteries. That's what gossip is. It's the sound of people smashing buttons that no longer respond. Here's the fact they don't want to admit. Silence is power when it's chosen. And the moment you chose silence, you took your power back. You didn't yell. You didn't argue. You didn't defend yourself. You stepped out of reach. And that terrified them more than any confrontation ever could. People whisper when they lose leverage. That's not opinion. That's pattern. Look at history. Every powerful figure, every person who stepped out of a role they were assigned, went through the same phase. The moment Rosa Parks stopped complying, they talked. When Michael Jordan stopped being just talented and started being unstoppable, they talked. When Elon Musk stopped fitting into one box, they talked. When someone stops being easy to label, people panic and start narrating. Your situation is smaller in scale, but identical in structure. They don't understand you anymore, and people hate what they can't predict. You might be asking yourself right now, why didn't they say any of this to my face? Easy answer, because whispers are safe. Whispers don't risk rejection. Whispers don't get exposed. People who still have power speak directly. People who lost it speak behind your back. Another question creeping in your mind might be, did I do something wrong? No, you did something different. You stopped shrinking to make others comfortable. You stopped giving explanations to people who weren't listening anyway. You stopped bending. And when you stop bending, the people who leaned on you fall. Oh, look at them scrambling now. They're trying to rewrite the story because they don't control the narrative anymore. They're hoping if they say it enough times, someone will believe it. They changed. They're ruthless. They think they're better now. All translations of the same sentence. We can't move them anymore. Here's a hard truth chosen ones need to hear. Being chosen doesn't mean being loved by everyone. It means being misunderstood by people who benefited from your old version. Your growth exposes their dependency. Your boundaries expose their entitlement. Think about it like this. A guard dog doesn't bark until someone crosses the fence. The barking doesn't mean the dog is evil. It means the boundary was violated. You didn't become cutthroat. You became fenced. And notice something important. The loudest gossip usually comes from the people who knew you longest. Why? Because they had the most access to lose. Strangers don't whisper about you like this. Only former insiders do. This is where villain wisdom kicks in. You don't correct rumors when they're coming from people beneath your current level of access. You don't chase narratives that were created to pull you back into explanation mode. Silence forces people to sit with their own lies, and that's uncomfortable. They're hoping you'll react. They're waiting for you to jump online, defend yourself, clear your name, explain your intentions. Because the moment you do, they get control back. That's the trap. And the fact you're not falling for it is why the whispers keep growing. Here's another uncomfortable fact. When people can't control you, they try to control how others see you. That's all this is. Reputation manipulation is the last weapon of powerless people. Strong people confront. Weak people narrate. And deep down, they know the truth. They know you didn't change overnight. They know how much you tolerated. They know how long you stayed quiet. That's why the gossip feels nervous instead of confident. That's why it sounds messy, inconsistent, desperate. You can hear fear in rumors. Calm lies are convincing. Panicked lies are sloppy. Oh, look at them trying to warn others about you, as if you're the danger, as if you're the problem. No, you're the reminder that patience has a limit, and consequences don't need announcements. Being chosen doesn't mean you owe the world softness forever. It means you know when to switch modes. Kind when respected, cold when crossed, silent when watched, decisive when done. And here's the part that should calm you completely. If people weren't buying the lies, they wouldn't be repeating them this desperately. They repeat lies when truth is already winning. They repeat lies when your presence alone is undoing their story. So don't flinch, don't explain, don't chase. Let them whisper, let them talk themselves tired. You're not here to be understood by people who lost access to you. You're here to move forward with clarity, control, and a quiet smirk, knowing exactly why the room changed when you did. They're whispering because they can't control you anymore, and that's not a problem, that's proof. Number 2, you were nice, they got greedy. Your kindness wasn't the mistake, their greed was. Read that slowly, because this is where the truth really starts to sting. You didn't lose because you were nice. You didn't suffer because you were patient. You didn't get disrespected because you lacked strength. You got tested because greedy people always mistake grace for weakness. And once they do, they keep pushing until they hit a wall they didn't see coming. Oh, look at them. They remember the version of you that listened, the version that forgave quickly, the version that gave second chances like they were infinite. They loved that version of you, not because they respected you, but because they could take from you without paying a price. And once people get used to free access, they don't stop on their own. You gave patience, they took advantage. That's the whole story. No mystery, no drama, just a simple pattern humans repeat every day. Now imagine this, chosen one. Imagine a shop that lets people walk in, take things, and pay later. At first, people are thankful. Then they get comfortable. Then they start taking more than they need. Then they stop paying. And when the shop finally locks the door, the thieves don't feel ashamed. They feel angry. That's how entitlement works. That's how greed reacts to boundaries. Here's a fact nobody tells you early enough. Greedy people don't wake up one day and decide to respect you. They wait for you to force them to. And the longer you stay kind without limits, the more they believe there are none. You might be thinking right now, why didn't they stop when they saw I was hurting? Because greed doesn't look for signals, it looks for openings. Your silence wasn't read as pain, it was read as permission. Oh, look at how bold they got near the end. The jokes crossed lines, the demands increased, the respect disappeared, and still you stayed calm. Still you tried to understand. Still you gave them the benefit of the doubt. That wasn't weakness. That was you gathering proof. That was you confirming patterns. That was you making sure that when you finally stepped back, there would be no confusion inside you. This is important. Chosen ones don't cut people off quickly. They cut people off cleanly. That takes time. Greedy people always expose themselves eventually. They ask for more than they give. They expect loyalty without offering respect. They feel offended when told no, and the moment you stop feeding them, they flip the story and paint you as the villain. That's how you know you were dealing with greed, not misunderstanding. Think about famous examples. Look at how companies treated workers who gave their all, stayed loyal, stayed quiet. The moment those workers asked for fairness, they were labeled difficult. Look at artists who were generous with their time and creativity. The moment they demanded ownership, they were called arrogant. History is full of the same script. Nice first, used second, attacked third, respected last, but only after they walk away. Your life is no different. Here's the part that really makes them uncomfortable. You didn't suddenly grow a spine. You always had one. You just stopped bending it for people who were climbing on your back. They thought there was no limit. That was their dumbest mistake. Limits are invisible until they're crossed. And once crossed, they don't come with warnings. They come with distance, permanent distance. You didn't announce your breaking point. You didn't threaten. You didn't give ultimatums. You simply changed access. And greedy people hate that because they can't argue with silence. They can't negotiate with absence. They can't manipulate someone who's no longer available. Oh, look at how confused they are now. They keep replaying moments, wondering when things shifted. They swear you changed. No, the supply ended. That's what changed. Another hard truth. People who benefited from your kindness will always call your boundaries cruelty. Always. Because boundaries force them to face how much they took. Being chosen means you feel guilt even when you're right. Greedy people don't. That's why this transition feels heavy for you and unfair for them. But don't confuse discomfort with wrongdoing. Growth is uncomfortable, especially for people who liked you smaller. You might ask, should I have been colder earlier? No, because now you don't doubt yourself. You know you gave enough. You know you tried. You know you weren't impulsive. That certainty is power. That's why you can stand still now while they spiral. Your kindness was real. That's why it hurts them. If you had been fake, they wouldn't care. Greedy people only rage when the supply they depended on disappears. And here's the final truth that seals it. When you stay kind, but learn when to walk away, you become untouchable. You can't be guilted. You can't be rushed. You can't be baited. You've already seen how far people will go when given too much. So don't regret being nice. That was never the problem. The problem was assuming everyone had the same limits you did. You were nice. They got greedy, and now they're dealing with a version of you that understands the difference. Number 3. That cutthroat side didn't appear. It woke up. You didn't become dangerous. You stopped pretending you weren't. That's the truth nobody on the other side wants to face. This side of you didn't show up out of nowhere. It didn't magically appear because you were hurt, angry, or desperate. It was always there, calm, sharp, patient. It stayed asleep because it didn't need to come out. You were handling things with grace. You were giving space. You were choosing peace. But now the situation changed, and so did your response. Oh, look at them acting shocked. They're telling themselves you changed, that something snapped in you, that you turned cold overnight. No. What actually happened is simpler and scarier. You woke up. You saw the pattern clearly. You realized who was taking, who was watching, who was benefiting from you staying soft. And once awareness hits, there is no going back to sleep. Now imagine this. Chosen one. Imagine a lion lying in the shade while hyenas run around making noise. The lion doesn't move. Not because it's weak, but because it doesn't need to. The moment the hyenas get too close, the lion stands up. Nothing dramatic, just presence, and suddenly the whole energy of the space changes. That's you right now. Here's a fact that should settle your mind. People who awaken don't go back to pretending. Once you see through manipulation, disrespect, and fake loyalty, you can't unsee it. That's why this version of you feels permanent. Because it is. You might be asking yourself, why does it feel so final? Because clarity removes confusion. You're no longer guessing. You're no longer hoping people will change. You're no longer explaining your value. You know exactly where you stand, and that certainty sharpens you. Another question creeping in might be, is it wrong that I don't feel guilty anymore? No. Guilt fades when truth becomes solid. You already gave enough. You already tried enough. The universe watched every moment you stayed patient, past what was fair. Now it's backing your shift. And that's the part the enemy doesn't see. This awakening isn't fueled by anger. It's fueled by alignment. The universe doesn't support chaos. It supports clarity. The moment you stopped betraying yourself, things started lining up. Opportunities, distance, peace, strength. That's not random. Oh, look at how nervous they are now. They can feel that you're not bluffing, you're not posturing, you're not trying to scare anyone, you're simply unavailable for games. And that's terrifying to people who relied on your old version. This cutthroat side isn't loud. It doesn't threaten. It doesn't announce itself. It moves quietly, makes clean decisions, and doesn't look back. It knows when to walk away. It knows when to stay silent. It knows when something is done. And here's the most important truth. Once this side wakes up, it doesn't go back to sleep. Not because you're cruel, but because you're conscious. You've outgrown the version of you that absorbed everything just to keep the peace. So don't doubt this phase. Don't question your sharpness. This isn't you becoming worse. This is you becoming whole, and the universe is fully with you in it. Let them remember you as nice. You remember yourself as awake. Number 4. The quiet ones are the dangerous ones. The loud ones warn you, the quiet ones end it. That's the part they never understood about you. They thought danger always makes noise. They thought power shouts, slams doors, throws tantrums. They were busy watching the loud mouths explode early, burn bridges fast, and expose themselves. Meanwhile, you were silent, watching, listening, remembering everything. And that silence fooled them into thinking you were harmless. Oh, look at them now, trying to replay moments. They're asking themselves when you changed, when you snapped, when you lost control. That's the funny part. You never snapped. You never lost control. You made a decision, quietly, cleanly, permanently. Now imagine this. Chosen one. Imagine two people in a room. One is yelling, pacing, threatening. The other is sitting still, saying nothing, eyes open. Who do you think is actually in control? Loud emotion burns fast. Quiet awareness lasts. That's why explosions fade, but decisions reshape everything. Here's a fact that hits hard. The brain makes its most dangerous choices when it's calm, not angry. That's science, that's psychology. Rage reacts. Calm decides. And you were calm when you drew your line. That's why this version of you feels different. That's why it feels final. The enemy hates this part the most. They would have preferred you scream. They would have preferred drama. Because drama can be used against you. Silence can't. Silence forces them to sit with their own behavior. Silence lets the universe step in and rearrange things without you lifting a finger. You might be asking yourself, why does my quiet bother them so much? Because quiet people don't reveal their next move. Loud people show their hand early. Quiet people wait until the game is already over. History proves this over and over. The most dangerous leaders weren't the ones shouting in the streets. They were the ones thinking 10 steps ahead, while everyone underestimated them. The ones people laughed at right before everything shifted. That's you right now. Oh, look at how uneasy they are around you. They can't read you anymore. They don't know where they stand. They don't know what you know. And that uncertainty eats at them, not because you're threatening, but because you're no longer transparent for their comfort. And here's the truth. Chosen ones need to hear clearly. Being quiet doesn't mean being passive. It means being precise. It means you don't waste energy on people who already showed you who they are. It means you let actions speak while you move in alignment. The universe supports this kind of power, not chaos, not noise, but calm authority. The moment you stopped reacting and started choosing, things began shifting behind the scenes. People revealing themselves, paths clearing, pressure lifting. That's not luck, that's alignment. So don't let anyone convince you that silence means weakness. In your case, silence is strategy. Silence is self-respect. Silence is the warning they already ignored. You didn't explode early like the loud ones. You waited. You watched. You decided. And that's why they're scared now. Number 5. You watched everything. They forgot you were watching. The most dangerous person in the room is the one everyone thinks isn't paying attention. That's where they messed up badly. They assumed silence meant ignorance. They assumed calm meant clueless. They assumed that because you didn't react, you didn't notice. Oh, look at them now, realizing too late that while they were talking, acting, lying, and slipping up, you were watching everything. You didn't miss a thing, not the small tone changes, not the fake smiles, not the patterns that repeated when they thought no one was keeping score. You saw who showed up only when they needed something. You saw who disappeared when it was your turn. You saw who respected you in public but undermined you in private. Every little detail went into your mental file. Now imagine this. Chosen one. Imagine a chess game where one player keeps making flashy moves, laughing, talking trash, thinking they're winning because the other player hasn't said a word. Meanwhile, the quiet player is 10 moves ahead, already seeing the checkmate forming. That's you. You weren't frozen. You were calculating. Here's a fact that should make you feel solid. The human brain recognizes patterns faster than people realize. You weren't overthinking. You were observing. You weren't suspicious. You were paying attention. And once enough data stacked up, the picture became clear. That's when your energy shifted, not out of emotion, but out of understanding. They really thought you were clueless. They thought you didn't notice the lies because you didn't call them out. They thought you didn't see the disrespect because you didn't react. They thought you were easy to fool because you gave people space to hang themselves with their own behavior. And here's the genius part they didn't expect. You let them reveal themselves fully. You didn't interrupt the pattern. You didn't stop them early. You let them get comfortable because comfortable people get sloppy, and sloppy people tell on themselves. You might be asking yourself, why didn't I speak up sooner? Because you needed certainty, not suspicion. Chosen ones don't move on vibes alone. They move on evidence. Now you have it, and that's why your decisions feel unshakable. Another question creeping in might be, why does it feel like they're suddenly exposed? Because they are. The universe has a funny way of backing people who see clearly. Once you stop ignoring red flags, the universe starts waving them bigger and louder, not for you, but for everyone else to see. Oh, look at how uncomfortable they are now. They sense that you know more than you say. They feel that you're no longer fooled, and that makes them nervous because you can't manipulate someone who sees the full picture. This is where you stop doubting yourself. Watching wasn't weakness, it was wisdom. Waiting wasn't fear, it was timing. And now, with everything you've seen, you're moving differently, cleaner, sharper, with no need to explain. So stop replaying the past, wondering if you imagined things. You didn't. You watched. You learned. You understood. And now you're acting from truth, with the universe fully backing your clarity. They forgot you were watching. You didn't forget a thing. Number 6. They're shocked because they thought you'd always take it. They didn't prepare for your strength. They planned around your silence. That's why they're stunned right now. Their entire plan was built on one lazy assumption that you would always take it, always adjust, always stay quiet, always be the bigger person while they pushed, tested, and took more than they gave. They didn't plan for resistance, they planned for access, and the moment you shut that down, their whole setup collapsed. Oh, look at them scrambling. They're confused because the version of you they relied on is gone. Not angry, not dramatic, gone. And they don't know how to operate without you absorbing the pressure anymore. They really believed your softness was permanent. They mistook your patience for weakness and your empathy for compliance. That's why they got comfortable crossing lines. That's why they got bold. They thought the rules didn't apply because you kept letting things slide. And when someone builds their world on the idea that you'll always tolerate them, your refusal feels like betrayal. Now imagine this, chosen one. Imagine someone leaning their full weight on a door they think will never close. They don't even notice they're depending on it. Then one day, the door shuts. They fall flat, and instead of asking why they leaned so hard, they blame the door. That's exactly what's happening here. Here's a fact that should ground you. People don't get shocked by change. They get shocked when entitlement ends. They weren't prepared for you to choose yourself. They weren't prepared for boundaries. They weren't prepared for consequences. And the universe saw every moment you swallowed discomfort just to keep peace. It saw how long you stayed reasonable while others got unreasonable. Now it's balancing things out, not with noise, with clarity. You might be asking yourself, why do they act like this came out of nowhere? Because they ignored every quiet signal you gave. every pause, every moment your energy shifted. They didn't listen because they didn't want to. Comfort makes people deaf. Oh, look at how quickly their world cracked. The moment you stopped responding the same way, their confidence disappeared, their tone changed, their stories changed, their behavior exposed how much they depended on you staying small. This is where you stop feeling guilty. You didn't break anything, you revealed how fragile their setup was. If your silence was enough to collapse it, it was never stable to begin with. Being chosen doesn't mean being endlessly patient. It means knowing when patience turns into self-disrespect. And when you crossed that line, the universe backed you instantly. Things started shifting, pressure lifted, truth surfaced. That's not coincidence. They're shocked because they thought you'd always take it. You didn't. And now they're forced to deal with a reality they never prepared for. Stay focused. Let them adjust. You're not here to hold their world together anymore. Number 7. Once you're done, you're done. You don't announce the end when you're finished. You disappear from the equation. That's what they still don't understand about you. They keep waiting for a conversation, an explanation, some emotional closure where they get to feel better about how things ended. Oh, look at them, still hoping for a speech, still waiting for forgiveness, still thinking there's a way back in. They don't realize the door didn't slam. It locked, quietly, permanently. You didn't cut them off in a moment of anger. You didn't storm out. You didn't burn bridges just to feel powerful. That's not how you operate. When you're done because the math is complete. You weighed the effort. You measured the respect. You counted the chances. And when the balance stayed broken, you made a decision. Now imagine this, chosen one. Imagine reaching your hand into fire again and again, hoping it won't burn this time. At some point, you don't curse the fire. You stop touching it. That's not cruelty. That's intelligence. That's what you did. Here's a fact that should settle your nerves. People who truly reach their limit don't argue anymore. They don't negotiate. They don't plead. Emotional reactions mean there's still hope. Silence means the verdict is final. That's why your calm scares them, because it signals there's nothing left to discuss. They're asking themselves, why won't they talk to me? Because talking is how cycles restart, and you didn't come this far to repeat the same lesson with different words. The universe backs endings that are clean, not dramatic ones, clean ones. The moment you stopped reopening doors that hurt you, things began to stabilize. Less chaos, less noise, more clarity, more focus. That's alignment. Oh, look at how they test the lock. They send messages, they test boundaries, they act like nothing happened, they wait for you to soften. They're not confused, they're hoping you'll doubt yourself enough to let them back in. But you're not doubting anymore. Here's the truth chosen ones must accept. Second chances only work when respect exists. Without respect, second chances are just delayed disrespect. And you finally saw that clearly. You might feel cold for this. That's normal. Chosen ones feel deeply, even when doing the right thing. But don't confuse firmness with cruelty. You're not punishing anyone. You're protecting yourself. Once you're done, you don't need revenge. Distance is enough. You don't need closure. Clarity is enough. You don't need to be understood. Peace is enough. Let them knock. Let them wait. The door isn't closed to hurt them. It's locked because you learned. Number 8. You didn't lose control. You took it back. They call you ruthless because they can't pull your strings anymore. That's the lie they're trying to sell. that you lost control, that you became cold, that something in you snapped. Oh, look at them reaching for words that make them feel safer, because admitting the truth would crush them. The truth is simple and terrifying for them. You didn't lose control, you finally took it back. You stopped reacting. That's what really happened. You stopped letting emotions, pressure, guilt, and other people's expectations drive your moves. And the moment you did that, the whole power dynamic flipped. Calm choices scare weak people more than anger ever could. Now imagine this, chosen one. Imagine someone who's used to poking buttons and getting instant reactions. They press, you jump. They poke, you explain. Then one day, they press the button and nothing happens. No reaction, no emotion, just silence. That silence tells them something changed, something they can't fix. Here's a fact most people don't like hearing. Emotional people are easy to control. Calm people are not. When you react, you're predictable. When you choose, you're dangerous. They keep saying you're ruthless because ruthlessness is easier to swallow than accountability. If they admit you're calm, intentional, and aware, then they'd have to admit they lost power over you. And that hurts more than any insult. You might be asking yourself, why does staying calm make them so uncomfortable? Because calm removes leverage. You can't guilt-trip someone who's grounded. You can't rush someone who's patient. You can't manipulate someone who already knows the outcome. This is where the universe steps in. The universe doesn't reward chaos. It rewards clarity. The moment you stopped reacting and started choosing what aligned with you, things began shifting. People exposing themselves, situations resolving without drama, opportunities appearing quietly. That's not luck. That's control returning to where it belongs. Oh, look at how they test you now. They poke again. They say little things. They try to provoke old reactions. They're hoping you'll slip and go back to being reactive, but you don't. You stay still, and that's when they realize it's over. Here's the question they don't want you to answer. What if they don't need me anymore? That's the fear behind every accusation. Because once you stop reacting, you don't need approval, permission, or validation. You didn't harden, you sharpened, you didn't shut down, you leveled up. You didn't lose empathy, you just stopped letting empathy be used against you. So let them call you ruthless. Let them label what they can't control. Words don't move you anymore. Choices do. You didn't lose control. You reclaimed it. And the universe is fully behind that decision. Number 9. They call you cutthroat to feel better about losing. When people lose access, they don't apologize. They rename you. That's the trick. That's the coping move. They don't want to admit they messed up. They don't want to sit with the fact that their choices cost them you. So instead of saying, I pushed too far, they say, you're cutthroat. Oh, look at them. Slapping labels on you like bandages, trying to stop the bleeding of their own regret. This isn't about you being harsh. This is about them being unable to accept loss. You didn't attack. You didn't destroy. You didn't scheme. You stepped back. You removed access. You chose yourself. And for people who were feeding off your time, energy, patience, or silence, that feels like violence. Not because it is, but because it ends the benefit they were enjoying. Now, imagine this, chosen one. Imagine someone renting a luxury house for free for years. No rent, no rules, no consequences. Then one day, the owner takes the keys back. Does the renter say thank you for all the free years? No. They say the owner is greedy, heartless, unfair. That's entitlement talking. That's exactly what's happening here. Here's a fact that clears your mind. Labeling is a defense mechanism. Psychology 101. When people can't win the argument, they attack the character. When they can't fix the mistake, they rewrite the story. Calling you cutthroat helps them avoid the hardest sentence of all. I messed this up. They lost access forever. That's the part eating them alive. You might be wondering, why are they telling others this? Because they're trying to recruit comfort. They want witnesses to their version of events, so they don't have to sit alone with the truth. If enough people nod, maybe the pain quiets down. It doesn't. The universe sees this clearly. The universe always backs clean exits. You didn't leave with chaos. You left with clarity. And clarity exposes lies without you saying a word. That's why their labels sound desperate, forced, rehearsed. Oh, look at how fast the narrative changes depending on who they're talking to. One day, you're cold. Next day, you're arrogant. Next day, you're changed. That's not truth. That's someone throwing darts in the dark, hoping one sticks. Here's the question you might be afraid to ask. What if people believe them? Some will, and that's fine. People who believe lies without checking were never meant to walk with you anyway. The universe removes them for you. You didn't lose anyone valuable. You lost people who couldn't respect limits. So let them call you cutthroat. Let them label you however they need to survive the loss. You don't need to correct them. You don't need to defend yourself. You're already gone. They're calling you names because it's easier than admitting the truth. They lost you, and they're never getting that access back. Number 10. Your kindness was the warning they ignored. The softest phase of you was the last chance they were ever going to get. That's the part that hits hardest when it finally sinks in. Your kindness wasn't weakness. It wasn't confusion. It wasn't you being blind. It was mercy. It was restraint. It was the universe giving them time to get it together before consequences showed up quietly and permanently. And oh, look at them. They laughed at it. They thought your softness meant safety. They thought because you didn't retaliate, nothing would ever happen. They joked, pushed, crossed lines, and told themselves you'd never change. That was the warning, and they ignored it. Now imagine this, chosen one. Imagine standing near a calm ocean, smooth surface, gentle waves. People swim too far, take risks, disrespect the water. They forget the same ocean can turn deadly without raising its voice. The calm wasn't permission. It was patience. That's exactly what your kindness was. Here's a fact people learn too late. The most dangerous people are the ones who don't need to prove anything. You didn't flex your power. You didn't threaten. You didn't make scenes. You stayed kind. And kindness without fear scares reckless people because it means something is being held back. They laughed because they thought mercy was the end of the story. They didn't realize mercy has an expiration date. You might be asking yourself, why does it feel like they didn't take me seriously? Because people who live off entitlement confuse grace with weakness every single time. They don't respect kindness until it's gone. And when it's gone, it's never replaced with anger. It's replaced with distance. The universe sees this clearly. The universe gives warnings before it gives lessons. Your patience was the warning. Your silence was the warning. Your continued presence was the warning. When all of that was ignored, the universe backed your withdrawal fully. Oh, look at how they regret it now. They replay moments where they could have acted better, spoken differently, shown respect. but regret doesn't reopen doors you locked with clarity. This is where chosen ones stop doubting themselves. You weren't too soft, you were too generous, and generosity is only a flaw around greedy people. Your kindness gave them room to change. They chose comfort instead. That choice cost them access to you, not because you're cruel, but because you're awake. Let this settle in. You don't owe anyone endless mercy. You don't owe anyone a permanent version of yourself that hurts you. The universe doesn't ask chosen ones to bleed forever just to prove they're good. Your softness was the warning. They ignored it. And now they're meeting the version of you that doesn't offer it twice. Number 11. Let them talk. You're already past them. By the time they finish talking about you, you'll be somewhere they can't reach. That's the final truth that settles everything. They're still whispering, still replaying, still trying to figure out what happened. And you're already gone. Not in a dramatic way, not loudly, just forward, focused, unavailable, winning in ways they don't get updates on anymore. Oh, look at them, stuck in the same conversations, same names, same complaints, same tired narratives. They're looping because they have nowhere else to go. Gossip is what people do when movement stops. Growth doesn't need commentary, it needs direction. You're no longer looking over your shoulder wondering what they're saying. That phase is over. The moment you stopped explaining yourself, the moment you stopped needing approval, the moment you chose progress over validation, you crossed a line they can't follow. Here's a fact that should calm you completely. People who are moving forward don't monitor the past. People who are stuck do. The noise behind you is proof you're ahead. You might be asking yourself, what if they never understand? They won't. And that's fine. Understanding was never the requirement. Alignment was, and you're aligned now with your values, with your boundaries, with your direction. The universe doesn't reward people who stay where they're disrespected. It rewards those who move when it's time. Oh, look at how quiet your life feels now. Less chaos, less explaining, less emotional weight. That's not emptiness, that's peace. That's what happens when you stop carrying people who refuse to walk on their own. They know now, even if they won't say it out loud, they know they underestimated you. They know they pushed too far. They know the version of you they had access to is never coming back. And that realization hits hardest when they see you doing well without them. You're still moving, still learning, still building, still becoming. They're still talking. Let them. Words don't slow momentum. Opinions don't block paths. Labels don't touch someone who's already past the situation. This is where you stand tall without saying a word. This is where your silence speaks louder than any defense ever could. You don't need to prove anything. The results will do that for you. So let them talk. Let them guess. Let them wonder. You already know who you are. And now, they do too. And now, chosen one, we close this exactly how it deserves to be closed. Not with noise, not with explanations, but with certainty. You saw the truth. You felt the shift. You understand now why the talking started, why the lies failed, and why your silence shook the room. This wasn't about them at all. It was about you stepping into alignment while the universe cleared the path behind you. If this message hit, press like and subscribe so this truth reaches more people who need it. Drop 77 in the comments if you're locked in. And share this because some people need to hear it before it's too late. The loudest proof that the enemy is scared of you is when they work overtime trying to make you open your mouth. That one line alone exposes everything happening around you right now. It's the kind of truth that punches the enemy straight in the ego, because the moment they realize they can't block your path, they start trying to control your reactions. Think about it. When someone knows they can't beat your progress, they try to shake your emotions. When they can't shut down your future, they try to make you sabotage yourself. It's like someone throwing stones at a window, not because the window is weak, but because the light inside is too strong for their comfort. And here's the fact they hope you never notice. Most chosen ones don't get defeated by outside attacks. They get defeated by the words they let slip during a moment of pressure. Here's another fact. People who fear your rise rarely attack your strength. They attack your peace. They poke at your patience. They press the spots that hurt. They love when you speak in anger, because every angry reaction becomes evidence they can use against you. They want you talking, not thinking, reacting, not choosing, explaining, defending, or arguing, instead of protecting your next move. And the truth is simple. Chosen ones don't lose because they are wrong. They lose because they talk at the wrong time. Before we go deeper, thank you, chosen one, for being here. Don't forget to give energy back to this message by pressing like and subscribe. It helps this message reach more souls who need it, and it keeps this mission growing. You are part of a force that believes in clarity, wisdom, and light. Thank you for being a piece of that bigger movement. Now, back to the real instruction. This message is not about learning how to stay quiet for no reason. This is about knowing when silence becomes your strongest move. This is about understanding the phase you are in and why your voice must be protected right now. This moment in your life is too sensitive to waste energy on the wrong ears. Too many situations around you are shifting. Too many people are watching. Too many traps are being set through conversations that are designed to make you slip. You are not being told to be quiet because you are weak. You are being told to be quiet because you are powerful, and the wrong sentence right now could give the enemy the exact weapon they are waiting for. You have to understand something most people never figure out. Not every battle is fought with actions. Some battles are fought with silence. Silence can protect you faster than any defense you try to build with words. Silence exposes people who pretend to be loyal. Silence makes enemies panic because they can't read your next move. Silence keeps your plans safe from gossip, jealousy, and manipulation. And when you stay silent in a moment built to provoke you, you win without lifting a finger. Chosen one, the universe sees the tension around you. You're not imagining it. People are acting strange for a reason. Some are watching your every move, trying to figure out how close you are to your breakthrough. Some are trying to test your patience because they want you to break character. Others want access to your thoughts so they can twist your words into stories that put you at a disadvantage. When your destiny starts shifting into a higher lane, the energy around you always gets chaotic. It's like the universe turns the light on, and everyone who was hiding in the dark shows their real face. That's why you're being told to hold your tongue. This is not the moment to explain yourself to anyone. This is not the moment to argue. This is not the moment to react out of emotion. Right now, even one sentence spoken out of frustration can ruin something the universe has been aligning for you. You don't need to keep proving who you are. You don't need to defend your name in rooms that don't deserve your voice. Silence will clear people out faster than any confrontation ever could. Think about how many times in your life things went wrong because you said too much too soon. How many mistakes came from reacting instead of observing. How many opportunities slipped because you trusted the wrong people with the right information. Now you're being given a second chance to do it differently. The instruction is simple. Protect your mouth to protect your future. This is the phase where every word matters. Every reaction counts. Every conversation has weight. And the universe is telling you to pause your tongue because something major is aligning for you. When you are on the edge of a big shift, silence becomes a form of self-respect. It becomes strategy. It becomes power. It becomes a shield. Enemies hate silence because silence keeps them out of your mind. Silence keeps them guessing. Silence makes them crumble because they can't feed off your energy. People who want to see you fall need you to talk. They need you to respond. They need you to give them something to twist, something to spread, something to use. When you refuse to speak, you cut off their supply. Here's the truth. Many chosen ones don't realize until it's too late. People don't need to know your thoughts to stop you. They only need you to speak without thinking. They want to pull you into heated arguments, pointless debates, and emotional conversations that only drain your spirit. They want you to act out of anger so they can say, "See, this is who they really are." But silence ruins all their plans. Silence makes the universe your spokesperson. Silence lets truth expose the liars. Silence lets time reveal who was manipulating things behind the scenes. Silence shows who collapses when they cannot control your emotions. You don't need to clap back right now. You don't need to respond to comments meant to disrespect you. You don't need to explain why you're moving differently. You don't need to justify your growth. The more you rise, the less you need to talk. This phase is about discipline. It's about embracing the power of not reacting. The enemy wants a reaction because your reaction is the only thing they still have power over. They cannot stop what the universe is shifting in your favor. They cannot block what's meant for you, but they can distract you. They can derail your focus. They can push you into mistakes that set you back months, sometimes years, and all it takes is one sentence spoken at the wrong time. Chosen one, you're being guided, you're being protected, you're being prepared. This is not silence out of fear. This is silence out of intelligence. When the noise around you gets loud, it means your breakthrough is getting closer. And when your breakthrough is close, your tongue becomes the gatekeeper of your future. Hold your tongue, not because you're weak, but because you're about to step into a version of yourself that demands peace, not drama, clarity, not chaos, strategy, not impulse. This is not the time to talk. This is the time to observe, to reflect, to stay quiet while the universe moves things into place. Your silence right now is not just a choice, it's a weapon. Use it wisely. And chosen one, thank you for staying locked in with this message. Before we go deeper, take a moment to fuel this mission by hitting like and subscribe so this wisdom reaches more souls who need it. Drop a comment with 777 if you're ready to master the discipline of silence and protect your next chapter with real strategy. And if you ever choose to support the team behind this message, even the smallest gift keeps this work alive and helps the mission grow. Now breathe, stay with me, because what comes next will show you exactly why this is not the time to talk, but the time to rise. Let's step forward. Number 1. The warning they hoped you would ignore. Nothing terrifies an enemy more than a chosen one who refuses to speak when they're trying to provoke them. That line alone hits like a hammer to their ego, and honestly, they deserve it. because the moment you stop reacting, their whole strategy falls apart. People who want to see you lose don't fear your strength. They fear your silence. They fear it because silence means they can't read you, can't access you, can't manipulate you, can't twist anything you say. Silence is the door slamming in their face. Silence is you taking the steering wheel back. Silence is the moment they realize their little mind games aren't working anymore. And before anything else, Chosen One, thank you for staying present with this message. Every like, every comment, every bit of support helps this mission reach more people who need these truths. If you choose to support this channel in any way, it keeps the work alive and fuels the energy behind these messages. Now let's step back into the fire, because what comes next is the reason the universe is sending this warning now. This is the moment where you need to pay attention. You're stepping into a phase where people will poke at your patience just to hear what spills out of your mouth. They'll read your expressions, test your mood, drag you into pointless conversations, and push your buttons in ways that feel intentional. And let's be honest, most of it is intentional. It's not random, it's not just how they are. It's calculated. Because when people feel your energy rising, they panic. When they see you shifting, they scramble. When they sense that you're becoming harder to predict, they try to pull you back into the old you, the talkative you, the reactive you, the you who gave explanations, the you who overshared, the you who tried to be understood. But that version of you is gone, and some people can't handle that. This warning is simple but sharp. You are in a season where every word can be used for or against you. Think of this like walking through a hallway full of open microphones. One wrong sentence, spoken out of frustration, impatience, or emotion, could echo into places you didn't expect. One reaction could be replayed, repeated, misinterpreted, or weaponized. Not because you are weak, but because your next step is too important, and the universe is trying to protect you from you. Let's break something open here. There are moments in a chosen one's life when silence is not avoidance, it's elevation. Silence is how you rise without giving anyone a shortcut into your process. It's how you protect your ideas before they are ready. It's how you guard your emotional energy while the universe is rearranging things for you. But silence also reveals people. When you stop talking, watch how many people suddenly get irritated. That reaction is not random. That irritation comes from people who only liked you when your voice made them comfortable, when your words benefited them, when your openness created access they didn't earn. Here's a metaphor you'll understand. Imagine you're upgrading your software. You're installing a new, stronger operating system. This process takes energy, bandwidth, and focus. You can't have random pop-up windows distracting you. You can't have background programs draining your power, and you definitely cannot afford a virus disguised as a friendly notification. That's exactly what pointless conversations and emotional arguments are right now. They're viruses trying to drain your focus and interrupt your upgrade. The universe is warning you because you're rising into a version of yourself that demands emotional intelligence. And emotional intelligence begins with knowing when to speak and when to keep your mouth closed. Now, let's answer a question that is probably echoing in your mind. Why now? Why is silence so important at this exact moment? Because people around you are shifting. Some are revealing their true motives. Some are pretending to be on your side while fishing for information. Some are smiling while collecting details to twist later. Some are quietly threatened because they can feel the shift in your energy even before you do. And others are simply jealous because you're starting to outgrow the box they kept you in. Your silence scares them because it forces them to face their own insecurities. It's easier for them when you're predictable, when you talk too much, when you react instantly, when you explain yourself, when you defend yourself. But the moment you start speaking less, observing more, moving quietly, and thinking before you reply, they lose their grip. That loss of control is the real reason they are trying so hard to stir you up. And here's the fact most people never admit. Some attacks only exist to make you talk. Think about that. Not to defeat you, not to damage your reputation, not to expose you, but to make you open your mouth and say something they can use. Once you understand that, you stop taking everything personally. You stop letting people pull you into emotional traps. You start seeing the game for what it is, an attempt to break your discipline. Chosen one, this warning is not meant to scare you. It's meant to sharpen you. You're not being told to stay silent forever. You're being told to stay silent strategically because the energy around you is shifting fast. There are conversations happening behind your back that you don't need to attend. There are eyes on you that you don't need to acknowledge. There are arguments waiting for you that you don't need to enter. Silence is how you rise above all of it without wasting a single word. Let's make one thing clear. Silence is not weakness. Silence is not fear. Silence is not surrender. Silence is control. Silence is maturity. Silence is power. It's knowing that not everyone deserves access to your thoughts. It's understanding that not every question deserves an answer. It's accepting that people will misunderstand you, and that's okay, because your destiny does not depend on their understanding. You don't need to yell to prove a point. You don't need to defend yourself in front of those committed to misunderstanding you. You don't need to respond to disrespect. You don't need to correct every lie. You don't need to clap back at every insult. The universe will clear out the noise for you. Your silence will reveal who is real and who is pretending. Let me tell you another truth. The enemy becomes loud when their time is short. When someone knows they are losing their grip on your energy, they get desperate. They push harder. They poke deeper. They test your patience more aggressively. That's exactly why this warning is coming now, because your next chapter depends on your self-control. Your future depends on your restraint. Your reputation depends on your ability to not let emotions speak for you. And here's the part that will hit you hardest. The chosen ones who lose their destiny don't lose it from failure. They lose it from talking too much in seasons where silence was required. You're not going to repeat that pattern. Right now, you are being refined. You are being upgraded. You are being pushed to protect your tongue because the universe is aligning things behind the scenes that require secrecy. Not everyone can know your plans. Not everyone can handle your dreams. Not everyone should have access to your process. Some chapters must stay private until they are complete. So ask yourself, who benefits when you overshare? Who gains when you react emotionally? Who smiles when you lose your patience? Who gets louder when you go quiet? The answers to those questions will tell you everything you need to know about who is for you and who is against you. Chosen one, this is your warning. This is your moment of awareness. This is where you learn that silence is not just the absence of speech. Silence is a weapon. Silence is strategy. Silence is protection. Silence is how you win battles without fighting them. Stay silent. Stay focused. Stay unbothered. Stay protected. This is not the time to talk. Number 2, the weight of silence they never expected you to carry. Your silence hits harder than any argument you could ever speak. That sentence alone is enough to make your enemies choke on their own intentions, because the truth is simple. Nothing shakes people like a chosen one who suddenly talks less. When someone who used to explain, defend, justify, and express everything suddenly goes quiet, the whole room feels it. Silence becomes pressure. Silence becomes power. Silence becomes the spotlight revealing who was counting on your voice to expose your moves. Let's go deeper. Silence is heavy because it forces everyone else to deal with their own noise. Silence is powerful because it stops the flow of energy people were draining from you. Silence is strategic because it exposes the people who only treated you well when your words were feeding their ego, their curiosity, or their control. Now, ask yourself something real. Why is silence so difficult for you right now? Why does holding your tongue feel like holding your breath? Why does staying quiet feel like standing on the edge of a cliff? Because you've never been this close to a breakthrough, and breakthroughs always demand discipline. Here's a quote to hit you even harder. Your next chapter doesn't need your voice. It needs your self-control. Chosen one, imagine this. You're holding a box of glass. Every step you take must be calculated. Every movement matters. One wrong shift, one careless slip, one sudden reaction, and everything you're carrying shatters. That box is your future right now. That box is your timing. That box is your next level. And your words are the single thing that could shake the box at the worst possible moment. This is why the universe is warning you. Not to limit you, not to shrink you, not to silence your personality, but to protect you from the invisible traps designed to catch one thing, your voice. Because your voice reveals your intentions. Your voice exposes your plans. Your voice hands people the map to your weak spots. Your voice gives enemies the blueprint to build attacks against you. Here's another quote you need to feel in your bones. The enemy can't predict your next move if you stop narrating your life. Let me break this down with a metaphor that hits. Imagine you're playing chess. If you announce every move before you make it, what happens? You lose. Instantly. Not because you're weak, but because you exposed your strategy. That's exactly what oversharing does. It tells people how to defeat you without them even having to try. Now, imagine something else. You're walking into a room where every wall has a hidden camera. You don't know who's watching, who's listening, who's waiting for you to slip. In that room, silence isn't optional. It's survival. One sentence becomes evidence. One emotional reaction becomes a disadvantage. One careless comment becomes a weapon in someone else's hands. That's the kind of environment you're in right now. Eyes are watching. Ears are listening, people are hungry for information, and your silence is the lock that keeps your life from being broken into. So here's the real question burning inside you. Why does it feel like everyone suddenly wants a reaction from me? Because your growth became too obvious. Your energy shifted. Your presence is different. Your confidence is louder even when your mouth is quiet, and people who counted on your weakness are panicking because you're outgrowing their reach. When someone senses your elevation, they don't attack your progress. They attack your patience. They want you emotional. They want you frantic. They want you angry. They want you defending yourself. They want you explaining things you don't need to explain. Because the moment you react, you lose leverage. Here's a quote that exposes every hidden agenda around you. They don't want your truth. They want your slip-up. Chosen one, imagine something else. Imagine you're holding a golden key. This key opens the door to a future only the universe could design. But here's the catch. If you talk too much right now, the key melts. Not instantly, but slowly. Every unnecessary conversation heats it. Every argument bends it. Every reaction weakens it. And the moment you lose control, the key breaks entirely. That's how sensitive this moment in your life is. Your silence is not about avoiding people, it's about protecting the key. There are people who want access to your plans, not because they support you, but because they want to predict your next move or sabotage it. There are people who ask questions, not because they care, but because they're gathering intel. There are people who pretend to listen, but only so they can twist your words into something damaging. This is where chosen ones usually crash, not because of enemies, not because of obstacles, not because of bad luck, but because they talk during the one season where silence was the only safe option. You're not repeating that mistake. Let's answer another question that's probably sitting in your chest. Why is this silence so uncomfortable? Why does it feel like holding back is the hardest thing I've ever done? Because silence forces growth. Silence forces patience. Silence forces emotional discipline. Silence forces you to observe the people around you without protecting their feelings. Silence reveals the truth you didn't want to admit. Some people only stay close when your mouth stays open. When you go quiet, watch how fast fake supporters fall away. When you go quiet, watch how exposed manipulators become. When you go quiet, watch how frustrated jealous people get. When you go quiet, watch how uncomfortable liars become. Your silence isn't just holding your tongue, it's revealing the entire room. Here's another quote that needs to hit your core. Silence is the stage where every mask falls off. Chosen one. Imagine this final example. Imagine you're walking through a garden at night. The path ahead is dark, but the moonlight gives you just enough visibility to move safely. If you speak too loudly, you disturb something hiding in the bushes. If you move too fast, you step on something dangerous. But if you walk silently, slowly, intentionally, you make it through without a single scratch. That's the season you're in. Nighttime, transition, movement, precision, silence. You are walking toward a version of yourself that has no space for impulsive reactions, a version of yourself that cannot afford to speak without thinking, a version of yourself that knows the wrong sentence can collapse the right future. And the universe is not warning you because something bad is coming. It's warning you because something big is coming, something heavy, something meaningful. Something that requires you to protect the energy around you with the discipline of a warrior. Your silence is not punishment, it's preparation. Your silence is not weakness, it's wisdom. Your silence is not avoidance, it's strategy. Your silence is not fear, it's elevation. Chosen one, the universe is pushing you into a new lane, a lane where you speak less but move smarter, a lane where your reactions are intentional, a lane where your words are weapons, not liabilities, a lane where your silence carries more power than your voice ever did. This is the weight of silence. It's heavy because it matters. It's hard because it protects. It's painful because it grows you. It's powerful because it elevates you. Hold your tongue, guard your voice, choose your silence, honor the moment. This is not the time to talk. This is the time to transform. Number 3. Strategy they never saw coming. Your silence is the one move they can't predict, control, twist, or sabotage. That line alone slices straight through the enemy's confidence, because nothing unsettles people more than a chosen one who stops reacting. Silence turns their whole playbook useless. Silence flips the power dynamic. Silence forces them to deal with the truth they tried to ignore. You're not the same version of yourself they used to manipulate. Chosen one, let's go straight into the heat of it. Silence isn't weakness. It's technique. It's the kind of technique that makes even the boldest enemy hesitate, because they can't figure out what's happening behind the quiet. They can't read you. They can't predict you. They can't access the parts of your mind they used to feed on. Silence becomes armor. Silence becomes the locked gate they no longer have a key for. Imagine this. You step into a room where everyone is waiting for you to speak so they can twist your words. But you don't say a single thing. Instantly, the entire room gets uncomfortable. That discomfort is power. That confusion is leverage. That tension is the universe teaching you the art of winning without making a sound. Here's a truth most people never learn. Your silence exposes people faster than confrontation ever will. Why is silence so heavily required right now? Because you're close, much closer than you think. When the breakthrough gets near, the noise gets loud, people push harder, triggers become sharper, energy gets weird. It's not random. It's pressure designed to make you slip with your mouth. One rant said in frustration, one reaction at the wrong time, one conversation with the wrong person. That's all it takes to derail something the universe has been aligning for months. Imagine you're carrying a lit torch through a tunnel full of gasoline. Every word you speak is a spark. You can't afford even one reckless flame. This season demands precision. It demands emotional discipline. It demands silence because the environment around you is highly reactive. You might wonder, why do I have to change my whole approach now? Because your old way of speaking was honest, but it wasn't strategic. Because your voice used to defend you, but now your silence will protect you better. Because your next level requires a new version of you, a version who understands timing, restraint, and the power of not responding. Silence isn't retreat, it's repositioning. Silence isn't fear, it's foresight. Silence isn't obedience to people, it's loyalty to your future. Hold your tongue, your next move depends on it. Number 4. The command that shuts down every enemy move. Nothing is more dangerous than a chosen one who knows when to stay silent. That line alone makes every enemy flinch, because silence from someone powerful is never empty. It's intentional, it's calculated, it's lethal. You're stepping into the kind of silence that turns tables without touching them. The kind of silence that blocks attacks before they're even launched. The kind of silence that exposes every fake supporter who depended on your voice to stay comfortable. Chosen one, this isn't optional anymore. This isn't a suggestion. This isn't maybe just stay quiet. This is a command from the universe itself. Your silence has shifted from being a tool to being a requirement. Because right now, silence is your shield, your defense, your winning move. And if you ignore it, you risk giving power to people who haven't earned 1 second of your energy. Imagine this. You're holding a laser sensor. The environment around you is so sensitive that even one loud movement sets off an alarm. That's your life right now. One wrong sentence could activate the wrong situation. One emotional reaction could open doors you've been trying to close. One careless conversation could become evidence in someone else's hands. Silence is not about fear. Silence is about precision. Here's a truth that hits hard. Your silence isn't you backing down. It's you refusing to give anyone a free ticket into your destiny. The universe is shifting you from expression to execution, from talking to observing, from explaining to evolving. You're being pushed into a phase where your voice isn't needed to prove you're powerful. Your silence does that for you. Imagine yourself as a storm gathering strength. Storms don't announce themselves. They build quietly. They move silently. They grow without warning. And then suddenly, everything shifts. That's you. Your silence is the calm before your transformation. Another metaphor. Think of a lion right before it attacks. It doesn't roar. It doesn't announce itself. It gets quiet, dead quiet. Because silence sharpens the moment. Silence guarantees accuracy. Silence eliminates risk. You might ask, why silence now? Why not speak my truth? Why not defend myself? Because your future is louder than your explanations. Because your elevation doesn't need witnesses. Because your enemies can't twist words you never say. Silence right now isn't about being polite. It's about being unstoppable. Hold your tongue. Your silence is your power, and this is the moment it matters most. Number 5. The war they're hoping you lose. Your reaction is the weapon they want you to hand them. That line alone stings every enemy watching you right now, because nothing exposes their weakness faster than seeing you stay calm when they expected you to explode. They study your triggers. They poke your pressure points. They bring drama to your doorstep hoping you'll crack. But the moment you refuse to react, their whole plan collapses like cheap plastic. Chosen one, this chapter of your life is not about controlling the world around you. It's about controlling the world inside you. Your reactions are the battlefield. Your emotions are the strategy. Your silence is the victory. This is where the universe trains you to master the exact things your enemies use to manipulate: your tone, your patience, your energy, your responses. Imagine this: you're carrying a cup filled to the brim. Every little bump, every tiny shake, every unexpected nudge tries to make you spill what you're carrying. But instead of reacting, you steady your hand. You breathe. You hold your focus. You protect what's in the cup. That cup is your peace. And right now, the whole world seems desperate to knock it out of your hand. Here's a truth that should hit your core. The enemy isn't attacking your strength. He's attacking your attention. Why? Because you're too close to a shift, too close to an upgrade, too close to a level where nothing that used to bother you will even reach you anymore. And when you're this close, distractions start showing up, wearing every mask possible, people acting weird, arguments appearing out of nowhere, old triggers resurfacing, random negativity, sudden tension. It's not coincidence. It's pressure designed to force a reaction. Imagine walking through a hallway of mirrors, each one reflecting a distorted version of you. Every mirror tries to convince you to respond to the reflection instead of the reality. That's what's happening now. You're being thrown illusions of conflict that only exist to steal your focus. One reaction in the wrong moment can delay something the universe is trying to fast-track. Another metaphor: think of yourself as a rising elevator. As you move up, doors will open at random floors. People will shout, argue, and try to pull you out, not because you belong there, but because they can't go where you're going. The smart ones don't step out. They stay inside and let the elevator rise. You might be asking yourself, why am I suddenly irritated? Why is drama coming out of nowhere? Why are people provoking me? because pressure always spikes right before elevation, because the noise gets loud when your breakthrough is close, because emotional traps always appear before major transitions. Your reaction is the final test. Your silence is the final proof. Your discipline is the final key. Here's a quote that slices right through the nonsense. They can't destroy you, so they're trying to disturb you. Chosen one, responding to every fool is not strength. Explaining yourself to the wrong ears is not wisdom. Arguing with people who thrive on chaos is not worth your breath. You're too close to something real, something big, something life-altering. And at this point, wasting energy on nonsense is basically throwing away your own upgrade. Silence is not retreat. Silence is strategy. Silence confuses every person who thought they could manipulate your mood. Silence shuts down every trap set to make you overreact. Silence protects your timing. Silence accelerates your path. Silence reveals who collapses when you stop feeding conflict. The universe is teaching you emotional precision. Not every comment deserves a reply. Not every insult deserves a comeback. Not every provocation deserves your attention. Some things deserve nothing but your silence. Hold your tongue. Guard your energy. Refuse to be pulled into battles beneath your level. This is not the time to talk. This is the time to win. Number 6. The price of speaking before thinking. Your biggest losses never came from enemies. They came from the wrong people hearing the right information too early. That line burns because it's true. Talking too soon has ruined more chosen ones than betrayal ever will. Not because you were weak, but because you trusted ears that were never meant to hold your dreams. When you speak out of excitement instead of strategy, you hand people the blueprint to sabotage what you're building. And some people don't even need malice to ruin it. Their insecurity alone is enough to contaminate your momentum. Chosen one, let's break into this with ruthless honesty. Some people don't deserve updates on your life. Not every friend is a vault. Not every family member is supportive. Not every listener is loyal. And not every smiling face wants you to win. This is the uncomfortable truth. Silence isn't just protection. It's filtration. It filters out jealousy. It filters out envy. It filters out the fake cheerleaders who clap with their hands but compete with their hearts. Imagine this. You're planting a rare seed. Before it grows, it's fragile, vulnerable, easily damaged. If you dig it up too early to show people, "Look what I planted," the seed dies. Not because the seed was bad, but because you exposed it before it was ready. That's your vision right now. That's your next level. That's your transformation. Talking too soon digs up what the universe is still strengthening underground. Here's a truth you need tattooed on your mind. Most people want information, not to support you, but to measure you. They want to know how far you are so they can decide whether to stand with you or stand in your way. Some want updates so they can copy you. Some want details so they can predict you. Some want access so they can block you. And some just want something to gossip about. Imagine walking through a maze with a map in your hand. If you show the map to the wrong person, they can change the walls while you're not looking. That's exactly what happens when you reveal plans too early. People quietly rearrange the path behind your back. You might wonder, but if I don't tell anyone, won't I feel alone? No, you'll feel focused, you'll feel protected, you'll feel clear-minded. Silence will show you who was only around for the information, not the connection. Another metaphor, think of a sculptor shaping a masterpiece. If they show the half-finished sculpture too early, critics will judge it, mock it, or try to influence the outcome. But if they stay silent and keep carving, the final masterpiece shuts every mouth without a word. That's what the universe is preparing you for, a silent season that leads to a loud result. Chosen one, hear this with depth. Some people are not mature enough to handle your vision. Some are too insecure to support your progress. Some are too jealous to clap, and some are too small-minded to understand the size of what's growing inside you. Talking too soon gives your enemies ammunition. Talking too soon awakens silent competition. Talking too soon triggers jealousy. Talking too soon turns private progress into public warfare. This season requires a different discipline. Speak less, move smarter. Share nothing until it's unshakable. Silence isn't shutting people out. It's protecting what's still becoming. Chosen one, guard your mouth, guard your plans, guard your future. Your silence right now is not a cage, it's a shield. This is not the time to talk. This is the time to build. Number 7. The force hiding in your mouth. Your words are spells, and half the damage in your life came from the ones you cast without thinking. That line cuts deep because it's the truth nobody warns chosen ones about. Words aren't harmless. Words aren't light. Words aren't casual. Words are weapons, blueprints, seeds, triggers, contracts, and catalysts. Every sentence you speak sets something in motion, and the universe is tired of watching you sabotage futures with phrases you didn't mean, emotions you didn't master, and reactions you didn't control. Chosen one, let's tear the veil off this reality. Your words don't disappear. They land, they root, they spread, they echo, they build timelines just as fast as they destroy them. Speak frustration long enough, and your life mirrors frustration. Speak fear long enough, and your environment bends around it. Speak doubt long enough, and your confidence starts shrinking. Words shape inner worlds first, outer worlds next. Imagine this, you're standing with a bucket of paint. Every word you say is a splash of color on the walls of your future. Some of you have been painting miracles with one hand and disasters with the other, then wondering why your life looks chaotic. The universe isn't restricting your speech to punish you. It's stopping you from splashing paint everywhere like someone who forgot they're creating a masterpiece. Here's a truth most people run from. You can't build a powerful life with careless sentences. You might wonder, why does it feel like my words suddenly carry more weight? Because you're rising. Because your influence is growing, because your energy is stronger, because your alignment is tightening. When you level up, the power behind your voice levels up with you. That's why you feel the pressure. That's why silence feels safer. That's why the universe is training you to think before you speak, like your future depends on it, because it does. Another metaphor. Imagine you're typing code. One wrong character breaks the whole program. That's your speech right now. Your life is becoming too precise for sloppy sentences. And here's another quote that hits like a slap. Your mouth has been your greatest enemy. Now it must become your greatest asset. This season is about restraint, about calibration, about alignment. Speak only what builds. Speak only what protects. Speak only what matches the future you're stepping into. Chosen one, every word you release is either constructing your next level or corrupting it. Guard your tongue, guard your atmosphere, guard your future. This is not the time to talk. This is the time to speak with purpose or not speak at all. Number 8. The discipline that rebuilds your power. Your tongue is the only weapon that can stab your future or protect it. That line alone exposes why this season feels so tight, so controlled, so intentional. You're not being silenced because you're small. You're being silenced because you're becoming dangerous, and dangerous people can't afford reckless mouths. The universe isn't clipping your voice, it's sharpening it. You're being trained, not tamed. Chosen one, this isn't the season to talk. This is the season to transform. You're being pushed into silence because silence is where your upgrade happens. Silence is where clarity grows. Silence is where instincts sharpen. Silence is where emotional chaos dies. This isn't punishment. This is refinement. Imagine this. A master swordsman takes their blade to the fire before every battle. The fire hardens it. The silence sharpens it. The stillness strengthens the edge. That's what's happening to you. Your tongue is being forged. Your voice is being conditioned. Before the universe trusts you with bigger stages, higher levels, and louder influence, it first has to trust you with silence. Here's a truth many chosen ones ignore until life forces them to learn. A powerful voice comes from a disciplined mouth. You might ask, why can't I speak freely right now? Why does it feel like every word matters? Because your life is stepping into a precise zone. Loose speech ruins precise seasons. Emotional reactions destroy strategic moments. Old habits can't survive where you're going. Your tongue is being rewired so your future doesn't get torn apart by the same patterns that held you down before. Imagine sitting in a high-security control room. One wrong button shuts everything down. That's your speech right now. Too much power, too much consequence, too much influence attached. That's why the universe is holding your mouth still to keep you from hitting the wrong switch. This silence is building your emotional intelligence. It's stretching your maturity. It's teaching you how to observe instead of react. How to think instead of explode, how to understand instead of defend. When this training is done, you won't just speak, you'll influence. You won't just respond, you'll command. Another metaphor, think of a sniper. They don't rush, they don't shout, they don't move fast. They breathe, they steady, they watch. They wait for the exact moment. That's you. Silence is turning you into someone whose voice lands like precision, not noise. Chosen one, silence is your classroom. Silence is your testing ground. Silence is your spiritual gym. In this quiet, you're becoming stronger, wiser, sharper, calmer, more aligned, and completely untouchable. When this training ends, you won't just be improved. You'll be unrecognizable, disciplined, focused, elevated, a chosen one whose silence alone can shake atmospheres. This is not the time to talk. This is the time to rise. Number 9. The quiet before you shatter the room. Nothing is louder than the moment a silent chosen one finally lets their results speak. That line alone burns every enemy watching from the sidelines, because deep down they know the most dangerous person in any battlefield is the one who went quiet. Silence isn't surrender. Silence is suspense. Silence is the moment before the impact. Silence is the inhale before the roar that changes everything. Chosen one, you're in the phase where your quiet is making people uncomfortable. They can feel something building behind your stillness. They can sense a shift They can't explain. They don't hear your plans. They don't know your moves. And that terrifies them more than anything you could ever say. This silence isn't empty. It's loaded. Imagine this: a volcano doesn't rumble before it erupts. It goes still, dead still. The world thinks nothing is happening, but inside, pressure is building, power is forming, and heat is rising. Then one moment changes the entire landscape. That's the kind of silence you're in, the kind that warns the universe something unstoppable is coming. Here's a truth people underestimate. Your silence is temporary, but your comeback will echo. You might wonder, if I'm staying silent, who will defend me? Who will speak for me? Who will handle the lies and rumors? The answer is simple. Your results will. Your elevation will. Your progress will. The universe itself will. The very outcomes they tried to prevent will rise up and embarrass every false voice that tried to speak over you. Imagine walking into a room where everyone once doubted you. You say nothing. You just arrive with evidence. Success has a way of shutting mouths without you lifting a finger. Every rumor collapses under the weight of truth. Every accusation dies in the shadow of proof. Every jealous voice goes silent when the results show up louder than any argument ever could. Another metaphor. Think of an arrow. In order to fly forward, it must be pulled back first. Into silence, into stillness, into tension. That pullback isn't punishment. It's preparation to launch farther than anyone expected. Your silence is that pull. Your roar will be the release. Chosen one, hold your tongue, hold your ground. Your silence right now is the setup for a victory that will speak for you in ways no words ever could. This is not the time to talk. This is the time before you shake the world. So chosen one, if this message hit you, hold on to its truth and carry this silence with intention. Your discipline right now is building a future louder than any argument. Before you go, press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of this family, make sure to hit subscribe. Stay aligned, stay focused, and move in silence. Your results will do the talking. They didn't switch sides because they suddenly became good people. They switched sides because the truth got too loud to ignore. Read that again. Because this is exactly what's happening right now. The same people who doubted you, questioned you, whispered behind your back, or quietly sided with the wrong person are suddenly nodding along like they always believed in you. Not because you begged, not because you explained yourself, but because reality caught up and it dragged the truth into the light without asking for permission. This situation is like watching a cheap magician panic when the lights turn on. For a while, the tricks worked, the misdirection worked, the lies felt convincing in the dark. But once the room is fully lit, there's nothing mystical left. Just shaky hands, exposed wires, and an audience realizing they were played. That's what exposure looks like. Quiet at first, then undeniable. Here's the part that should settle your nerves. Studies on social behavior show that people don't actually change their stance when new information appears. They wait until it's socially safe to admit they were wrong. That's why validation always comes late. That's why support shows up after the damage is done. And that's why you're not crazy for feeling like this shift came out of nowhere. It didn't. It was building the whole time. So if you felt that strange moment where people suddenly treat you with respect, or where the narrative flipped without you saying a word, you're not imagining things. You were right. You always were. The universe has a funny way of correcting stories when they drift too far from the truth. And thank you, Chosen One, for being here. If this message is hitting home, don't forget to pay it back by simply pressing like and subscribing, not for ego, not for numbers, but to help spread this message to more people who are quietly going through the same thing. This isn't about noise, it's about balance. Thanks for being part of this mission. You're not alone in it. You're part of a force that doesn't need permission to exist. Now let's come back to what's really going on here. What you're experiencing right now is vindication in real time. Not the loud, dramatic kind people fantasize about, not applause, not apologies. It's subtler than that. It's people changing their tone. It's hesitation where confidence used to be. It's silence from someone who used to speak too freely. It's the universe quietly moving the spotlight away from you and onto the person who caused the damage. And here's the uncomfortable truth for the enemy in this story. Exposure doesn't arrive as punishment. It arrives as consequence. Sociopathic behavior survives on confusion, divided opinions, and plausible deniability. Once clarity enters the room, the game collapses. Not because someone attacked them, but because their patterns became visible. That's why this feels sudden. One day you're misunderstood. The next day, people are asking questions. The next, they're distancing themselves from the very person they once defended. This isn't coincidence. This is what happens when lies are forced to coexist with facts for too long. You didn't win by arguing. You didn't win by proving anything. You won by staying consistent while someone else couldn't keep their mask straight. That's the part most people don't understand. Vindication doesn't reward the loudest voice. It rewards the steadiest one. And let's be clear about something. The reason everyone seems to be on your side now isn't because you suddenly became more likable. It's because the truth became unavoidable. Humans follow certainty. When the fog clears, they naturally gravitate toward the solid ground. Right now, that ground is you. This can feel confusing, even bittersweet. Part of you may want acknowledgement. Another part may feel disgusted by how quickly people switched up. Both reactions are valid. What matters is that you don't let this moment pull you out of your center. This isn't the time to explain your story. It's the time to let reality finish telling it for you. What's happening to the other person is exposure without theatrics. Their inconsistencies are stacking up. Their behavior no longer matches their words. People are noticing the patterns you spotted long ago, and once a pattern is seen, it can't be unseen. That's the beginning of the end for manipulation. This is why the universe often waits before tipping the scales. If justice arrived too early, people would doubt it. If it arrived too loudly, it would look forced. But when it arrives quietly, through observation and realization, it sticks. This moment is sticking. You're not being validated because you demanded it. You're being validated because the truth outlasted the performance. And before we go any further, let me say this clearly. I love you, truly. I hope the rest of this year brings you peace, stability, and momentum. I hope something unexpectedly good finds you before the year ends, because if you made it this far, you didn't do it by accident. Don't let anyone rewrite that truth. This year tested everyone, maybe not with explosions, but with pressure, with discomfort, with moments that forced growth. And you survived it. You adapted, you learned restraint, you learned timing. Now you're watching the results unfold. So take a breath, reset where you need to, start the next chapter early instead of waiting for permission. And remember this feeling, not the revenge, not the satisfaction, but the calm certainty of knowing you were right, and knowing you didn't have to destroy anyone to prove it. This message isn't about celebrating someone else's downfall. It's about recognizing your alignment. The universe doesn't miss details, and right now it's correcting a story that was never meant to end the way it started. And before we go any further, Chosen One, pause for just a second. The fact that you're still here already says something about you. Most people click away the moment things get real, but you didn't. That's because something inside you recognizes this moment. You're watching the tables turn in real time, watching truth rise while manipulation collapses, and you can feel that this message isn't random. If this is resonating, support it in the simplest way possible. Like the video, subscribe, and let the algorithm do what the universe is already doing, pushing truth where it needs to go. If you want to anchor this moment, drop a comment with 777 as a signal that you see the shift and you're ready to understand why it's happening. And if you're able to support the team behind this message through super thanks, do it. Not because of money, but because clarity takes effort, and effort deserves fuel. Even the smallest support keeps this mission moving. Now stay with me, because from here on out, we're breaking this down step by step. If you are truly aligned with this moment, you'll feel the pull to listen all the way through. This is where things start making sense. Let's get into it. Number 1, you called it a joke because you didn't think you'd ever get caught. Cruelty always hides behind humor until the bill shows up. That's the part they never prepare for, the moment when laughter stops working as camouflage. At first, everything they did to you was framed like entertainment, a joke, a comment, a harmless move. They laughed, others laughed, and you were expected to swallow it with a smile so they could feel clever. But now that the damage is visible, now that people are finally connecting dots, the tone has changed. Suddenly, it wasn't that serious. Suddenly, you're being told to relax. Suddenly, they're minimizing what they were bold enough to do when they thought nobody would question them. Let's call this what it actually is. When someone hurts you, crosses boundaries, humiliates you, or sabotages you, and then hides behind humor, that's not comedy. That's cowardice wearing a clown mask. A real joke ends when people stop laughing. What they did kept going long after the smile faded. That's not funny. That's intentional. Here's a metaphor that fits perfectly. Imagine someone keeps pushing another person near the edge of a cliff, laughing every time they stumble. When the person finally slips and gets hurt, the pusher throws their hands up and says, "Relax, I was just playing." Nobody buys that, because everyone knows if it were truly harmless, there wouldn't be blood on the ground. That's exactly what's happening now. The consequences showed up, and suddenly the joke needs a rewrite. What makes this even more disturbing is the confusion they display when you react. They act shocked that you're upset. They pretend not to understand why there's anger, distance, or confrontation. That confusion isn't innocence, it's a lack of empathy. When someone can't recognize harm unless it happens to them, that's a serious red flag. And now other people are starting to notice it too. This is where chosen ones often start questioning themselves. You might be asking, did I overreact? Was I too sensitive? Should I have just let it slide? No. Those thoughts are leftovers from gaslighting. Healthy people don't have to convince others that harm was harmless. Only manipulators do that. If it truly wasn't a big deal, they wouldn't be scrambling to downplay it now. Here's a hard truth that hits the enemy right where it hurts. People who rely on jokes to hurt others panic when those jokes are taken seriously. Why? Because seriousness exposes intent. Humor was their shield. Without it, their behavior stands naked and ugly in the open. That's why they're uncomfortable right now. That's why they're being careful with their words. That's why the room feels different when their name comes up. You didn't suddenly become too much. The situation finally became clear. Think of it like this. A person keeps poking a bruise, laughing every time you flinch. Then one day, the bruise swells, turns dark, and needs medical attention. The poking stops immediately, and suddenly they claim they didn't know it was that bad. But the damage didn't appear overnight. It was built through repeated careless harm. That's what people are starting to understand about what you went through. And here's where the universe steps in quietly, not dramatically. Patterns always expose themselves. Someone who treats pain like entertainment can only hide for so long. Eventually, their lack of boundaries becomes obvious. Eventually, others experience the same behavior. Eventually, the joke stops landing. That's when the shift happens. Not because you demanded justice, but because reality made denial impossible. This is also why the enemy looks smaller now. When they were joking, they looked confident. When they're explaining, minimizing, and backtracking, they look weak. Power doesn't need excuses. Truth doesn't need editing. The moment someone starts saying, "You misunderstood," what they really mean is, "You noticed." You might also be wondering why people didn't step in sooner, why it took so long for anyone to say something. That's because social comfort often beats moral clarity. People stay quiet until silence becomes risky. And now, staying silent would mean siding with behavior that's clearly wrong. So the alignment changes, not out of bravery, but out of self-preservation. Still, the result benefits you. Let this part sink in. The exposure isn't happening because you spoke louder. It's happening because they couldn't stop themselves. Sociopathic behavior doesn't know when to quit. It escalates, it repeats, it leaves tracks. And once enough tracks are visible, the story writes itself. There's a reason they're trying to rewrite history now. They're hoping to downgrade the crime to a prank. They're hoping people forget how far it went. They're hoping you doubt your own experience. Don't. Jokes don't require apologies. Jokes don't leave scars. Jokes don't force people to rebuild their sense of safety. This moment is motivation for you, not just validation. You stayed composed while someone else showed their lack of control. You absorbed pressure while they revealed their character. That's why you're being taken seriously now. Not because you complained, but because you endured without becoming ugly yourself. And let's be honest, part of you always knew this day would come. You saw the lack of empathy early. You felt the imbalance. You noticed how they laughed at things that shouldn't be funny. You didn't have proof back then. Now you don't need it. The proof is walking around explaining itself. This is the shift. The moment where their words lose weight and yours gain gravity. The moment where it was just a joke stops working as an escape hatch. The moment where chosen ones realize they weren't weak for feeling hurt. They were perceptive. So don't soften your memory of what happened. Don't minimize it just because others are finally acknowledging it. Let the truth stand at full size. The universe doesn't reward cruelty forever, and it doesn't rush clarity either. But when clarity arrives, it's thorough. They laughed when they thought it was safe. Now they're quiet because it's not. And that's silence. That's not peace. That's exposure settling in. Number 2. You didn't just lie. You pulled a pin and walked away smiling. A lie becomes lethal the moment it starts playing with someone's future. That's the line they crossed, whether they admit it or not. This wasn't a small exaggeration. This wasn't a misunderstanding. This wasn't gossip that got out of hand. This was a calculated lie with reach. The kind of lie that doesn't just bruise feelings, but threatens stability. The kind that messes with relationships, careers, finances, and reputation. The kind that can quietly erase opportunities someone worked years to build. And the scariest part, they treated it like entertainment. Imagine this. Someone loosens the bolts on your car and then walks away whistling. You don't crash immediately, so they tell themselves it's harmless. But the danger was planted the moment they touched it. That's what this lie was. A delayed impact move. They didn't need to see the explosion to be responsible for setting it up. They knew exactly what they were doing. People don't accidentally tell lies that detailed. They don't slip up into narratives that conveniently paint them as innocent and you as unstable, untrustworthy, or problematic. Lies like this are designed, crafted, aimed, and once released, they're hard to pull back. That's why this feels so heavy, because it wasn't careless, it was reckless. Here's a quote that cuts straight through the noise. If someone is willing to gamble with your name, they were never playing fair. Your name isn't a toy. Your reputation isn't collateral. Your livelihood isn't something someone gets to experiment with for amusement or control. You might be asking yourself right now, how could anyone go that far? The answer is uncomfortable but important. Some people don't see consequences the way others do. They see reactions, not damage. They enjoy influence, not responsibility. And when they lie, they're not thinking about the fallout. They're thinking about the momentary power they gain from being believed. Imagine this again. A person lights a match in a dry forest just to watch the flame dance, fully assuming someone else will put it out. When the fire spreads, they claim they didn't mean it. But intent doesn't erase impact. And now, the smoke is visible from miles away. This is why the shift you're seeing now feels so intense. People are realizing how far the lie traveled. They're realizing what could have happened. For some, it already did. Missed chances, strained relationships, lost trust. Once people understand that level of risk was involved, they stop laughing. They stop defending. They start distancing. Another truth the enemy hates. A lie that threatens someone's future eventually exposes the person who told it. Because lies this big require maintenance. They need follow-up lies. They need explanations. They need people to keep pretending nothing serious happened. That's exhausting. And sooner or later, cracks show. You didn't imagine the danger. You didn't overreact. You didn't dramatize the situation. You recognized the threat because you live in the real world, where words have consequences. That's why this hit you so deeply. You understood what was at stake. Imagine someone forging your signature and laughing it off as a prank. The bank doesn't see it that way. The law doesn't see it that way. Reality doesn't see it that way. Lies that involve trust, credibility, or livelihood stop being jokes the moment they leave someone vulnerable. Here's another quote that lands hard. People who lie about you will always underestimate how seriously the universe takes truth. Correction doesn't come instantly, but it comes thoroughly. You may also be wondering why this lie didn't collapse immediately, why it took time. Lies like this don't explode on impact. They poison slowly. That's how they survive. They hide in uncertainty. They linger in maybe. But the longer they exist, the more damage they cause, and the more obvious their source becomes. This person likely believed they were smarter than the system, smarter than you, smarter than everyone else. They assumed they could control the story indefinitely. What they didn't account for is pattern recognition. Humans eventually notice inconsistencies. Stories stop lining up. Timelines don't match. Reactions don't fit the facts. Imagine a house built on cardboard foundations. It might stand for a while if no one leans on it, but the moment pressure is applied, it folds. That's what's happening now. Pressure arrived. Questions were asked, and the lie couldn't hold its shape. This is also where chosen ones often struggle internally. You might be thinking, why me? Why was I the target? The answer isn't weakness, it's proximity. You were close enough to matter, visible enough to be relevant, strong enough to be perceived as a threat. Lies are rarely aimed at people who don't matter. Another quote to lock this in: nobody risks this much to lie about someone insignificant. Let that settle. What makes this the final straw is repetition. This wasn't their first time playing with truth. It's just the first time it backfired this hard. People like this test boundaries repeatedly, escalating each time they get away with it. With you, the escalation went too far. Too many people were affected. Too many lines were crossed. Imagine a gambler who keeps doubling down because they've never lost before. Eventually, the table turns, and when it does, the loss is catastrophic. That's the moment we're in now. The universe doesn't interrupt every bad move. It waits until the lesson sticks. You're seeing vindication not because someone felt sorry for you, but because the risk became undeniable. People are realizing that if this lie could do that to you, it could do it to them. Self-preservation kicks in. Alliances shift. Silence breaks. Here's the last quote for this section, and it's for you. Truth doesn't rush, but it never misses. What's happening now isn't luck, it's alignment. The lie went too far, not emotionally, practically. It endangered real things, and once reality is threatened, reality responds, quietly, firmly, permanently. You didn't have to expose them. Their own behavior did that for you, and that's the most brutal part for the enemy. They weren't defeated by confrontation. They were undone by consequence. This isn't about revenge, it's about correction, and correction has already begun. Number 3. Polished on the outside, hollow on the inside. And now everyone can see it. An image can be edited. Character eventually edits itself in public. That's the nightmare they're living through right now. This person didn't build their life on substance. They built it on angles, lighting, timing, and perception. How they looked mattered more than who they were. Status mattered more than integrity. Applause mattered more than truth. For a long time that worked because the people closest to them made excuses. They saw the flaws, the manipulative streaks, the lack of empathy, but ignored it because it didn't hit them directly. Silence felt easier than accountability. Imagine a house with a perfect exterior, freshly painted, spotless windows, manicured lawn. Everyone compliments it from the street, but inside, the walls are rotting, the foundation is cracked, and the floors creak under the smallest weight. That house doesn't collapse during good weather. It collapses when pressure shows up. That's exactly what's happening now. Here's a fact people don't like to admit. Image-focused people survive only as long as their behavior stays private. The moment patterns become visible to strangers, the illusion dies fast. Public space has no loyalty. It doesn't care how charming someone is in person. It reacts to receipts, consistency, and repetition. You might be wondering, why is this blowing up now? Because exposure doesn't need permission once it leaves the inner circle. What used to be whispered is now being noticed. What used to be dismissed as drama is now being labeled as behavior. And once behavior is named, it spreads. Imagine someone carefully curating a highlight reel for years, then accidentally handing people the raw footage. No filters, no edits, no spin, just reality. That's terror for someone who survives on perception, because they can't control how strangers interpret the truth. Another quote that cuts deep. People obsessed with image panic when the audience stops clapping. Right now, the applause is fading, not because of hate, but because people are thinking. This is also where chosen ones start to feel vindicated. You saw through the shine early. You noticed the emptiness behind the performance. You felt the disconnect between words and actions. You didn't have proof back then, just instinct. Now instinct has evidence. And here's the brutal part for them. This isn't staying private. It's moving. It's being discussed. It's being shared. Once exposure reaches public awareness, it doesn't need drama to grow. Curiosity alone carries it forward. Imagine trying to stop ink once it hits water. You can't grab it back. You can only watch it spread. That's the stage they're in now. They don't fear being misunderstood. They fear being accurately understood. And the universe has a ruthless way of balancing things. It lets image carry people for a while, then introduces reality when the lesson needs to stick. This isn't revenge. This is correction. What you're seeing isn't chaos. It's alignment. Substance always outlives shine. And when character finally becomes visible, image doesn't stand a chance. Number 4. You touched the one domino they couldn't afford to move. You didn't attack the system. You revealed where it was already cracked. That's the part they can't forgive you for. They treated you like they treated everyone else at first. Same dismissiveness, same manipulation, same quiet disrespect wrapped in confidence. They assumed you would absorb it, adapt to it, maybe even blame yourself like others did. That's how their pattern survived for so long. Most people bend. Most people doubt themselves. Most people back off to keep the peace. You didn't. And that's where everything went wrong for them. Imagine a building with hidden structural damage. It looks fine until one person leans on the wrong wall. Not harder than anyone else. Not aggressively, just honestly. And suddenly the cracks appear. The collapse doesn't happen because of force. It happens because the weakness was already there. You were that moment. Here's the truth they don't want to say out loud. The person who exposes the flaw always gets blamed more than the flaw itself. Because it's easier to hate the mirror than to fix what's reflected. You didn't expose them by yelling, accusing, or proving anything. You exposed them by not reacting the way they expected, by setting boundaries, by staying consistent, by refusing to play along. That interruption forced their behavior into the open. Patterns can hide in chaos. They can't hide in clarity. You might be wondering, why did it blow up after me? Because you disrupted the cycle. Others may have noticed things, but they adapted. You didn't. You became the variable they couldn't control. And once control slips, everything starts unraveling. Imagine someone cheating the system for years, sliding through unnoticed, until one honest transaction triggers an audit. Not because the honest person did something wrong, but because honesty exposes fraud by contrast. That's what you represent in this situation. Contrast. Another quote that lands hard. Some people call it betrayal when you stop protecting their lies. You didn't betray anyone. You stopped participating. What's happening now feels humiliating for them because it is. Exposure at this level doesn't just embarrass, it corners, it forces reflection, it removes escape routes. They're being pushed toward change, not because they want growth, but because the old behavior no longer works. That's a brutal place to be. And here's the final shift for you to understand. You weren't chosen to destroy them. You were chosen to end the pattern. The universe doesn't always send punishments. Sometimes it sends people who can't be manipulated. You were the catalyst because you stayed solid, and once solidity enters a fake structure, collapse is inevitable. Number 5. They didn't pull the trigger, they just loaded the gun and walked away. Silence isn't neutral when damage is happening. It's permission. That's the part most people don't want to face. What hurts almost as much as the main betrayal is realizing how many people stood nearby and watched it happen. They saw the sabotage, they heard the lies, they noticed the bullying wrapped in jokes and concern. And instead of stopping it, they adjusted their posture and stayed comfortable. Some stayed quiet, others leaned in. Either way, the harm kept moving. These weren't clueless bystanders. These were people who nodded along, people who passed information casually like it was gossip instead of a weapon. Pillow talk turned into strategy. Blogs turned into smear campaigns. Publishing whisper networks, private chats, all of it dressed up as conversation, venting, or just sharing. But intent doesn't disappear just because the tone is relaxed. Imagine a group watching someone slowly poison a well, then acting surprised when people get sick. No one poured the final cup, so everyone feels clean. But the damage still required cooperation. That's how this worked. No single villain. Just a network of small betrayals stacked on top of each other. Here's a hard quote that lands where it hurts. People who profit from cruelty love pretending they were just observers. Observation becomes participation the moment you benefit from the outcome. You might be asking yourself, why did people believe it so easily? Because casual cruelty feels believable. When harm is delivered calmly, it sounds credible. When lies are shared without emotion, people mistake confidence for truth. That's why it spread. Not because it was strong, but because it was familiar. Imagine someone passing a rumor the same way they pass salt at a table. No urgency, no concern, just habit. That's what made it dangerous. The lack of care made it feel normal. And normal things don't get questioned right away. Another quote to lock this in. The most damage is done by people who swear they meant no harm. Impact doesn't need malice to destroy. What's changing now is awareness. People are replaying their own actions in their heads, remembering what they said, what they shared, what they laughed at, and realizing how casually they helped something ugly grow. That discomfort is real. That's why some are quiet now. That's why others are defensive. You didn't just expose one person, you exposed a system of convenience, a group of people who chose comfort over character, and now that the story is public, that comfort is gone. The universe has a way of spotlighting not just the loud offender, but the quiet supporters too, because patterns don't survive scrutiny, and silence doesn't look innocent once the truth is visible. They're not scared because you're angry. They're scared because they're being seen. Number 6. You didn't overreact. You finally stopped allowing it. Distance isn't punishment. It's self-respect catching up. That's the line people misunderstand on purpose. Sometimes the deepest cut isn't the person who swung first. It's the ones who sat there, heard the noise, saw the damage, and decided it wasn't their problem. They didn't need to participate. They didn't need to speak. Their silence did the work for them, and once you see that clearly, there's no unseeing it. Imagine someone standing in their own house while a guest keeps breaking things, insulting you, crossing lines. The owner notices. They say nothing. Later, they shrug and claim they didn't want conflict. That's not neutrality. That's choosing comfort over safety. And when you finally walk out, they act confused about why you're done. Here's a quote that cuts clean. If someone can watch you be disrespected and stay comfortable, they were never on your side. That realization hurts because it rewrites the past. You start replaying moments in your head, the times you felt off, the pauses that lasted too long, the lack of protection where there should have been loyalty. And the questions come fast. What else did they allow? What did they hear and not tell you? What did they excuse because it didn't affect them? That spiral isn't paranoia. It's pattern recognition finally turning on. Another metaphor that fits. Imagine discovering that the security cameras in a building were turned off while a crime happened, and the person responsible says they didn't want to deal with paperwork. You don't argue with them. You leave the building. That's what cutting people off really is. It's not drama. It's choosing not to stay where safety isn't a priority. Here's another quote that lands hard. Loyalty isn't loud, but betrayal is never silent. If they truly had your back, you wouldn't be questioning it now. People will say you're being harsh, that you should have talked it out, that everyone makes mistakes. What they're really saying is that your boundaries inconvenience them, because when you walk away quietly, it forces them to look at their own inaction. And most people would rather criticize your reaction than confront their role. The universe doesn't punish people for staying silent. It reveals what silence costs. And once you see that cost clearly, separation becomes the only sane option. You didn't cut them off to hurt them. You cut them off because staying would have meant betraying yourself. Number 7. They called you the problem because you wouldn't blend into the lie. The black sheep isn't broken, it just exposes how fake the herd is. That's the truth people choke on. Truly chosen people rarely move smoothly inside groups, not because you're difficult, arrogant, or antisocial, but because you don't operate on autopilot. You question energy, you notice patterns, you don't automatically agree just to belong. And in spaces built on unspoken rules, that makes you dangerous without ever trying to be. You didn't do anything wrong, you weren't cruel, you weren't malicious, you didn't sabotage anyone, you simply existed without bending, and that alone was enough to make you a target. Imagine a room where everyone is whispering the same lie just to keep the peace. Then someone speaks normally, not louder, not aggressive, just honest. The room goes silent. Suddenly, that person feels disruptive, even though they didn't raise their voice. That's how the black sheep is created, not by bad behavior, but by contrast. Here's a quote that hits clean. People who live by masks hate those who don't wear one. Your presence threatened the illusion. What makes this syndrome especially unsettling is that some people can't even explain why they dislike you. They feel it, but can't name it. That discomfort comes from projection. You remind them of parts of themselves they avoid. Your clarity triggers their denial. Your boundaries expose their lack of them. Imagine a mirror in a room full of people who hate their reflection. They don't smash the wall, they smash the mirror. That's you in this story. You might have asked yourself, why am I always the odd one out? Or, why do I get blamed for things I didn't start? The answer isn't bad luck, it's role assignment. Groups under stress often sacrifice the most independent member to preserve the illusion of harmony. Scapegoating is easier than self-examination. Another quote to lock it in. Groups don't exile truth because it's wrong. They exile it because it's inconvenient. And you were inconvenient. This is why the universe often isolates chosen people early, not as punishment, but as protection. Groups that can't tolerate difference eventually turn hostile. Distance saves you before damage becomes permanent. You weren't rejected because you lacked value. You were singled out because you had it. And now, as exposure spreads and narratives collapse, the same people who questioned you are quietly realizing they misjudged the wrong person. The black sheep always makes sense in hindsight. Number 8. The universe did the accounting. You were never called to testify. When consequences arrive without your effort, that's not luck, that's alignment, and it hits harder than revenge ever could. This is the moment where it stops being funny for them. Not awkward, not uncomfortable, heavy. The kind of heavy that sits in the chest when distractions stop working. They can't spin it anymore. They can't rationalize it away. There's no one left to convince. The noise died down, and now they're alone with what they did. That's the part they never prepared for. They assumed consequences only happen when someone fights back, when someone exposes, when someone retaliates. They thought as long as you stayed quiet and kept moving, nothing would catch up. They were wrong. The universe doesn't need your participation to correct imbalance. It just needs time and pattern. Imagine throwing mud at someone walking uphill. You expect them to slip, fall, react. Instead, they keep climbing. Meanwhile, the mud slides back down and covers the thrower. That's what this is. You didn't stop to argue. You didn't stop to explain. You didn't stop to defend your name. You kept moving forward, and gravity did the rest. Here's a quote that lands clean. The strongest response is often no response at all. Because silence, paired with consistency, exposes lies faster than confrontation. They tried to ruin your reputation. That was the goal. Make people doubt you. Make doors close. Make your name feel heavy in rooms you weren't in. Instead, something else happened. People started asking questions. Stories stopped lining up. Their behavior didn't age well. Yours did. Imagine someone forging documents while you quietly keep showing up on time, delivering results, staying solid. Eventually, the forged papers don't matter. Reality audits everything. That's what's happening now. You might be wondering, why does this look so internal for them? Because the loud phase is over. This stage is reflection. This is when there's no enemy to point at, no drama to hide behind. Just memory, just awareness, just the uncomfortable realization that they caused their own collapse. Another quote that cuts deep. When you don't chase justice, justice chases balance. And balance doesn't miss. What's destroying them isn't exposure alone. It's comparison, your forward motion against their stagnation, your calm against their defensiveness, your growth against their excuses. That contrast is brutal. You didn't win by proving them wrong. You won by becoming undeniable. And that's the kind of outcome no manipulator can survive. Number 9. When the badges fall off, only character can stand upright. Status is borrowed. Character is the only thing you actually own. And right now, people are finally doing the math. This is the shift you can feel in the air. The moment when titles stop impressing, money stops protecting, and connections stop covering cracks. People are stripping away the surface and asking a much simpler question. Who is this person when none of the props are around? And for some, that question is devastating. Imagine a stage play where the set collapses mid-scene, the lights stay on, the audience is still there, but suddenly the actors have nowhere to hide. No scenery, no costumes, no script. That's what's happening now. Without status to lean on, some people are realizing there's nothing solid underneath, no integrity to fall back on, no consistency, just image trying to survive without support. Here's a quote that lands hard. Take away the crown and you'll see who actually learned to walk. A lot of people never did. You're watching people with impressive resumes, shiny possessions, and loud reputations lose credibility in real time, not because they became poor or powerless, but because their character couldn't carry the weight once attention shifted. They built everything on external validation, so when validation dried up, the structure failed. Now flip the lens. Imagine losing everything overnight. No status, no recognition, no safety net. Some people would crumble immediately. Others would stand there, bruised but intact. You're in the second group. Even without the extras, you still have discipline, boundaries, self-respect. That's why this moment is validating. You didn't need the costume to be real. Another quote to lock it in. Character is what shows up when the audience leaves. And the audience is thinning fast. You might be asking, why are people waking up now? Because stress reveals priorities. When pressure rises, people stop caring about flash and start caring about trust. They want to know who won't fold, lie, or disappear when things get uncomfortable. That's why the spotlight is moving. The universe doesn't reward shine forever. It tests substance eventually. Some people had everything and still had nothing. No integrity to anchor them, no depth to sustain them, no inner structure. And now, as the noise fades, that emptiness is visible. You, on the other hand, were built without shortcuts. Strip it all away, and you're still standing. That's not luck, that's character. Number 10. The verdict is in, and you never had to defend yourself. The truth doesn't shout, it replaces the lie and keeps moving. That's exactly what just happened. This is the moment everything quietly locks into place. Your name is clearing without you campaigning for it. The lies are collapsing under their own weight. The behavior that once hid behind confusion, charm, or noise now has a label, and people are using it openly. This isn't temporary embarrassment for them. This is their reputation settling into its final shape. And here's the part that matters most for you. You're not scrambling, you're not explaining, you're not chasing closure. You're standing on solid ground while everything around them feels unstable. That's how you know this is real vindication, not a mood swing, not sympathy, not a trend. Imagine watching a house fall apart after you already moved out. No panic, no loss, just distance and clarity. That's where you are now, safe from the damage because you stopped living inside the lie before it collapsed. Here's a quote that seals it. Vindication doesn't feel loud, it feels settled. And that calm you're feeling right now, that's alignment. They can't undo what's been seen. They can't repackage it. They can't outtalk it. People aren't arguing anymore. They're concluding, and conclusions stick. Every attempt they make to explain only highlights the pattern further. Every defense sharpens the exposure. You might be wondering what you're supposed to do next. The answer is simple. Whatever you want. The power is back in your hands because you're no longer reacting, you're choosing. That's the shift. Another quote, just to drive it home. When lies lose their audience, they die fast. And their audience is gone. What's trampling them now isn't you. It's their own history, their own words, their own decisions replaying without filters. The universe didn't need your help. It just needed consistency, and you gave it that by continuing forward instead of getting dragged into the mess. So take this as your final reminder. You're not imagining the shift. You didn't get lucky. You didn't need revenge. You stayed solid long enough for reality to correct itself. Your name stands, their story collapsed, and the truth won without you lifting a finger. That's vindication. Number 11. Close this chapter and don't look back. This is where you stop replaying the story and start owning the ending. Not because you need closure from anyone else, but because you finally have clarity. The fog lifted, the confusion burned off. What's left is truth, steady and quiet, standing where the chaos used to be. You don't need to convince anyone anymore. That season is over. The people who needed proof got it. The people who ignored it revealed themselves. And the ones who mattered saw enough to change how they move around you. That's not something you force. That's something that happens when reality takes over. There's a strange peace that comes after vindication. Not excitement, not celebration. Peace. The kind that comes when you realize you're safe now. Safe from the narrative. safe from the lies, safe from carrying something that was never yours to begin with. You didn't lose anything real in this process. You lost illusions, and that's always a gain. If you're feeling oddly calm, that's normal. Vindication doesn't feel like fireworks. It feels like exhaling after holding your breath for too long. It feels like sleeping without your guard up. It feels like no longer rehearsing conversations in your head that you'll never have. Here's something important to understand as you move forward. You don't owe anyone access just because the truth is out. You don't owe reconciliation. You don't owe explanations. You don't owe forgiveness on a schedule that makes other people comfortable. Healing doesn't rush. It chooses. Imagine finishing a long, exhausting journey and finally setting your bags down. You don't immediately sprint into the next race. You stand still. You let your body catch up to your mind. That's where you are right now. Let yourself be there. The universe didn't flip this situation for drama. It corrected it so you could move forward clean, without doubt, without second-guessing yourself, without wondering if you were wrong for trusting your instincts. You weren't. And now you know that for sure. What comes next isn't about proving anything. It's about building quietly, choosing better rooms, better people, better environments, ones that don't require you to shrink, explain, or stay silent to belong. You've already seen what happens when you tolerate too much. You don't need that lesson again. So close this chapter with intention, not bitterness, not anger, just clarity. Take what you learned, leave what hurt you, and step forward lighter than you were before. You were vindicated, they were exposed, and you're free to write the next part however you want. That's the real win. And before you go, chosen one, take 1 second to anchor this moment. If this message brought you clarity, validation, or peace, press the like button if you haven't already. It helps this truth reach the people who need it most. And if you're still not part of this family, make sure to press the subscribe button now. This space is for those who see through illusions and choose growth over noise. Stay connected, stay aware, and trust your instincts. The universe doesn't make mistakes, and neither did you by being here. We move forward together. Welcome on board, chosen one. Settle in, because the quiet part of your life is officially over. And since nobody else had the spine to say what I'm about to say, I'll say it for them. Let's start with the simplest, ugliest truth. They lied to you about who the danger was. All that gossip, all those warnings, all the finger-pointing toward outsiders. Cute. Meanwhile, the real snake was sitting at your table, sipping your tea, smiling in your face, and rehearsing their victim speech for the day you finally caught on. You know what they said about you, right? Oh, the chosen one is dramatic. They exaggerate. They're imagining things. Funny how the same people who mocked your intuition suddenly look like deer in headlights now that everything's coming to light. Look who's scrambling. Look who's pretending they didn't know. Look who's acting confused when the universe just kicked open the file they thought they buried. Press that like button and subscribe, chosen one, because the truth you're about to hear hurts your enemies more than it hurts you. Now back to business. The whole town is whispering like they're in some tragic play because they finally realized you weren't paranoid. You were surrounded. And the punchline? It wasn't a stranger. It wasn't a neighbor. It wasn't a co-worker. It was your own sibling, the one everybody insisted you be patient with, the one who got defended every time you tried to explain how something felt off, the one they put on a pedestal while telling you to stay humble. Oh, the legend needs to bow now, doesn't he? Because suddenly everyone is seeing the truth you carried alone for years. The air around you has changed. Chosen one, you can feel it. It's the silence after the storm, where everyone finally realizes the storm wasn't you, it was them. People who once talked down to you have gone quiet. People who thought they had you figured out are staying indoors, avoiding eye contact, praying you don't mention their names when the dust settles. Your enemies feel it in their bones. The universe has flipped the script in your favor, and now the spotlight isn't on your mistakes, it's on their motives. The tension is heavy because everyone remembers how they acted when you were down, how they smirked when you struggled, how they believed every lie your sibling fed them because it was easier than believing you. They remember the times you walked into a room and the energy shifted. They didn't know why. They didn't know who was pulling strings behind the scenes, but they knew something around you was always too heavy, too intense, too complicated. And suddenly it all makes sense. Everyone freaked out because the town thought they were watching a failure story. They didn't realize they were watching a setup. And you weren't the villain, you were the target. Your sibling built a whole character assassination campaign around you. They sabotaged friendships quietly. They whispered in the right ears at the right moments. They twisted every weakness you ever confided into a weapon. They poisoned your name like they were competing for a trophy. Let me paint you a picture from the past, chosen one. Remember that job you almost got? The one where they adored your interview but suddenly changed direction. Your sibling made a call. Remember that relationship where everything was perfect until it wasn't. Your sibling sent a message. Remember the friends who drifted away for no reason. Your sibling created the reason. They didn't want you rising above them, outgrowing them, or proving what they always feared. That you were the one built for greatness, not them. Federal agents were building a case around you because your life didn't make sense on paper. Too many hits, too many patterns, too many coincidences that weren't coincidences. So while you were breaking under pressure, forces beyond your awareness were circling around you, analyzing every detail, trying to understand how one person could walk through that much sabotage and still stand. And now the town is nauseous, shocked, disgusted, because the truth hit them like ice water. The person they defended, protected, and praised was the same person who tried to destroy you. The universe exposed it in the most dramatic way possible, not because you needed revenge, but because you deserved clarity. This isn't a speech, chosen one. It's a revelation. Your story is shifting, the masks are slipping, and the sibling who played you for years, they just became the cautionary tale people warn others about. You made it through a war you weren't even told you were fighting, and now the victory is yours. Before we move on, chosen one, listen closely because this part matters. What's coming next isn't just information, it's the breakdown of the entire illusion they built around you. If you're still here, it means the universe dragged you to this moment on purpose. So do something small but powerful. Hit that like button, subscribe, and drop a comment with 777 if you're ready to face the truth that the whole town refuses to say out loud. Let it be the signal that you're done being the quiet one while your sibling played puppet master behind your back. And now we're going to walk through this step by step. And trust me, if you really are the chosen one, everyone underestimated, you're going to feel that strange pull to stay until the very last word. Something inside you will know this isn't just a story. This is your story finally being told without filters, excuses, or cover-ups. Let's get into it. Chosen one, the real unraveling starts now. Number 1. The betrayal that smiled in your face the whole time. Funny how the biggest snake didn't hiss, it just hugged you tighter. Chosen one, let's call this what it really is, the longest running performance in the whole town's history, and the star of the show wasn't you, it was your sibling, standing center stage, pretending to protect you while quietly draining your chances, your confidence, and your future piece by piece. They didn't need to scream, They didn't need violence, they just needed access, and they had that from day one. You ever wonder why the universe kept nudging you with small signs, small warnings, those weird feelings that never went away? You didn't imagine it. You felt the sabotage before you saw it. You sensed the poison before anyone believed you. You were living inside a trap designed by someone who knew your strengths better than you did. Someone who spent years studying your heart, your patterns, your fears, and using them as tools to keep you in chains. That's the sickest part. They didn't just hurt you, they studied you, not like family, like prey. They learned your sensitivity and flipped it so you questioned yourself. They learned your intuition and made you doubt it. They learned your habit of self-reflection, and they used it to make you blame yourself every time they hit you with another invisible blade. And you did blame yourself, didn't you? Every failed relationship, every missed chance, every door that slammed shut without warning. You thought it was bad luck or your own flaws. But now you know the truth. None of it was random. None of it was accidental. None of it came from strangers. Your sibling didn't just betray you, they engineered your downfall with the patience of a scientist and the jealousy of a lifelong rival. The whole town is gagging right now because the truth is disgusting. They never suspected the golden child, the perfect one, the one who always acted calm, kind, and collected. But that calm, it wasn't kindness, it was control. That softness, it wasn't love, it was camouflage, that helpful persona. It was a mask built to hide an agenda they kept sharpening behind closed doors. Ask yourself something that's been haunting you for years. Why did they always come out clean while you always came out bruised? Why did their mistakes get forgiven while your smallest move became town gossip? Why did they rise while you sank? The answer is simple and brutal. They climbed by standing on your shoulders. Your opportunities fed their success. Your silence protected their reputation. Your confusion made their lies believable. Your pain made their life easier, and they knew it. This wasn't an emotional slip or a moment of weakness. This was slow sabotage done intentionally, quietly, and with precision. They lived off resources meant to secure your future. They drained support that was supposed to help you stand on your own. They stole not just what you had, but what you were supposed to have. They didn't just betray your trust, they stole your path. And the worst part? They turned the whole town against you without anyone even realizing it. Look who's the problem. Look who can't get their life together. Look who keeps messing up. Every time someone said those things about you, your sibling smirked behind the scenes, because that was the plan. They needed you to look unreliable so that they could look responsible. They needed you to appear unstable so that they could appear composed. They needed you to doubt yourself so nobody would ever doubt them. You weren't just betrayed, you were framed. But here's the twist the universe loves the most. The chosen ones always wake up right when the enemy thinks the story is over. This is the moment your sibling feared more than anything. The moment you stop apologizing for things you didn't do. Stop shrinking for people who didn't deserve your softness. Stop carrying guilt that never belonged to you. They knew the day you opened your eyes, the whole tower they built out of lies would collapse. And now it's happening. Look around. Notice how quiet the town is suddenly, how certain people can't look you in the eye, how others are replaying every moment they doubted you. That's not confusion, that's guilt. People are shocked because they defended the wrong one. They believed the actor instead of the victim. They praised the saboteur and mocked the chosen one. And now the truth is hitting them like cold water. You were the strong one the whole time, and your sibling was the parasite feeding off your strength. But let me tell you something the town still doesn't understand. Chosen ones don't stay down forever. They rise in silence. They rise with clarity. They rise with the universe behind them, rearranging everything to get them back on track. Your downfall was staged. Your comeback is real. What your sibling didn't expect was that all the sabotage, all the loss, all the pressure they built around you would shape you into someone they can't control anymore, someone they can't manipulate, someone they can't lie about without being exposed instantly. You survived a betrayal that would have shattered most people. You walked through a maze designed specifically to break you, and instead of breaking, you evolved. Your mind is sharper now, your intuition is louder, your tolerance for fake love is gone, your patience for lies is zero. The universe watched you bleed in silence, and now it's giving you power in public. That's the part your sibling never planned for. They prepared for your destruction, not your awakening. They thought you'd stay confused. They thought you'd stay quiet. They thought you'd stay broken. But here you are, clearer, stronger, harder, smarter, and now they're the ones spiraling. Why? Because the truth is out, and you're not bending anymore. This is the makeover they never saw coming, the transformation their sabotage accidentally triggered, the version of you that refuses to carry anyone else's sins. They tried to bury you under lies. Instead, they buried themselves under the truth. And now the whole damn town is watching the shift happen in real time. Chosen one, this betrayal was long, strategic, and disgusting, but it failed because you survived it, because you outgrew it, because now you see everything with X-ray clarity, and the universe is making sure everyone else sees it too. Your sibling's story is ending. Yours is just beginning. Number 2. Nothing that collapsed was ever on you. Funny how they called you the problem while they were busy cutting the wires behind your back. Chosen one, let's get something straight right now. Nothing you lost was because you were weak, lazy, or unlucky. Every failed job, every broken connection, every opportunity that slipped through your fingers wasn't a reflection of who you were. It was a reflection of what was being done to you in the shadows. The universe didn't watch you fail. It watched someone sabotage you and waited for the perfect moment to expose the truth. They told you to take accountability, right? They told you to work harder, didn't they? They whispered, maybe it's just not meant for you. Meanwhile, your sibling was behind the curtain, pulling strings like a bored puppeteer. You weren't struggling through random chaos. You were walking through obstacles someone else placed exactly where they wanted you to trip. Imagine this. You're running a race, but someone moved your starting line back every night while you slept. That's what your life was. A race you were meant to win, sabotaged by someone terrified of seeing you cross the finish line first. Think back on all the times things fell apart, right when they were finally going well. Doesn't it feel strange how perfectly timed those collapses were? How people turned cold right after you opened up to your sibling? How sudden and unexplained every downfall was. That's not coincidence, that's choreography. Your so-called failures were designed like traps. Your setbacks were crafted like puzzles. Your heartbreaks were engineered with intention. And the worst part, you blamed yourself for all of it. Let's walk through the questions that have been chewing at your mind for years. Why did people treat me differently for no reason? Because someone was feeding them stories behind your back. Stories shaped to make you look unstable, emotional, unreliable. Stories delivered with the soft voice of a sibling pretending to care while planting seeds that made others doubt you. Why did opportunities disappear the moment I got close? Because someone was intercepting them, twisting narratives and turning support into suspicion. You weren't losing chances. Someone else was stealing them. Why did my relationships collapse when I did everything right? Because your sibling didn't want anyone getting too close. Anyone who loved you was a threat. Anyone who supported you was a risk. So they poisoned your name quietly, slowly, and with the confidence of someone who thought they'd never get caught. Imagine this. You're building a house. You do everything right. You follow the instructions. You lay every brick carefully. But someone sneaks in at night and removes the foundation stones one by one. And when the house collapses, the town blames you for not knowing how to build. That's exactly what happened to your life. Another metaphor for you. Picture a phone that keeps breaking and everyone blames the owner. But behind the scenes, someone keeps loosening the screws, cracking the screen, draining the battery. The phone isn't faulty, the saboteur is. Here's another one, because the universe loves putting things into perspective. Imagine being handed a map, but every time you're close to the treasure, someone redraws the lines, and then they laugh when you can't find it. That person was your sibling. Not fate, not bad luck, not you. The universe didn't set you up to fail. It set you up to discover the truth when you were strong enough to handle it. And now you are. Nothing in your life broke on its own. It was broken for a purpose. Your sibling ran a campaign so organized it would make professionals jealous. They studied your triggers. They watched your reactions. They learned your vulnerability patterns and weaponized every single one. You weren't paranoid. You were hunted by someone who knew exactly how to hide their tracks. Here's the truth. The town is choking on right now. If you had been left alone, even with zero help, you would have risen faster, healthier, and stronger. You were never the problem. You were the threat. That's why they targeted you. They couldn't match your mind. They couldn't match your resilience. They couldn't match your intuition. So they tried to break your momentum before the world saw your power. Let's clear up another question you've been secretly asking. Why does the universe allow me to suffer this much? Because suffering wasn't the lesson. Revelation was. Strength was. Awakening was. The universe doesn't protect chosen ones by removing enemies. It protects them by revealing the enemy's limits. And your siblings' limits have been exposed in front of the entire town. Chaos didn't follow you. It was planted around you. Your life wasn't falling apart. It was tampered with. Your relationships weren't doomed. They were poisoned from the sidelines. Yet here you are, standing, breathing, awake, dangerous now, because clarity is the one weapon the enemy can't survive. Imagine this. The same traps that were built to destroy you have become the evidence that exposes them. That's what's happening right now. Your past is testifying. Your wounds are speaking. Your losses are lining up like witnesses in court. And the entire town is watching. Your sibling never expected you to outgrow their manipulation. They never expected you to question the timing of events. They didn't think you'd connect dots the way you do now. They thought you'd stay confused forever. But chosen ones don't stay confused. They evolve. You're not breaking anymore. You're decoding. You're not doubting yourself. You're doubting them. You're not stumbling. You're tracing patterns. And those patterns are pointing back to one person, the same person who pretended to be your support system. Chosen one, nothing that fell apart was because you weren't good enough. It fell apart because someone didn't want you rising. But sabotage has an expiration date. Lies have a cracking point, and the universe is done letting you take the blame. Now, everything that collapsed is being rebuilt in your favor. Everything you lost is coming back smarter. Everything that hurt you is becoming your fuel. Your sibling destroyed pieces of your story, but they didn't destroy the main character. They just exposed themselves as the villain of a tale where the chosen one always wins in the final act. You didn't fail. You were ambushed. And now that you finally see the truth, The universe is clearing the path they tried so hard to block. Your rise begins exactly where their lies end. Number 3. The money trail that exposed the real monster. Some thieves break into houses, others break into your life and take everything without leaving their seat. Chosen one, this is where the story stops being emotional and becomes criminal. The universe didn't just reveal betrayal, it revealed financial warfare designed to keep you powerless while your sibling fattened their life with everything that should have been yours. This wasn't an accident, this wasn't a misunderstanding, this was strategy, cold, calculated and carried out over years. Picture this, someone forging your name with the confidence of a person who never expected to be caught. Signing paperwork you never saw, accessing accounts you didn't even realize existed, redirecting money meant for your future into their own pockets, all while smiling in your face like they were the responsible one. Imagine waking up one day and realizing the biggest bank robber you ever met lived in your own house. That's the level of violation we're talking about. Fraudulent documents, forged signatures, identity theft so smooth you didn't notice the fingerprints on your life until now. Accounts created for your benefit were accessed through deception, backdoor logins, and lies crafted to make you look incompetent if you ever questioned anything. And here's the part that's eating the whole town alive. They thought they erased the paper trail. They didn't. The universe has receipts. Every transaction, every fake form, every illegal transfer sits in records they can no longer hide from. You might be asking yourself, how did they get away with this for so long? Simple. You trusted them, and they used that trust as a blindfold. Another image for you. Imagine a vault built for your safety, but someone swapped your key with a fake and kept the real one for themselves. You weren't locked out because you were irresponsible. You were locked out because someone wanted your wealth without your witness. Chosen one, these weren't small schemes. These were financial crimes stacked like dominoes. And now that the truth is out, those dominoes are falling straight back onto the person who set them up. The town is disgusted. Your sibling is exposed. And the universe is putting your name back on everything that belonged to you. Their empire was built on theft. Yours will be built on truth. Number 4. The lonely cage they built around you. Isolation hits hardest when you realize it wasn't life doing it to you. It was someone who knew exactly where to cut. Chosen one, your loneliness wasn't some tragic twist of fate. It was a manufactured prison, built brick by the one person the whole town trusted the most. Your sibling didn't just distance you from people. They engineered your isolation with precision, making sure anyone who got too close backed away before you even understood why. Imagine this. Someone whispering into people's ears long before you ever meet them. Not obvious lies, subtle ones. Little stories that reshape how others see you before you even say hello. By the time you arrived, they had already placed a filter over your name. You weren't being judged for who you were. You were being judged for who they said you were. They turned your kindness into neediness. They turned your intuition into paranoia. They turned your silence into instability. Meanwhile, they played the calm, collected sibling, the one with the steady voice, the one who worried about you, the one people saw as credible. It was the perfect disguise. Imagine walking into a room where every conversation about you already happened without you. People pulled away not because of something you did, but because of a script written behind your back. They didn't want you forming real bonds, real alliances, real support systems that could help you notice the truth. Your sibling made sure every potential friendship or relationship died before it lived. You might ask, why go that far? Because isolation makes you easier to control. Because loneliness keeps you doubting yourself. Because being alone meant you'd never compare stories, never connect dots, never hear the truth from someone else's mouth. Their goal was simple and cruel. Keep you alone long enough that you never realize who the real problem was. But the universe broke the cage, and now the whole town knows the only unstable part of this story was the one who built the isolation in the first place. Number 5. The love story they poisoned before it could breathe. Some people don't stab your back, they stab your reputation and let the world do the rest. Chosen one, let's stop pretending that the romantic connection you lost was bad timing or life happening. No, that bond didn't fade, it was killed. That shift you felt wasn't natural. It didn't come from misunderstandings or emotional mismatch. It came from someone who didn't want you loved, supported, or seen, and who had the access to pull it off without leaving fingerprints. Imagine this, you finally meet someone who looks at you with real softness, someone who listens, someone who sees the parts of you the town always ignored. The connection is strong, almost scary strong. Then suddenly silence, distance, coldness, confusion, and you're left wondering, what did I do wrong? Here's the truth. Nothing. You did nothing wrong. Your siblings stepped in long before you ever realized there was a threat. They whispered, they hinted, they warned your person about things you never said or did. They fed them fears dressed as concern. They painted you as volatile, unstable, inconsistent. They turned your genuine heart into a red flag. Imagine falling in love while someone else rewrites your story behind your back. That's exactly what happened. Your romantic interest didn't pull away because they stopped caring. They pulled away because they were manipulated. Their view of you was smeared with lies before they even understood what they were feeling. They weren't rejecting you. They were rejecting the fake version your sibling built. You might be asking yourself, if the connection was real, why didn't they see through it? Because sabotage works best when delivered softly, and your sibling knew how to twist truths just enough to trigger doubt. But here's the part that sends shivers down your enemy's spine. The distortion is collapsing, the fog around your name is clearing, and that person, the one who was supposed to understand you, is starting to question everything they were told. The universe is flipping the script. And soon, the town won't just be shocked. Your lost connection will be wondering how they ever believed the lie in the first place. Number 6. The receipts that are about to bury them alive. Villains only win when nobody's watching, and the universe just turned all the lights on. Chosen one, this is the part your sibling prayed would never come out. Financial crimes aren't like gossip. They don't disappear when people stop talking. They leave scars on paper, timestamps in systems, fingerprints in numbers. And your sibling, in all their arrogance, thought they were clever enough to outrun the truth. They weren't. Their entire scheme is sitting in plain sight now, glowing like a neon sign they can't turn off. Imagine this. A thief sneaks into a house every night, convinced they're invisible, convinced nobody hears the creaks in the floor. But what they don't know is that every movement, every step, every breath was being recorded the whole time. That's your sibling, a criminal who forgot the universe tracks everything. Every lie creates a crack. Every crack becomes a collapse. They built their life on forged documents, fake signatures, illegal transfers, burned bridges, manipulated stories, and they thought the shadows would protect them. They thought darkness makes evidence disappear. But shadows don't erase truth. They only delay it. You might wonder, how do I know the universe didn't miss something? Because deception always gets sloppy. Criminals get comfortable. Their confidence becomes their own trap. Every transfer they made has a digital footprint. Every document they forged carries the pressure of their hand. Every lie they spread created inconsistencies they couldn't fix. Imagine a spider web, thin, delicate, intricate. Your sibling kept weaving and weaving, thinking nobody saw the pattern. But now the web is lit from above, and every thread screams their guilt. The shadows they hid in, gone. The evidence they feared, glowing. The truth they buried, standing up and pointing right at them. Chosen one, their downfall isn't coming. It's already here. Number 7. The scheme that snapped back and choked its creator. Overconfidence is a silent suicide, and they walked straight into it smiling. Chosen one, let's break this down with the same sharp blade we've used so far. Their plan didn't collapse because you fought them. It collapsed because they genuinely believed you couldn't. That arrogance, that sick confidence, that smug sense of superiority. That was the trap they built and then marched into without looking down. They thought you were too emotional to notice patterns, too trusting to question motives, too quiet to expose anything, and that is exactly why they got sloppy. Imagine this, a hunter so sure of their aim that they stop checking their surroundings. They don't notice the branch beneath them cracking. They don't notice the ground shifting. They don't notice the animal they're stalking quietly turning around. That's your sibling. So confident in their ability to manipulate you that they never realized the universe was recording every one of their steps. Reckless people don't fall into traps. They create their own. They kept escalating, forging more, lying more, sabotaging more, never thinking someone would put all the pieces together. But every escalation added weight to the case forming around them. Every new lie contradicted the last. Every new attack exposed a gap in their story. Their overconfidence didn't protect them, it exposed them. You might be wondering, did I really trap them without doing anything? Yes. Your silence wasn't weakness, it was pressure. It made them talk more, plot more, move more. It pushed them into acting while believing nobody was watching. Imagine this, a mousetrap with no cheese. The hunter is the one who trips it, not the prey. Your silence made them paranoid. Your distance made them reckless. Your growth made them desperate. They thought you were surrendering, but chosen one, you were letting them dig deeper. Sometimes the smartest move is doing nothing and letting the villain expose themselves. That's exactly what happened. They created the trap. They walked into it. They locked themselves inside. And now the whole town is watching them choke on the very plan they thought would break you. Number 8. The strength they never saw coming. Pressure doesn't expose your flaws. It exposes everyone else's lies. Chosen one, this is the part that has the whole town frozen. Because what's being examined right now isn't just the crimes committed against you. It's how you survived them while the world swore you were the one falling apart. The universe didn't just watch your suffering. It watched your responses, your restraint, your clarity, your refusal to break even when everything around you was engineered to crush you. They expected you to explode. They expected you to fail publicly. They expected you to unravel so they could say, "See, told you." But instead, you held yourself together with a calm they couldn't understand. Integrity under pressure is the kind of thing no villain prepares for. Imagine this, someone throws you into a storm they created, hoping you drown. But not only do you stay afloat, you learn how the waves work, how the winds move, how the darkness hides the truth. You walk out of the storm, soaked but standing, while the one who built it gets exposed by the very chaos they unleashed. Your awareness without proof drove them insane. You sensed every shift, every lie, every sabotage, even when you couldn't prove it. That intuition scared them more than any evidence ever could. Gaslighting only works on someone who doubts themselves, and you learned, slowly but surely, that your instincts were stronger than their manipulation. You may ask, how did my quiet, my patience, my endurance matter? Because those traits are rare, dangerous, powerful, and the universe noticed. Imagine a metal being heated over and over. Most break. You didn't. You became harder, sharper, unbreakable. While they expected destruction, you delivered evolution. You became the version of yourself their lies could no longer touch. Some people collapse under pressure. Chosen ones crystallize. That's what happened to you. Your stability exposed their chaos. Your character exposed their fraud. Your endurance exposed their intentions. And now, when the town looks at the damage, they're not asking, what happened to you? They're asking, how did you survive this and stay sane? Your response changed everything. It shifted the narrative. It revealed the villain. It crowned the survivor. Chosen one, you didn't just endure the pressure, you turned it into evidence. Number 9, the web of fiction that just caught its own spider. Lies age fast, and yours are finally old enough to testify. Chosen one, this is the moment every enemy fears, the moment when their own stories start turning on them. Your sibling built an entire network of lies, hand-stitched and carefully delivered to anyone who might stand by you. They thought their words would last forever. They thought people would never question them. They thought their reputation was untouchable. Now look at it, cracking like cheap glass. People who once believed every word are suddenly replaying conversations in their heads. They're noticing details that didn't make sense. They're remembering how your sibling always had extra information, how they spoke too confidently about things they shouldn't have known, how they pushed certain narratives a little too hard. Truth doesn't shout, it leaks and leaks until the whole room floods. Imagine this. A spider weaving a huge web, proud of its creation, convinced it controls everything, but one loose string snaps, then another, and suddenly the whole web collapses, trapping the spider right in the center. That's your sibling now, caught in the mess they made, suffocating in the very lies they spun. You might wonder, why didn't people see it earlier? Because lies are shiny at first. They sound convincing, they travel fast, but the moment real truth shows up, lies start shrinking. They panic, they contradict, they expose their own weakness. Imagine someone juggling too many fake stories. Eventually one drops, then another, until everything crashes at their feet. That's what's happening in the town right now. Their timelines don't match, their excuses sound rehearsed. Their version of you no longer fits the facts. Once truth starts running, lies can't keep up. Reputations built on deception are disintegrating. Eyes are opening, loyalties are shifting, and the universe is making sure everyone sees the collapse in real time. Chosen one, the network of lies didn't just fall apart. It fell apart on top of the one who built it. Number 10, the reckoning that rewires everything they stole. Nothing taken from a chosen one stays stolen. It just waits for the right moment to return with interest. Chosen one, this is where the universe steps in like a silent judge and starts rearranging the entire board. What was stolen from you isn't just coming back. It's coming back smarter, stronger, cleaner, and built on truth instead of manipulation. You're not getting a refund, you're getting a redesign. Everything they blocked is being replaced with something they could never sabotage. Imagine this, a house built for you years ago, but locked before you ever walked in. Now the doors are swinging open, not because the thief left, but because the universe changed the locks. Opportunities that vanished without explanation. They're resurfacing in new forms, ones your sibling can't touch, twist, or intercept. Connections that were poisoned by lies. They're being rebuilt with clarity, honesty, and people who finally see you without distortion. Restoration isn't a return to the past. It's an upgrade into the life you were meant to have. You might ask, what about everything they built for themselves? Here's the truth. Anything built on theft is already collapsing. Anything earned through fraud is shaking. Anything they gained by stepping on you is slipping right through their fingers. Imagine a castle made of stolen bricks, tall, impressive, admired by the whole town, until the foundation gives out. That's your sibling's fate. Their wins never belonged to them. Their success was borrowed. Their stability was fake. And fake things don't survive exposure. What's yours is returning. What's theirs is dissolving. Chosen one, the universe isn't just giving back what you lost. It's removing everything toxic, corrupt, or stolen from your path and rebuilding your future on ground that finally belongs to you. Number 11. The backlash that's about to swallow them whole. People who think you're powerless always forget one thing: you're only quiet, not weak. Chosen one, this part hits like thunder because your sibling never, not once, imagined the size of the storm they were building over their own head. They thought you were alone. They thought you were soft. They thought your silence meant surrender. What they didn't understand was that sustained betrayal doesn't stay small. It grows. It compounds. It gathers weight until it becomes a force no human can outrun. They thought messing with your path was a game. They thought cutting your connections, stealing your opportunities, damaging your reputation, and hijacking your future would stay hidden forever. They had no idea what kind of consequences follow someone who keeps pushing a chosen one into darkness. Imagine flicking a domino, thinking it's harmless, only to realize you just knocked down an entire city. That's what your sibling triggered. You might ask, did they really not see this coming? No, saboteurs never consider consequences because they assume their target will stay broken. They don't realize pressure creates witnesses, patterns, evidence, and eventually fallout. Interfering with your path activated forces they never understood. Your endurance became data. Your silence became evidence. Your pain became momentum. Imagine someone climbing a mountain they built on lies. Every step feels stable until the ground shifts and the entire cliff gives way beneath them. That's your sibling now. Their fake stability is collapsing. Their reputation is cracking. Their control is gone. Betrayal always charges interest, and the bill always comes due. Chosen one, they never considered the consequences because they never believed you'd survive long enough to deliver them, but you did, and now they're facing a backlash bigger than anything they ever prepared for. Their game ends here. Your rise begins right where their arrogance explodes. Number 12. The rise that left the whole town speechless. You weren't supposed to survive, and that's exactly why your survival rewrote the entire script. Chosen one, this is the part where your story stops being about pain and starts being about power. You didn't just make it through sabotage, betrayal, isolation, manipulation, and lies. You outgrew them. You transformed in ways your sibling never predicted. You aren't the same person who started this journey. You're sharper, louder, stronger. And now you finally understand what the universe was building inside you the whole time. They thought abandonment would break you. Instead, it refined you. They thought sensitivity would weaken you. Instead, it became your superpower, a radar that detected every lie and every shift long before you had proof. They thought pressure would destroy you. Instead, it forged you into someone unshakable. Imagine a diamond apologizing for being coal under fire until it realizes the fire made it priceless. That's you. They tried to erase you quietly, but all they did was polish you publicly. The universe flipped your entire life like a table in a courtroom. Suddenly, the narrative changed. The same people who once doubted you are now replaying every moment they misjudged you. The same voices that mocked your pain are now whispering your name with caution. The whole town is realizing that the unstable one was actually the target, and the calm one was actually the threat. You might ask, was all this suffering really part of my preparation? Yes, not because suffering is noble, but because it exposed what needed to be removed. It broke fake bonds, it cracked false narratives, it revealed who never deserved access to you in the first place. And look at you now. You have clarity, no more guessing. You have authority, your voice is finally believed. You have freedom, nothing and no one controls your narrative anymore. You didn't just survive the game, you became the new rules. Chosen one, this isn't recovery, this is victory. This is vindication. This is your freedom written in bold across the sky of that shocked, disgusted town. You won, you rose, and now the whole world has no choice but to adjust to the new version of you. Number 13, the final scene they never expected to watch. Chosen one, we've walked through every lie, every setup, every trap, every silent war they launched against you. And now, here we are at the part they hoped would never exist. The ending where you're still standing and they're the ones trembling. The whole town is shocked, disgusted, embarrassed, not because of what you did, but because of what was done to you while you kept your dignity intact. Your survival wasn't luck, it was strength, it was awareness. It was the universe refusing to let someone else write your ending. Imagine surviving a fire someone set for you, and then walking out carrying the truth in your hands. That's what this whole story has been. Every spark they lit only exposed more of who they were and more of who you were becoming. They planned your downfall with confidence, but they never planned for your evolution. They never planned for your clarity. They never planned for the universe to turn their secrets into your ammunition. And now, look at the scoreboard. Everything they built is cracking. Everything you lost is realigning. Everything hidden is out in the open. You didn't just rise, you rewrote the entire landscape they tried to bury you under. And what's wild is that you did it without screaming, without begging, without losing yourself. You did it by standing still while the truth came running toward you. Your name survived lies. Their lies couldn't survive the truth. This closing isn't just an ending, it's a transition, a shift, a door swinging open to a new life that was always meant for you, but delayed by someone who feared your potential. Those delays are gone now. Those chains are gone now. Those illusions are gone now. Chosen one, this is the point where you stop revisiting the wounds and start stepping into the life the universe kept hidden until you were strong enough to carry it. A life built on truth, on clarity, on self-respect, on a power that no one can sabotage ever again. Your sibling wrote a story where they won. The universe wrote a story where you did. And now, as the town watches the truth settle like dust after an explosion, one reality remains undeniable. You are free, you are untouchable, and your rise has only just begun. And with everything now exposed, chosen one, this is where your story shifts from survival to domination. The truth is out, the masks are off, and the whole town knows exactly who was real and who was rotten. Your rise from here isn't luck, it's justice. If this message hit home, make sure you like, subscribe, drop 777 in the comments, and share this with someone who needs to see the truth unfold just as clearly as you did. The moment you showed your other half, their confidence didn't crack, it evaporated. That is the line they wish they could erase from reality. Not because it sounds dramatic, but because it describes the exact second their inner world collapsed. You didn't raise your voice. You didn't threaten anyone. You didn't attack. You simply revealed the part of you they were never supposed to see. And their jaw didn't drop out of surprise. It dropped out of fear. Let's be brutally clear from the first breath. They were never ready for the full version of you. They were only comfortable with the version they could predict, manage, underestimate, and quietly feel superior to. The calm one, the patient one, the one who explained instead of acted, the one who softened their power so others wouldn't feel small. That version kept the peace. This version ended the illusion. Picture this. A quiet lake, smooth surface, harmless, reflective. Everyone feels safe standing near it. Then one day the water pulls back and a massive structure rises from underneath. Same lake, same location, completely different reality. That's what happened when you revealed your other half. You didn't become something new. You exposed what was always there, and now they can't unsee it. Here's a fact that stings. People are not afraid of strong individuals. They are afraid of individuals who were playing small on purpose. Research shows that perceived unpredictability triggers more fear than obvious dominance. You weren't unpredictable because you were chaotic. You were unpredictable because you were controlled. You chose silence. You chose patience. And when you finally chose truth, it hit like a blade pulled slowly from a sleeve. That's why the room froze. That's why the laughter stopped. That's why they suddenly needed time to think. You didn't shock them by doing something loud. You shocked them by standing still and letting your full presence speak. Ancient predators don't chase. They let the world realize too late what's standing in front of them. Now pause. If your chest tightened just now, good. That means you recognize this moment. And chosen one, before we continue, thank you for being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by pressing like and subscribe so it reaches others who are standing on the edge of revealing themselves. This is not about hype. It's about responsibility. Thanks for being part of this mission. You are part of a force that refuses to stay hidden. Now let's go back, because this didn't start when you revealed your other half. It started long before that. They were comfortable because you made them comfortable. You translated yourself. You slowed down. You explained things twice. You dimmed your instincts. You let them believe they were ahead of you. That wasn't weakness. That was restraint. And restraint is invisible to people who only understand aggression. Then came the moment. Maybe it was a sentence you finally said out loud. Maybe it was a decision you made without consulting anyone. Maybe it was the calm way you walked away without begging, defending, or over-explaining. Whatever it was, it revealed something sharp, deliberate, and unbothered. That's when their inner alarms went off. You saw it in their eyes, the microsecond delay, the forced smile, the sudden respect mixed with panic. That was the realization. This person is not who we thought. And once that thought enters the mind, it doesn't leave. It multiplies. Here's another uncomfortable truth. The universe has a way of hiding power in plain sight until the timing is perfect. Ancient stories weren't obsessed with monsters for fun. They were obsessed with transformation. The scariest figures were never loud. They were patient. They waited until the reveal meant something. You didn't reveal your other half too early, and you didn't do it too late. You did it exactly when it would cause maximum impact. And that impact is still echoing. They are replaying the moment in their heads, not dramatically, quietly, late at night. While pretending everything is normal, their ego is scrambling to rebuild a story where they are still in control. But it doesn't work anymore. Because control relies on predictability, and you just shattered that. Understand this clearly. When someone's jaw hits the floor, it's not because they saw something impressive. It's because they realized they were standing on the wrong side of the power dynamic. You didn't need to dominate them. You outgrew the game entirely. This is not about revenge. This is not about proving anything. This is about alignment. You stopped betraying your deeper instincts to maintain peace with people who benefited from your silence. That shift is irreversible. Once someone reveals their other half, the universe does not let them shrink back into the old shell. And that's why they are unsettled. They know something has changed. They don't know how to respond to you now. They don't know which version of you will show up. Calm doesn't comfort them anymore. Silence doesn't reassure them anymore, because now they know what lives underneath both. Chosen one, this message is not here to inflate you. It's here to remind you. The jaw-dropping moment wasn't an accident. It was the consequence of years of control, observation, and restraint finally converging. You didn't explode. You revealed. And from this point forward, the world will treat you differently, not because you demand it, but because once power is seen, it is felt everywhere you go. And now, chosen one, before we cut any deeper, pause right here. Not because things are slowing down, but because this is the point where people either lean in or quietly disappear. If you're still here, it means something in you recognized what was said. The moment you revealed your other half wasn't random, and what follows is not for casual listeners. This is for the ones who felt the shift in the room, saw the reactions change, and realized, yeah, they saw it too. So if you're ready to stay with this all the way through, leave a comment with 777. Not for superstition, not for trends, but as a signal. A signal that you're aware, present, and willing to walk through this without flinching. And if this message is hitting harder than expected, showing support through a like, subscribe, or even a super thanks helps push this truth further. Every bit of support keeps messages like this alive and reaching the ones who need to hear them at the exact right moment. Now take a breath. What comes next breaks this down step by step. How the reveal happened, why it rattled them so deeply, and what it unlocks for you moving forward. If you're truly a chosen one, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very end. Let's begin. Number 1. The day your truth backhanded their fantasy and left them speechless. You didn't destroy them by attacking. You destroyed them by existing without permission. That was the moment everything snapped. Not slowly, not politely, instantly. They had been living inside a comfortable lie where you were small, manageable, predictable, a harmless character they could overlook, interrupt, or mentally place beneath themselves. And then your truth showed up. No warning, no apology, no explanation, just presence, raw, grounded, awake, and it slapped their delusions so hard their inner world stalled like a broken machine. Understand this clearly, because this is where most people misunderstand what happened. The truth that hit them was not dramatic. You didn't give a speech. You didn't flex. You didn't announce anything. The truth arrived quietly, like a blade sliding out of a sleeve. Calm voice, steady eyes, no fear behind them. That's what broke the illusion. Because power that doesn't need noise terrifies people who rely on noise to feel important. They kept calling you harmless because that story benefited them. It allowed them to relax. It allowed them to feel superior without earning it. It allowed them to underestimate you without consequences. But the moment your truth surfaced, their ego didn't just feel challenged. It felt exposed. And ego hates exposure more than defeat. Defeat can be blamed on bad luck. Exposure leaves no excuses. Let's say the quiet part out loud. The version of you they met was not new. It was built slowly, painfully, over time, forged through disappointment that forced you to think deeper, through betrayal that taught you restraint instead of reaction, through being overlooked so often that you learned how to observe instead of explain. While they were busy performing confidence, you were building substance. While they were talking, you were studying. While they were assuming, you were preparing. That's why their reaction wasn't loud anger. It was internal collapse. They saw the intensity you hid because people kept telling you to tone it down. They saw the focus that doesn't come from anxiety, but from calculation. They saw the stillness that only comes from someone who knows exactly what they are capable of and doesn't need to prove it. And that realization hit them all at once, not in words, in their nervous system. Here's something most people never hear. Humans fear what they can't place on a hierarchy. If they can't tell whether they're above you, below you, or beside you, their mind starts panicking. You stopped fitting neatly into their mental boxes. You weren't loud enough to dismiss. You weren't passive enough to dominate. You weren't chaotic enough to predict. That ambiguity is deadly to insecure people. At this point, questions started racing through their heads, whether they admitted it or not. When did this happen? How long has this been there? Did we miss something? Have they always been like this? Those questions are dangerous because once someone starts questioning their perception of you, they start questioning their perception of themselves. And here's the part that really shook them. You weren't afraid anymore. Not of being misunderstood, not of being disliked, not of outgrowing them so fast it leaves emotional whiplash behind. Fear used to make you explain yourself. Fear used to make you soften your words. Fear used to make you shrink your instincts to keep the peace. That fear is gone now, and without fear, your presence carries weight whether you speak or not. Think about it like this. A storm doesn't announce itself. It doesn't ask permission. It doesn't negotiate with the sky. It just arrives, and everything else has to respond. That's what your truth felt like to them. Not chaos, not drama, pressure, unavoidable pressure. They realized something else in that moment too. You were never desperate for their approval. You were tolerating them, and tolerance looks a lot like submission to people who don't understand restraint. The second tolerance ends, the power balance flips. That flip is what made their jaw hit the floor. You might be wondering, why did this bother them so much? Simple. Because they benefited from the old version of you. Your patience made them comfortable. Your silence made them bold. Your kindness gave them room to feel important without being competent. When you stepped out of being digestible and into being undeniable, you removed the cushion they were leaning on. And let's be honest, some of them built their identity around being ahead of you, smarter than you, more capable than you, more dominant than you. When your truth surfaced, it didn't just challenge that identity, it erased it. Overnight. No debate. No appeal. Here's a fact that should settle something in your mind. The human brain reacts more strongly to unexpected authority than expected dominance. That's why people panic when someone they underestimated reveals clarity, composure, and control. You didn't overpower them, you disoriented them, and disorientation is far more unsettling. You didn't reveal your truth to punish anyone, you revealed it because pretending was costing you too much energy, time, self-respect. You got bored of playing smaller than your awareness, and boredom, not anger, is what ends eras. Anger still cares. Boredom moves on. This is why they keep replaying that moment. The tone of your voice, the way you didn't rush, the way you didn't defend yourself, the way you didn't need their reaction. They felt it instantly. This person has crossed a line we can't follow. Not because you're better, but because you're done performing. Chosen one, let this land fully. That slap wasn't loud, but it echoed. It echoed through their assumptions, their confidence, their memory of you. They now have to reconcile two versions of reality. The version where they felt safe underestimating you, and the version where they realize they were never seeing the whole picture. And there is no going back to the old one. You didn't break them. You woke them up to the truth they were avoiding. And people hate awakening when it doesn't happen on their terms. That's why their reaction wasn't celebration. It was shock. Because your truth arrived fully formed, and it didn't ask for validation. This is the foundation. Everything that follows builds on this moment. The slap wasn't the end. It was the beginning. Similarly, rewrite this next section in 1,200 words with same tone and style we have in previous section of our script. Add 3 to 4 quotes and 3 to 4 metaphorical examples, like, imagine this. Answer questions that might come in their mind. Number 2, you were never powerless. You were holding the leash the whole time. You didn't lose control, you delayed it. That's the truth they weren't built to handle. They mistook your quiet for weakness because weak people assume silence means absence. They never considered the more dangerous option, that you were watching, measuring, calculating how far things could go before consequences became unavoidable. You weren't surviving them, you were managing them. Kindness was never softness. Kindness was restraint, and restraint is terrifying once it's removed. Imagine someone playing with a thermostat in a room, laughing, getting comfortable, turning the heat up and down without thinking. They assume the room just reacts on its own. Then one day, they realize someone else has had their hand on the dial the entire time. That's what just hit them. You weren't reacting to their behavior, you were regulating it. Every time you let them win, you were protecting them from themselves. Every time you walked away instead of responding, you spared them consequences they weren't ready to face. Every time you stayed calm while they tested you, you were giving mercy they never earned. They called it passivity because the alternative was admitting you had control and chose not to use it. Here's what shook them. Control doesn't always look like dominance. Sometimes it looks like patience, so deep it feels invisible. You allowed chaos to exist within limits. You let disrespect breathe just long enough to expose itself. And the moment you stopped buffering the impact, everything changed. You didn't raise your voice, you removed the ceiling. That's why the shift felt violent, even though you barely moved. They suddenly realized every interaction, every tone, every boundary had been set by you. You controlled the pace. You controlled the distance. You controlled how far things could go before snapping back into place. When you stepped back emotionally, the entire structure lost balance. You might be asking yourself, did I let this go on too long? No. You let it go on long enough for patterns to reveal themselves, long enough for excuses to expire, long enough for them to hang themselves with their own behavior. That's not weakness, that's precision. Imagine letting someone shadowbox, throwing punches at air, thinking they're strong. Then you step aside and let them hit something solid. The shock isn't the impact. It's the realization that the resistance was always there and they just never met it. You didn't become dangerous. You stopped being gentle. And that's the part they can't rewrite. They now know the calm wasn't lack of power. It was discipline, and discipline always scares people who rely on impulse. You controlled the temperature of every interaction. When you finally let the room go cold, they felt it instantly. This wasn't revenge, this was gravity, and gravity doesn't negotiate. Number 3. The second you stopped pretending, their reality split in half. You didn't shatter their world by force. You stepped aside and let it fall. That was the moment. Not loud, not dramatic, no scene, no warning sirens, just a clean, irreversible crack running straight through the reality they built around you. The reveal didn't scream because it didn't need to. Screaming is for people who still need to be believed. You had already crossed that line. All you did was stop pretending, and their illusion collapsed under its own weight. They were standing on a version of you that no longer existed, a padded version, a softened version, one that absorbed disrespect, smoothed tension, and kept their ego safe from friction. You didn't realize how much support you were providing until you removed it. The moment you stopped cushioning their ego, they felt the drop. Not emotionally, structurally. Imagine leaning against a wall for years without knowing it's being held up by someone else. The day that person steps away, the wall doesn't wobble. It falls, fast, loud in the mind, even if the room stays silent. That's what this was. You didn't push. You didn't confront. You simply withdrew the energy that was holding their fantasy together. You didn't change the story. You removed yourself from it. That's why they looked confused instead of angry. Anger requires an enemy. Confusion appears when the script stops working. They were waiting for you to explain, defend, soften, or apologize. You did none of it. That absence did more damage than any argument ever could, because arguments keep people inside the same game. Silence with clarity ends it. Here's the question they're asking, but won't say out loud. How long have they been like this? And that question terrifies them because it forces another one right behind it. Were we wrong the whole time? When people realize their perception was flawed, their confidence fractures, not in public, internally, where it hurts. You didn't expose them by pointing, you exposed them by standing still. Your truth didn't attack them, it reflected them. Their insecurity, their need for control, their reliance on your compliance. Without you shrinking, those traits had nowhere to hide. You became a mirror they couldn't avoid. And mirrors don't insult, they reveal. Imagine a stage where the lights suddenly flip on the audience instead of the performer. No accusation, no commentary, just visibility. That's what your presence did. They saw themselves clearly for the first time, and it wasn't flattering. If you're wondering whether this crack can be repaired, here's the answer. No. Once illusion breaks, it doesn't glue back together the same way. They can pretend, they can reframe, they can minimize, but they can't unsee what was revealed, and neither can you. This wasn't a confrontation, it was a collapse. And it only happened because you finally stopped holding everything up for them. Number 4, the snapshot that permanently ruined their comfort. Once the curtain lifts, the mind never forgets what stood behind it. That's the damage you did without lifting a finger. The image they saw of you is now burned into their memory, and no amount of denial, distraction, or pretending will scrub it out. People can rewrite stories, but they cannot erase moments that reorganize their understanding of reality, and that moment did exactly that. Quietly, cleanly, permanently. You didn't overwhelm them with everything you are. You showed them just enough to crack their confidence, just enough to destabilize the narrative they'd been living inside. You revealed a glimpse, not the whole map, and that's what makes it unbearable for them. If you had shown everything, they could label it, reduce it, explain it away, but you didn't. You left gaps, and the human mind fills gaps with fear. Imagine seeing the entrance to a tunnel stretch into darkness with no visible end. You don't need to walk it to feel uneasy. You just need to realize it goes farther than expected. That's what you did. You revealed depth without showing the bottom. Now they're stuck wondering how far it really goes and whether there's a limit at all. Here's what's haunting them most. They can't go back to seeing you as small. Once the brain updates its assessment of someone's capacity, it doesn't downgrade easily. They might try to talk themselves out of it. They might minimize it out loud. But internally, the file has been updated. You're no longer safe. You're no longer less. You're unknown territory. You didn't prove you were powerful. You proved they were blind. That's a different kind of humiliation. Being beaten hurts. Being wrong rewires the ego. They now have to question every moment they dismissed you, every time they spoke over you, every time they assumed you were behind them instead of ahead. That rewind is brutal because it forces accountability without giving them a target to attack. You may be wondering, why does this feel unfinished? Because it is. You didn't give closure, you gave awareness. Closure comforts people. Awareness unsettles them. They don't know where your edge is. They don't know how much you were holding back. And they definitely don't know what you're capable of now that you're no longer hiding. You didn't leave a scar. You left a question mark. And question marks live longer than wounds. This image will resurface when they least expect it. In quiet moments, in comparisons, in situations where confidence used to come easily. You don't need to remind them. Their own mind does that for you. That's the power of a reveal done right. Number 5. The reckoning didn't chase them. It stood there looking like you. You didn't punish them. You became the consequence. That's the part they still can't wrap their head around. You didn't do anything to them. No revenge, no attack, no grand speech. You simply existed without filters, without shrinking, without buffering reality for them anymore. And somehow, that was enough to dismantle everything they thought was solid. They were prepared for conflict. They were not prepared for presence. Your face, your calm, your silence, your certainty became the reminder they couldn't escape, not because you were judging them, but because they started judging themselves in your reflection. That's how mirrors work. They don't accuse, they reveal. And once someone sees themselves clearly, there's no hiding from the discomfort. Imagine walking into a room where the lights are suddenly brighter than you remember. Nothing changed about the room, only the visibility. That's what your truth did. Every awkward pause felt heavier. Every casual glance felt loaded. Every silence felt like pressure. Not because you were applying it, but because you were no longer absorbing it for them. You weren't haunting them, you stopped shielding them. That distinction matters. For a long time, you softened reality. You laughed things off. You ignored what felt off. You let moments slide so others could stay comfortable. When you stopped doing that, reality rushed in. And reality has weight. They mistook your protection for normalcy. Once it disappeared, they felt exposed. Here's why this hits so deeply. Human beings can tolerate criticism. They can tolerate conflict. What they struggle with is unfiltered truth. When you stopped explaining yourself, stopped reacting, stopped adjusting your energy to manage their emotions, they were left alone with their own behavior. That's unbearable for people who survive by distraction. You might be asking yourself, why do they seem more shaken now than when things were loud? Because noise distracts, silence clarifies, and your silence isn't empty anymore. It's grounded, intentional, final. You didn't become cold, you became exact. Now every interaction feels different to them, not hostile, just honest. And honesty is ruthless to people who relied on you being accommodating. You didn't corner them, you didn't confront them, you let them confront themselves. That's the consequence they never saw coming. Not punishment, not loss, awareness. And awareness, once triggered, doesn't turn off. They're not reacting to you, they're reacting to what your presence awakened in them. And that awakening didn't come wearing anger or chaos, it came wearing your face. Number 6, you didn't step above them, you made them realize where they stand. You didn't humble them with force, you humbled them with clarity. That's the truth that rearranged the hierarchy in their mind. You didn't just reveal your other half, you revealed them, their shallow perception, their fragile confidence, their habit of judging depth based on surface noise. And once that happened, there was no scrambling back to the old positions. The floor plan changed. They thought they knew the terrain because they only mapped what was visible, what they could label, what felt familiar. You exposed something they never accounted for, an underground world of awareness, discipline, restraint, and precision they didn't even know existed, and that realization put them exactly where they belong, not beneath you, not above you, but finally honest about the gap. Imagine walking confidently across land you think is solid, only to discover there's an entire structure beneath your feet you never noticed. You don't keep stomping after that. You slow down. You step carefully. You start measuring where you place your weight. That's what you've done to them. Their casual confidence evaporated. You didn't intimidate them. You corrected them. Correction is more painful than dominance. Dominance can be challenged. Correction forces acceptance. They now know they misjudged you, and misjudgment leaves a mark on the ego that praise never could. Every time they speak to you now, they hear their own assumptions echoing back. Every word is weighed, every move reconsidered. You might be wondering why they suddenly seem cautious, even respectful. It's not admiration, it's recalibration. They're rewriting their internal file on you in real time, trying to adjust without exposing how wrong they were. That's why the energy feels different, not hostile, just careful. You didn't grow louder, you grew undeniable. That's the shift they can't ignore. You're no longer someone they casually size up. You're someone they have to factor in. And people hate that transition because it means admitting they weren't as perceptive as they thought. Here's the quiet win. You didn't demand respect. You didn't ask for recognition. You didn't explain the depth they missed. You let them discover it themselves. And self-discovery cuts deeper than correction from the outside. They're in their place now, not because you pushed them there, but because the truth rearranged the room. And once truth does that, no one gets to pretend the old seating order still applies. You didn't climb over them. You exposed the ground they were standing on. Number 7. The moment you stood up and the shackles fell apart. Freedom doesn't ask politely, it snaps. That was the day it happened, not when they reacted, not when they stumbled, but the second you stopped kneeling for people who never earned your lowered head. Liberation was not gentle, and it was never meant to be. It didn't feel soft or comforting. It felt final, like something old cracking off your spine and hitting the floor for good. You didn't lose anything that day. That's the lie people try to sell you when they're scared of your independence. You didn't lose relationships, safety, or belonging. You shed a costume, one you wore to survive rooms that didn't deserve your real presence. One you wore to avoid conflict with people who only felt tall when you stayed small. You didn't walk away empty-handed. You walked away unchained. The moment your other half stepped forward, something inside you locked into place. Not ego, not anger, alignment, the kind that feels quiet but unshakable. You stopped negotiating with your instincts. You stopped explaining what should have been obvious. You stopped apologizing for clarity. And in that instant, you felt it, the internal click, the sense of coming home to yourself. Imagine carrying a heavy bag for so long, you forget it's there. You adjust your posture, you compensate, you build pain into your daily movement and call it normal. Then one day, you drop the bag. The relief isn't dramatic. It's shocking. That's what this was. You didn't just feel lighter. You realized how much weight you had been carrying for other people. Here's the part that matters most. You didn't just reveal yourself to them. You revealed yourself to yourself. You saw how much power you'd been sitting on, how much intuition you'd been muting, how much strength you'd been rationing out of fear it would make others uncomfortable. Chains don't always look like cages. Sometimes they look like compromise. That's why breaking free felt so sudden. You weren't imprisoned, you were conditioned. And conditioning breaks the moment awareness shows up. Once you saw it, you couldn't unsee it. You couldn't go back to shrinking without betraying yourself. If you're wondering whether this freedom will cost you people, here's the truth. It only costs you those who needed you restrained. And that's not loss, that's proof. You didn't break their expectations, you broke your chains. Number 8, they're not afraid of your actions. They're afraid you see everything. They don't tense up because of what you might do. They tense up because you already know. That's the fear trailing them now, quiet and constant, like a shadow they can't outrun. They don't fear your next move. They fear your awareness. They fear that look in your eyes that says you've already mapped the room, already clocked the dynamics, already understood who's pretending and who's panicking. And the worst part for them is this. Their body reacts before their mind can invent a lie. That's why the energy shifts when you enter. Conversations soften, jokes lose confidence, voices change pitch, eye contact breaks for half a second too long. None of this is conscious. Instinct always speaks first. Logic comes later to clean up the mess. And instinct already knows it misjudged you. Imagine a guard dog that suddenly realizes the person walking past the gate isn't prey or threat, but something that doesn't need to rush, something that watches. The barking stops, the stance changes. That's not fear of attack, that's recognition. You don't scare them by being dangerous, you scare them by being precise. They feel exposed around you because you stopped over-explaining, you stopped reacting emotionally, you stopped filling silence to make others comfortable. Silence used to be a gap they could fill. Now it's a mirror they can't avoid. And mirrors trigger panic in people who rely on performance. You might wonder why they seem nervous even when you say nothing, because truth doesn't need language. Your calm tells them you're not seeking approval. Your posture tells them you're not unsure. Your stillness tells them you're not distracted. And that combination rattles people who survive by staying one step ahead of perception. The body confesses what the mouth denies. That's why their shoulders tighten. That's why they suddenly become careful with words. That's why they overthink simple interactions. They're not scared of confrontation. They're scared you've already reached conclusions they can't argue with. Here's the real shift. They no longer feel above you, but they don't feel equal either. They feel seen. And being seen without control is deeply unsettling. You're not chasing respect. You're not demanding space. You're simply occupying it fully. And now the fear follows them, not because you threaten their future, but because you've already exposed their past. That shadow doesn't leave. Because awareness, once recognized, can't be unseen. Number 9. The moment. They realized the board was never theirs. They didn't lose control that day. They discovered it was never in their hands. That's when the game flipped. Not with a fight, not with a declaration, with understanding, the kind that hits late and lingers longer than anger ever could. They finally saw the truth they'd been avoiding. You were never submitting. You were observing. You were never blending in. You were choosing when to stand out. And the second they understood that, the illusion of control collapsed completely. For a long time, your silence was convenient for them. They read it as agreement, as weakness, as compliance. It made them comfortable believing they were steering the interaction, setting the tone, holding leverage. But silence doesn't mean empty. Silence means space. And space is where strategy lives. Imagine someone bragging about winning a race without realizing the other runner never started sprinting. Then one day, the runner walks past them calmly while they're still celebrating. That's the embarrassment they're processing now. Not loss, miscalculation. Power doesn't announce itself, it reveals itself. Your calm used to make you look small to people who only understand noise. Now, it unsettles them. Because calm paired with clarity signals something final. You're not reacting, you're deciding, and decision-making is where power actually sits. They feel it every time you don't rush to speak, every time you don't explain yourself, every time you don't adjust your tone to manage their comfort. The rules they thought governed you no longer apply. And that's destabilizing, because it forces them to confront a painful realization. They were responding to a version of you that no longer exists. You might be wondering why this feels different from every other shift you've had. Because this time, you didn't take power from them. You reclaimed it from yourself. You stopped outsourcing authority over your time, energy, and presence. You stopped negotiating your worth through behavior. And once that happens, control doesn't need to be seized. It returns naturally. You didn't flip the game by moving faster. You flipped it by standing still. Now, your presence doesn't blend into the background. It anchors the room. People notice when you enter. Not because you demand attention, but because the dynamic adjusts around you. That's the unmistakable signal of reclaimed power. They didn't lose the game. They finally realized they were never the ones playing it. Number 10. The silence that exposed everything they were hiding. Silence doesn't scare the innocent. It terrifies the exposed. That's the quiet you carry now. Not the old silence that came from patience or politeness. Not the silence that tried to keep the peace. This one is different. This one has weight. And they feel it the moment you stop filling the air for them. Your quiet is no longer compliance. It's command. You don't argue anymore because you don't need to. You don't explain because nothing is unclear. You don't rush to soften moments that make others uncomfortable. And that absence of effort is what makes their inner world start shaking. Because when you stop talking, they're left alone with themselves. Imagine a courtroom where the defense suddenly goes silent. No excuses, no distractions, no emotional noise, just facts sitting in the open. The room doesn't get louder, it gets heavier. That's what your presence does now. You don't accuse, you don't confront. You let the truth breathe, and breathing space is unbearable for people who rely on chaos to hide. Your stillness isn't empty, it's loaded. They can feel it, in the way pauses stretch too long. in the way they suddenly feel the urge to over-explain, in the way they talk faster around you, laugh a little too hard, or avoid eye contact altogether. Your silence pulls confessions out of people without you asking a single question. You might wonder why this quiet has more impact than anything you ever said. Because words can be debated. Silence cannot. Silence doesn't give them a handle to grab. It doesn't offer a weak point to twist. It doesn't lower itself to their level. It simply stands there, unmoved. Before, your softness acted like insulation. It absorbed tension. It softened edges. It gave people room to pretend they didn't know better. Now that softness is gone, and without it, truth becomes sharp. Every behavior reflects louder. Every insecurity echoes longer. You're not withholding. You're finished negotiating. That's what they feel. Finality, not anger, not punishment, certainty. And certainty rattles people who survive by testing boundaries. They don't know where they stand with you anymore because you stopped adjusting yourself to make it obvious. This quiet doesn't need volume. It doesn't need explanation. It speaks through posture, timing, and restraint. And the more they try to ignore it, the louder it gets inside their own mind. You didn't become cold. You became unmistakable. And that's why their souls tremble when the room goes quiet. Number 11. The timeline. They assumed was theirs, just disappeared. They didn't lose you. They lost control of the ending. That's the quiet disaster they're still processing. They didn't lose a person. They lost a future they had already scripted in their head. A version of tomorrow where you stayed predictable, where you stayed adjustable, where your silence could be used, redirected, and shaped to support plans that were never truly yours. The second you woke up, that entire timeline collapsed. They were building on an assumption that you would always be there in the same role, the calm one, the reasonable one, the one who would keep absorbing pressure so things could move forward without friction. Their plans relied on your compliance, even if they never said it out loud. And when your silence stopped meaning agreement, every structure they built on top of it cracked. Imagine designing a bridge while assuming the ground beneath it will never move. Then, one day, the ground shifts. The bridge doesn't fail because of poor design. It fails because the foundation was never stable. That's what happened to their future. It wasn't ruined, it was exposed. You didn't derail their plans, you removed yourself from them. That's why they feel disoriented instead of angry. Anger needs someone to blame. Disorientation comes when the map stops matching reality. The leverage they thought they had evaporated the moment you stopped playing the role they assigned you. Not dramatically, logically. You might be asking yourself, why do they act like something was taken from them? Because in their mind, it was. They confused access with ownership. They confused familiarity with entitlement. They confused your patience with permanence. And now they're forced to face a future where none of those assumptions apply. Here's the uncomfortable truth. Their future didn't collapse because you changed. It collapsed because it depended on you staying the same. That's not partnership, that's projection. And projections don't survive contact with awareness. Awakening doesn't destroy futures, it reveals which ones were imaginary. Your awakening clarified things. It separated what was real from what was convenient. It showed which plans were mutual and which were built quietly around your silence. That clarity hurts, but it's clean. No drama, no chaos, just alignment. They didn't lose potential. They lost the illusion that your life was something they could schedule. And once that illusion breaks, there's no rebuilding it. Number 12. The moment the room started bending around you. You didn't demand attention. Reality adjusted itself. That's the day the shift became undeniable. You stopped orbiting people. You stopped revolving around moods, expectations, and invisible rules that were never meant to protect you. And the second you stood still in yourself, everything else started wobbling. Not because you pushed, because gravity doesn't push. It pulls. They felt it immediately. Conversations stalled. Energy changed direction. People who used to feel tall around you suddenly felt off balance. When someone has been used to you compensating, adapting, and smoothing the space, your stillness feels like an earthquake. You didn't grow heavier, you stopped floating. Imagine walking into a room where the floor subtly tilts toward one person. No announcement, no explanation. You just feel it. That's what you became. A center, a reference point. And people who don't know how to stand on their own start leaning, slipping, or backing away. You didn't become important. You became unavoidable. That's why everything else started looking crooked. You weren't judging, you weren't correcting, you were aligned. And alignment exposes misalignment without saying a word. People could feel it in their posture, in their tone, in the way they suddenly questioned themselves mid-sentence. Your presence recalibrated the room. You might be wondering why some people drifted away so quickly. Simple. Not everyone can survive near something that doesn't bend for them anymore. When you stop adapting to small spaces collapse. That's not cruelty, that's physics. Imagine a planet forming in open space. At first, nothing seems different. Then slowly, debris starts pulling in. Some objects fall into orbit. Others get flung away. None of it is personal. It's mass, it's force, its inevitability. You didn't change the rules. You revealed who they were built for. Now people either align or disappear. Not dramatically, naturally. The ones who were only comfortable when you were smaller can't find footing anymore. The ones who respect strength without needing dominance adjust and stay. That sorting isn't something you're doing. It's something that's happening around you. You're no longer managing rooms, you're anchoring them. You're no longer adapting to energy, you're setting it. And the world responds the same way it always does to gravity. It rearranges itself. Quietly, relentlessly, permanently. And chosen one, if this message landed heavy, it's because it was meant to. You didn't imagine the shift. You didn't overreact. You stepped into who you really are, and the world adjusted accordingly. If this helped you see your power more clearly, press the like button now and lock it in. And if you're not part of this family yet, make sure to press subscribe. We build awareness here, not noise. Stay grounded, stay sharp, and remember, once you stand in your truth, nothing around you stays the same.